Esports World Cup champion in Apex Legends. 20 teams, and of course Falcons, the home team, are looking to get their first land win.
Oh, rickety. Right, let's get down to it,
We've
chat.
got teams from EMEA and APAC North, APAC South, and even South America who will be
We got
vying for
two
a
teams
trophy
from South
and a
America,
lion's
baby.
share of $2 million that could end up in their hands. While we don't know which of the 20 teams will take the victory, we do know one thing. Today, Apex Legends esports history will be made. As we begin this afternoon of games, let's take a look back at how we got here.
Beat kind of slaps. I fucks with it. All right, chat. So we've got 20 teams, match point format today. Should be a lot of fun, man. I'm betting on a Twisted. Well, I'm not saying I'm betting, but I'm hoping for a Twisted Minds dub today.
$2 million on the line here in Riyadh today. 20 teams from 5 regions, but only one will become an Esports World Cup champion. My name is Rain Day. It's so great to welcome you back into the studio alongside our 3 analysts for this afternoon, evening, and, you know, maybe early morning if it continues, because it is match point. We've got AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion with me as they have been a part of this
We're here
journey
as long as I
alongside
can
these
go,
teams
chat.
to try to
I got a
separate
birthday
themselves
party
from
today,
one of
so
the
hopefully
most
we don't run
typical,
too
brutal
long.
formats that we have seen in Apex Legends competitive history. However, if you're not familiar with why some of these moments are called brutal or difficult, why don't we introduce you to our good friend, the Hydraulic Press.
All right, let's go
That's
here.
right. Each team has come here
Get it started
with
up
a
over on
key
Twitch as
made of
well.
gold, and it is pretty heavy. But when you don't advance, like 18 teams yesterday and 1 team from Group A and Group B in the first 2 days, well,
So Guild got
this
to be the one to
happens.
smash
You
him
get
yesterday,
crushed,
huh?
and your dreams are crushed along with it. I know, Lauren, that's a little tough. But at the end of the day, this is really what these teams have to go to.
Yeah, I mean, it was just 2 after groups, and now we've got so many more that are seeing the same fate as their comrades. I mean, it's bittersweet. We talked about this last time around, having to have the people who won kind of be the owners of that now crushed key. But it's kind of hyping up today.
And we have 3 games going on as well this evening, so we're going to have 3 new keys that
That
go
is kinda
into
lit,
the
though.
totem for Esports World Cup in 2024. It's a little piece of history that is going to stay in Riyadh and remind you of the accomplishment you have had. But for those on the other side, of course, it is going to be difficult. In fact, we've got some reactions from yesterday, so let's take a look at our Pepsi top reactions from day 3 as we saw teams elated. Of course, 2 teams, particularly in Guild and, of course, SSG, but 18 teams, they felt the sting of defeat at the very end.
And we talked about it going into yesterday, looking at some of these reactions, the somber nature, or even more importantly, maybe the focus of these teams, dialing it in, knowing that this was potentially their last chance to ticket their way forward to our finals. As a result, the hype, the expectations, and more importantly, the pressure can be attested to across the board here.
Zephyr, we saw, and Jayhawk, you were talking about this as well, teams start to separate themselves, but only at the end of the day. It was 8 wins from 8 different teams until SSG and Guild went back-to-back.
Absolutely, and I think that can be a little emotionally draining. The 10 games allowed so many more teams to feel like they had a chance. They had more time to try and get back into it. But in the end, the 2 teams that were largely at the top throughout the day, they came home with it.
And that's one of the beautiful
Is he
things
wearing
about
jeans with
this
his
moment today.
suit
is that
top?
we will not be playing up to 10 games. We will be playing until however many games there are, when a winner who has over 60 points wins that match. It's going to be exciting, and let's talk about the teams that could be winning this match. The 20 who have made it across Thursday, Friday, and then, of course, the grueling Saturday yesterday to make themselves known that they could be Esports World Cup champions today. It's interesting to, you know, see how it's all transpired, Lauren, but ultimately I think a lot of people will say these are the teams that ultimately deserved to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, they had to fight through groups to even get to the stage they're at right now. And we talked about how stacked of a lobby LCQ was because of how stacked the groups were to knock those good teams down into LCQ. Now those good teams are back. They've had a couple days rest.
Yeah.
You know, they're nice and fresh coming in today, ready to play.
Mental resets, those are important. You know, we don't really look at, you know, how sore is the hammy here in esports and of course with Apex Legends. But in terms of mentally being able to stay focused and take this on with enough preparation is important, especially when you're in Riyadh, out of your local.
All right, who we thinking other than Falcons,
and of course,
chat?
The players, they're arriving today.
It's got to be
trying to keep
Falcons,
good
right?
faces on, maybe some
I'm thinking
game
Falcons. If
faces
it's not
as
them, it's
well as they
Twisted
roll in,
Minds.
and
That's probably
Esports
about
World
it.
Cup bus, transporting them down to the boulevard here in Riyadh.
Like, I know
to get
Alliance
ready.
did good
Sights,
during group
Jayhawk,
play.
and
I
some
just
focus
not sure if
and ready
I
to go
trust in them in a.
Absolutely, you can feel the tense atmosphere. Everybody knows what's
They've
at
never been
stake.
able
It's
to
one of
perform on the
biggest prize
biggest
pools
of
we've ever
stages. I know a lot of
had.
people are feeling
A
good
very
about Exo
brutal
Clan
format,
after their
so they know
performance
all
in
these
groups.
teams that have fallen along the way, they've been able to overcome that and the
I just don't know,
challenges they
Chad.
faced, and now they have one more task to go.
Each team's got so much behind it, so many different tasks and challenges of how they need to overcome maybe their own misgivings to claim victory. We had Lace stand by and catch up with some of the players as they arrived here in Riyadh.
Liquid, and we have the wonderful Yanya. Yanya, it is the grand finals. Are you excited and ready to play?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to win.
How many games do you think you can do it in? Obviously, it being match point format.
How many games we can do?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna end in maybe 8, 9 games.
Oh, Yanya's
Figure
thinking
usually
8 or
it's
9
7 with a
games.
50-point
Now,
match
Yanya,
format.
If you could crush
Match point format.
one team's key at the Esports World Cup, who would it be?
Of course, Falcons. We all want to crush Falcons key.
Look,
If
they wanna
Falcons
crush the
don't
Falcons,
win,
and
their
I
key
believe,
is
you know what, Liquid could do it,
1,000%
Yanya.
going into
Thank
the
you for
trophy.
chatting
Y'all
to
know
us,
that,
and
right,
best
chat?
of luck for you today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I am here with one of the best IGLs in the world. We have Sweet from LG. I am so excited to be chatting with you guys today. Now, obviously, it is match point grand finals today. How many games do you reckon you'll do it in?
7 or 8.
We're going to go 7 and 8. That seems to be the thing now. Now, I want to ask you, what preparations did you make for today?
You know, nothing different than any other LAN. You know, 2 weeks of boot camp followed up with a bunch of time in the practice room and just as many scrims and TDMs as we can play.
And Sweet, what character are you going to play today?
Bangalore.
Bangalore, you heard it here first. Now, this has been Sweet from Luminosity. We're going to wish them the best of luck through to the grand finals. Good luck, guys. I am here with Strafing Flame from Twisted Minds, one of the best players, I would dare say, in the Apex South region. Strafing, how are we feeling going into today's games?
Good, good, good. Not nervous at all, so I think we'll be fine.
Not nervous at all. That is spoken like a true champion. Now, how many games do you reckon you can do match point format in?
Oh, I don't want to be overconfident, but I think we can do it in 6.
Hey, in 6. Let's feel it. Okay, boy.
One last thing. What character are you going to play today, Strafing?
The classic, or no changes, just Watson's here.
Yes, I love that. Just sticking with the classic, sticking what we're good with. Now, this has been Strafing Flame from Twisted Minds. And I must say, Twisted Minds probably got the best swag I have seen around.
I love
the
their
whole
jerseys,
EWC.
man. Those
I wish you nothing but the best of luck. I'm
pinstripes
sure
are sick.
Apex South wishes you nothing but the best of luck as well. And it's good to see you. Thanks, Strafing.
Each team fighting for a different legacy there. Strafing Flame trying to bring it home to his region. LG Sweet trying to win his first LAN and get back in that conversation of best IGLs in the world. And of course, Yanya talking about Liquid Alienware, who reminds us all that there is a club championship also going on. The winner receives $7 million. Second place, $4 million. Currently, Liquid Alienware is in second place.
But they
that
need to
would
win
be
one.
massive if they win, because they'd be eligible to take the top prize.
Right, that's a place that they don't hoist themselves into yet without a win. Everyone else sitting 3rd through 7th down our club championship, of course, already has a win on their belt, so a unique proposition for them.
Gaming Gladiators in that conversation too, so we'll keep an eye and update you as this match continues to roll on. But let's start previewing our regions who are participating today. $600,000 for first place. That means a lot to a lot of these different regions, as we've got 5 representing. I'll start off with a region that $600,000 would mean a lot. South America. You know, they've had different changes with their pro league, and we've seen South America only bring 2 teams to EWC. But what's a great story about that? Well, 2 of them, they qualified for finals.
The 2
In
of
Group
them
A
are
and
here,
Group B,
baby.
They were the last day finishers and found a way at the end of the day to secure a victory and a spot, kicking teams like TSM, Na'Vi, NIP into the losers bracket and ultimately not into the finals. This means that South America has an opportunity for a region that has been a bit bereft of resources and opportunities traditionally in esports to get a huge injection of financial stability. What would that mean for South America in general, guys? That would be massive. And I know Dragons and, of course, Echolos are looking to make a statement. But there's another team, another region that has been looking to make a statement ever since Apex Legends began. And that's EMEA.
I mean, it has been a journey if you're an EMEA fan like myself, but maybe even a larger one for some of these players. I mean, for ExoClan, we're talking just a few weeks ago. This is a team that potentially misses out on the opportunity, 3rd in our EWC qualifiers. They make a slight swap with Passion UA and jump into 2nd coming out of our groups. Swinny, Slayers, they've been into these situations before. Fuda and MNK Demon to join alongside them. For Game and Gladiators, they've been around these last few splits as well, alongside roster names such as Omit here. Blast, Light, Lufka, hecka experience there. Lufka himself, even in year 3, almost had the opportunity to hoist an international trophy alongside Ascend. But we got to talk about some of those potential winners within this region. For FaZe, they've kind of come out of nowhere, or maybe just the challenger circuit. Arctic, Cinetic, roster names such as Blue Whites, now an explosive lead here at EWC. Nags, though, an experienced pro alongside them that could potentially cut the difference. But when we talk experience, well, we gotta talk alliance. This is the team, the expectations, the hockey's unlucky effect, the roster that has arguably the best potential out of anyone else in this region to potentially walk away with their first international title.
So many amazing stories in EMEA. We'll see if they can get their first one as well. I know the region will be looking for that win, but APAC South, we've already seen winners come from that region. Dark Zero had Jen Burton and, of course, Zero as well, alongside Sharky when they were Reignite. They won in Sweden. They've now gone to be North America. Can APAC South get back on top?
I think they can, and we have to start with LGD Gaming, one of our Chinese representatives, Mingyu, LD, and Feiju. Little fun story about Feiju. He actually qualified for one of our first ever Apex lands all the way back in 2020.
Wow.
Problem was, we had a little bit of a shutdown and everything got canceled. He's been grinding ever since, and he got that opportunity last year at our Split 2 playoffs. He's made every single land since then with this exact same roster. That's rare in Apex, and they've only continued to elevate. Can they be a team that surprises everybody today? But a team that balled out yesterday, it's going to be Guild. They won our LCQ. This is a team of Jesto and
just thinking about
Legacy, who
Strafing
placed
Flame
top 10 at our LA land. They add MT.
Has
not
gone
only
to
one of the most
grand finals
accomplished IGLs in Apex South history,
with
but
4
in
different
all of
rosters
Apex
now.
Legends. So with him on the roster, does that elevate them from being a team that is competitive all the way to a team that can maybe win? And
Well,
then
not
finally,
now. We already
have
had done so with this iteration
Twisted
last
Minds,
year, but
the team who can potentially take the whole thing. This is a roster that, I mean, when you have Strafing Flame as your IGL, Easy Flash as your fragger, and Player K as your support, this is a team that is absolutely deadly. They've placed 3rd at Champs, 5th in
talk
LA,
that shit.
and as you've mentioned many times at this very tournament, they've been able to keep pace with Falcons, winning 2 games in Group A and doing it early enough that maybe if it was a match point lobby, Falcons hadn't ended it yet. And so if they can keep on that pace, could they be the team that maybe is able to dethrone the super team?
Guild, SSG, Twisted Minds, Falcons.
Twisted Minds going to be the ones to do it.
Repeat one
Bet
over the
money.
course of our 3 days here, so that's looking good for APAC South. Now, Lauren, there's one region we've always got to talk about because they seem to be lifting trophy after trophy after trophy. That's North America.
And you're talking about my repeat winners. Yes, let's mention them some more. I mean, you said SSG. I also want to talk about Mizuchi, but SSG, we watched them play out of LCQ yesterday, and it was like they finally woke up. They definitely struggled in the group phase, and now we saw what they could bring to the table yesterday. We've got Zainu Phony and Koifel ready to take on this competition. They won't have any starting points like some of our other teams in this lobby will, so it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them, but I think they're well equipped to do so. Then on the other side of things, we have Mizuchi, we've got Waltzy, we have Guild, and we have It's Timmy. I mean, this is a stacked roster itself. One of the best fighting teams in the game. They're out of Group B in 4th place, so they will have some of those additional points. Definitely somebody to be keeping our eyes on.
How much do the points really matter now that we're going to 60,
there's
though?
still more rosters. We got to hear an interview with them. Liquid is the next one up. Okay, we've got Yanya, Niazul, and Jaguares, and this is a squad that just slays out like nobody's business. Absolute killing machines. And I even saw a tweet from Yanya the other day talking about your South American choices as well, saying all the Latin American teams have now qualified to finals. That is huge. But then, of course, the creme de la creme, the team everybody has their eyes on, the one we all picked to win the whole thing, Team Falcons, Imperial Hal, Jen Burton, Zero. The absolute super team that has proven that why we call them the super team, whether that is in Pro League, whether that's literally here on day one of their group, they are terrifying, whether it's with the support of the crowd, whether it's the support of chat, or it's all of us being like, they're unbeatable. They are, in my mind, a clear favorite.
And there's no doubt about it. They have won Split 2 Pro League. They have won Split 2 Regional Finals. This is their first LAN test. Can they do it again? Everything bodes well for them doing it. But of course,
we're going to go intro teams
on the day. That's what makes this exciting. For me, APAC North is also a region that has been hovering. We've seen 3 regions take it: APAC South, North America, and obviously APAC North, and Reject winning in Los Angeles. But coming back again, APAC North looks a little bit different. We don't have Crazy Raccoon representing. They didn't make it in, so our LAN winners aren't here. But you know who is here? A team that's been here for a very long time. Fnatic. They are a squad alongside GHS that have been so consistent in this tournament, playing Apex Legends kind of like you would say the San Antonio Spurs back in the day when they're going up against Kobe. It was a clinical form of almost European style basketball, and they play good, sound Apex. They may not be the flashiest, but Yuka has been known to find himself in those final circles time and time again, 3rd place at championships beforehand, and really, I think, being a leader in the APAC North space. All of this means that we've got a lot of teams that we need to look out for. 5 regions vying for that exclusive prize. And guess what? There's an MVP.
Is it time for us to see it?
And they win $50,000. Lives will be changed today. You better believe it. All right, guys, let's start getting into it because, of course, we start on different maps, but we're not switching the same way that we were.
We do every other map, right?
Of map switch. It is going to be World's Edge, then Storm Point, and right back to World's Edge, Lauren. We are not doing any Kings Canyon, Broken Moon, or Olympus today.
We're going back to the classics, okay? When we get to the match point finals, we're giving our players exactly what they're comfortable with, although they don't get 2 in a row. They're going to be bouncing back and forth between them, which I think will keep things fresh.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this is one of those things.
4 game crashes because we're going back and forth. Thoughts?
Usually we're going 2 and 2, so now we're going 1 and 1. So you got to be even more efficient when you get that map that is better for you, aka Alliance on Storm Point, who average about 13 points per game. Jayhawk, let's take a look at our drop spots here. Let's bring back the wall. If you've been joining us all week, you know exactly what this is. A lot of love online for this little piece here. But what's
Aurora and SSG contesting, huh?
World's Edge to start.
Once again, you guys know I love contesting.
EXO
and up in the top
Black
right, we have
List
a big
International.
one. Space Station Gaming versus Aurora at Climatizer. We actually got to see this a little bit in LA. It didn't fully break through as Aurora lost early and decided to leave. Will that happen again, or can Aurora get their revenge? And then over here at Harvester, we've got a battle between EMEA, Blacklist International, and EXO Clan. That one is going to be a good one because Harvester is very quick. You have to drop in, grab the loot, and instantly win the fight because it's a small POI.
Ben, any notes here? Thermal, obviously, where Alliance prefers, they get their preferred drop. Sky West, where Falcons prefer, they get their preferred drop as well.
Yeah, most of the teams in our top performance alongside Twisted Minds as well take away the same POIs we saw them excel at within our original group stages.
It's going to be a great time. I think a lot of us feel Falcons might just do it, but it could be anybody. So why don't you join us and make
Twisted
a prediction
Minds,
with our
baby, I'm telling you.
Play.gg.
Bet against the grain.
Is going to take it. Well, at the end of the day, guys, this is one of those special, special moments. $50,000 for an MVP, $600,000 for the team winner, and most importantly, a chance to become an indelible part of Apex Legends history. I think it's time for us to crown an Esports World Cup champion.
Let's get it, chat. No announcers? I'm about to say. All right, they got to do it big for the final one, right? I keep going back and forth on how I really feel about the gold triangle. Like at one point I kind of feel like, oh, we gave all these teams gold triangles a flex. I don't know. I feel like there should be a hype man here. I'm not gonna lie. See all the teams getting ready on the sides, though.
Welcome back, everyone, to Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, We the People. Today is the day. This championship.
So has the other guy been like bouncing back and forth between events or what?
Where teams have to hit 60 points and win one more game to be crowned the winners. 20 teams have been eliminated over the last 3 days with some of the most intense Apex the world has ever seen. But it's not over, not yet. Today, 60 players, 20 teams, $2 million, but only one winner. It's time to bring out our teams with Alliance and Gaming Gladiators!
Oh. Bringing them out 2 at a time. I was like, what are we doing?
Dragons, Esports, and DMS! Blacklist International and
Zolo's Laser. I would love to see it, man. Imagine if an SA team somehow wins, bro.
Exo Clan and GHS Professional. FaZe Clan and LGD Gaming. Space Station Gaming and Guild Esports.
Hey, hey,
Luminosity and Aurora. Fnatic and Mizuchi.
So many good teams today, man. Mizuchi, another one that I wouldn't mind seeing walking away with the dub today. Waltz, he deserve. I wouldn't want to say deserve it yet because he's like new into the IGL role, but I would love to see him win one.
Elevate Bleed. Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. This tournament is more than just a tournament. It is a true testament to how far esports have come. Players have flown from all over the world to Riyadh for an opportunity of a lifetime. This is truly a moment that they will never forget and one that we will always remember. Only one team will be crowned the champions, but all teams will be showing the world why Apex is one of the greatest esports in the history of the game. Who will be that champion? It's time to
I
find
don't know
out,
about
because
all that,
this
big
is
dog. That's kind of a bold claim. I can say it's the best BR. I'm cool with that.
Our group stage performance was pretty good. I feel like we didn't really start off like that well. The first 2 or 3 games we could have done better, especially the first one. So I definitely think we could have done more than 140 points. One thing we want to make sure that, in finals, that we don't start off slow.
We didn't expect to be here this last minute, over the moon with how we performed. It's like a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's surreal to be here.
When it comes to like performing in finals and making sure that we get first place, it's not really extra pressure. I feel like I've been playing for 5 years the same game, and
He's been in this position time and time again.
Even though it might be a little bit higher than it is like before in my previous teams, I still think it doesn't add anything and it doesn't bother any of us. So I think we'll be fine.
Going into finals, we've always said we're just gonna focus on ourselves. Like, we don't care about other teams, we don't care about anything else. Like, for us, it's all about us. Like, as long as we play our game and do what we need to do, we can win.
I think top 5 is sort of like the floor. It's like, I think if we don't place top 5 is like gonna be a pretty disappointing performance. I'd say top 5.
I like that goal though. I think that's fair for where like the talent that they have on that roster.
For sure.
All about floor.
Falcons
But I think that would be considered like a
very
good finish
team.
for them.
They're at the top of the ladder, but in the finals, anything can happen. It's like, I don't think the gap is that big between a lot of teams. So it just comes down to the day, like how you show up, how you feel, and as long as you get some momentum, anyone can win. Hopefully it's us though.
I don't think they're untouchable. I think they are a super team. I think they're 3 of the best players in the world and 3 of the only players to win a LAN, or multiple LANs. But to say that any team in a battle royale is untouchable, I think is unreasonable or unrealistic. It's a game that a lot of it is out of your control. So I think
You
they're
can
very, very
only
beatable,
control
and I
so
think that
much, but
there's
they
a
are
lot of teams
definitely
in
the
this
best
tournament
at
that can
controlling what they can
For my
control.
opponents is get used to playing for second, I guess.
We finally arrived, everybody. It is Sunday.
All right,
here
so
in
if
Rio at the
Falcons win,
Esports World
who are
Cup,
the
and
3
Apex Legends
teams
has captured the imagination of so
that
many
go in the
teams, players,
trophy?
and fans
And if
across
anybody
the globe. But
else
this is what
wins,
it's all about.
who are the
Our
2
grand
teams
finals
besides
lobby. We have
Falcons
20 teams
that
sat
go in the
on
trophy?
that main stage right now who are about to play for the lion's share of $2 million. Onset and Gaskin going to take you through the first couple of games here as we get this grand finals underway. We got to talk about the format though and how things are going to be working today, Dan, because there's a little twist on some things that maybe some of our viewers of long-term esports competition in
And
Apex
can
Legends
they
will just
only
have
get
to
the
kind of be
pieces
reminded of.
from
It is
this
gonna be
lobby,
match
or
point
can it be
format,
the
something that a
pieces
lot
from
of
any
viewers
lobby?
will be used to seeing.
So I feel like
However,
if
it's gonna be a
Mizuchi wins,
60-point threshold
you
rather
should
than
really
50
take
you might have seen in
Falcons,
previous competition.
DSG,
And also what's different is 18 teams in the lobby will be starting
and
with
Guild.
points
You
from
know what
their
I'm saying?
performances in the group stage. That's a little bit different to usually. It would only be 10 teams starting with those points. So if you finished first in your group, you get 9 points. Second got 8 points. Third 7, and the rest is pretty simple. It's there on your screen. So even though the threshold has risen to 60, we have a lot more teams with those advantage points here. So there is still a good opportunity. We could get teams on match point after just a few matches.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense start to the day for sure. Understandably, a lot of eyes are on Falcons. You can see them right at the top of the leaderboards there. But I just want to kind of build what this means and what every game means, every point means when it comes to the end of this tournament. First place is going to take home $600,000. Second place will be $375,000. And as crazy as it sounds, we could have a battle, a 3v3 straight up between 2 teams to decide who takes home the difference of $225,000. One fight could change how much money you take home. It is absolutely wild, the amount of money that is on the line here for these teams.
The difference of when you first started playing video games and it's just about getting yelled at by your teammates or by your parents, and now it's a battle for hundreds and thousands of dollars, and one mistake could lose you that cash, but one historic moment, one magic moment could guarantee you hundreds and thousands of dollars. It is going to be a very nervous time for a lot of these players on the stage, but it's not like these guys have not done it before. We have the best players from around the world. You heard Pete's talking about it in his intro. They've flown from every aspect of this globe just to make sure they can be here on one of the biggest stages.
And I think just to highlight something you said there, you know, this is the Esports World Cup. It's a worldwide competition, and we have worldwide representation from all of our regions in this lobby. One of the best
every region in
EMEA
here,
region.
2 from
We've
or we have at
so,
least 2
so
from
long
every
to have
region.
so many teams in this lobby,
which is pretty
we
cool.
also have our South American teams who have made it through as well. We have APAC North, APAC South, and of course North America as well. It is a real beautiful mixing pot of regions that have made it through to this finals, which makes it feel even more special than it would have previously.
Yeah, and it starts off as region versus region and everyone kind of banding together, but once we get into these games, you can forget about any friendships, any alliances you might have, because it is everyone for themselves. It is a battle royale. 19 keys will be crushed, and only 1 key will be put into that totem at the very end of things here. I'm so excited to see who is really going to take this lobby at the start, because we've had very different group stages and last chance where certain teams would start off hot, then they dwindle away, or a slow start and then they'd explode towards the latter stages. It is not a guaranteed 10 matches now. It's match point format, which means that once you have reached that 60-point threshold, you just have to win a match following. We could be done here after 4. We could be done here after 5, or we could be done here after 12 or 13, and that's the beauty
I
of this
don't
format.
think there's any way this thing goes longer than 8.
Expect in this grand finals lobby. It's only right that we kind of talk about the journey to get here, right? We had 2 groups go up against each
I just
other,
don't
top
see
9
it.
qualifying
Because either
to
Falcons
this
win it
stage that you
quick
see
or
on your
someone
screens
beats
right
them
now,
to
our
it, and
grand
we'll
finals.
need to do it quick.
We had 2 teams eliminated respectively from one of the groups, one from each of those groups. We also then yesterday had the last chance qualifier. One of the craziest lobbies we have seen in such a long time. So much jeopardy, so much nervous, anxious energy inside of some of those rotates, team fights, whatever it was. Everybody went through it yesterday. But when the dust settled, it was Guild, Esports, and Space Station who gave themselves the opportunity and who grasped the opportunity to join the qualifiers from day 1 and 2 in this grand finals lobby. And I've talked about how the emotions of yesterday were draining. You know, it was a lot of almost negative emotion, right? It was stress for a lot of these teams. Well, today is different. Today feels special. Today is about becoming a champion and making some history.
I did just see, by the way, on my screen, a map saying slightly outdated, because there has been changes. We're just waiting for all the players to get ready, by the way, but with handshakes coming through, it looks like they're
All
getting
right,
locked
let's get ready to
and they're
drop.
getting
Where are we
loaded.
dropping,
But
boys?
those drop spots are going to be interesting, because I've heard rumors that EXL have maybe decided not to let anyone know where they're going to be dropping, and I'm expecting a contest to come through from them. It looks like that we are guaranteed at least one contest to happen here on World's Edge, so you know full well it's going to be a very exciting start here to the first match.
One thing I'm certainly keeping my eye on
Looks
right
like we
now
got
is
tech
the
something
emotions
going
and the
on for these
reactions and
Zolos.
what all these players look like as they head into this game number 1. Some look a little bit nervous, some look completely locked in, and most of the teams on this stage, and I would say all of the teams on this stage, know what is on the line. This is what they play for.
And you speak about nerves, you speak about these players, and can they have that chance to be the biggest, the best? Are they going to step up? Are they going to be a champion? There is only one way to find out, and it's right here, it's right now.
Well, here we go then, everybody. It looks like we are loading into our first game of our grand finals here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. And like I mentioned, Apex Legends certainly has not disappointed. We are live, and it's time for us to get our match point finals underway.
All right, underway, baby.
Team Falcons reign
Game
supreme and
number
continue
1.
their dominance from the group stages, or will someone step
Let's
up
start
to
it
the
off
plate
with a
to
Twisted
take them
Minds
down?
dub,
The likes
baby.
Of Alliance, Twisted Mind, or will it be Guild and SSG who got promoted from that last chance qualifier to now being finalists here at Esports
Imagine
World
with one of the two LCQ teams, though, comes out with a dub
Understandably so,
game
we're
1.
gonna take our attentions to the north of
Instantly
World's
inserts
Edge
themselves
here to
towards the
start
top of the
things off.
leaderboard.
SSG and Aurora, we were expecting maybe a little bit of a contest, but it actually looks like we might have a, shall we say, agreement that's taken place, because it looks like SSG will have this to themselves.
SSG to themselves and Aurora have taken Skyhook East. And remember, Team Falcons over at Skyhook West, and there are players over towards Skyhook very close to one another. So that's an interesting decision from Aurora, and we'll see
Where
how
did
it
his
plays off,
Zolos
as
land?
GHS are going to be the closest team, by the way, to SSG that you were speaking of. Now, zone-wise, we're going to be heading down a little bit further southeast, maybe closer towards Lava Siphon, Grandma's house, and that kind of area.
It's going to be a long day of action. I've got the feeling we're going to be like 9, 10, 11 games. We had a little friendly conversation about how many games we thought it would be in the green
So
room.
it starts
before we got
off
underway
probably
here as we
looking
take a look
towards...
at our map overhead. A lot of 6s and 7s. I went for 9.
Actually,
I think it's going to
Kaiser?
be long today.
It's hard not to go with 6s and 7s when you've seen how the likes of Falcons, the likes of Alliance have been playing, and how quickly they got onto essentially match point in the group stages, how quickly they got to that 60-point threshold. Now, looking at the map overhead, and as I mentioned, around Lava Siphon, Grandma's house is where we're going to see people start to traverse towards. FaZe Clan have a ring console to work with at Monument, so they'll be able to be one of the quick movers as well. But they're looking over
Appear
towards
offline, so we don't
Skyhook.
have Steam
Falcons have not
notifications
taken a fight
pop up.
against
My
Aurora.
bad,
There was
chat.
that
My bad,
discussion, I
my
think,
bad.
in the pre-game, or certainly leading up to these finals. If anyone takes Skyhook East, we will fight you off drop to try and ensure that we have this POI.
I would say one of the most unpredictable teams when it comes to drops is Aurora. You're never quite sure what to expect, and they can catch you off guard. So Falcons.
I feel like we're probably good here on
bummed up when it
sound,
comes to
right?
those
Like y'all
first
can hear the
fighters, but looking at
broadcast,
kill
but it's not
feed right now,
overbearing
you
if
can
I
see
talk as well.
Wonderful people on your screen right now. GG Gaming Gladiators have already managed to pick up 1 kill and get that finish. And most importantly, Dan, they've got Grandma's house, which is one of the priority positions to have for this zone.
Yeah, that was a fight that was happening.
FaZe
because
and Twisted
people were
Minds.
trying to find Prior right in the
Come
start
on,
of this
boys.
game. LGD will lose 1, but they
Let's
are
start
still
this thing
alive
off with a good little
as we look
squad
over
wipe.
towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds. I mean, we saw the attempted handshake and then the taken back of the handshake.
I was rattled.
One of the best things
absolutely rattled
that you could see. And Twisted Minds are a real competitor to Falcons based off what we saw on day 1. Remember, on day 1, they were able to get first, second, first. It looked like they were going to be the team, but then Falcons came fighting back.
Well, Elevate Bleed need to be very, very careful here. You saw Zach Mazer kind of just dropping in front of FaZe, and by doing so, lost all of his shields, but has managed to keep his life. Elsewhere, you can see Guild having a little bit of an interaction on the map as they will take down a member of Exo Clan. And speaking of which, we're going to move over to that fight right now as Guild are looking to push this advantage that they have. Jesco gets another one onto Slayers, and now it should just be 1 member remaining.
So the likes of Guild, the likes of SSG, remember, no starting points for them. So it is all about catch-up. An early start would be everything for them as Exo back up to 2. And Swinny is the one who has the armor right now. He needs to hold for his team.
Feud are going to be able to get a medkit off, you would imagine, as Swinny will hold. And it was Guild who had to just back off of that fight for a few seconds, as one player was knocked. And now Legacy's got to be careful. Getting back to his friends would be lovely.
Overextend.
Should be able to be reset. So Exo Clan are going
Exo's
to
gonna push the fuck out of that, though.
Fnatic have just been eliminated off screen as well. They will be the first team to fall as this fight just continues between Exo and the team in front.
Oh,
Okay,
Swinny's got to get in here.
Oh,
he's swinging.
For good reason, you'd think, to try and catch Guild off guard, but it does not work out. Exo eliminated, but Guild were about to be pressured.
Hey, no. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
I mean, look at the pace of the
Damn,
game,
Xolo's
right?
laser taking down Twisted Minds.
That's Twisted Minds, who
Wow.
will be eliminated. One of the standouts from the group stages will lose their lives early. And my goodness, that has been quite the start, quite the ruckus, just to the north of Lava Siphon.
It's because a lot of the teams dropping on the south or the center of the map can all move very quickly to where this zone's going to be finishing. And it is one of those zones where it is fairly easy to read, certainly for Zone 3, knowing it's going to be around Grandma's house. So everyone's fighting for these big positions because they know it could be a game-winning position if you can get one of these areas.
GG, the team who are holding down Grandma's at the moment. She'll face just down the hill from them in the adjacent building, and now we see another move towards the skies from Elevate. They're going to be able to find a place inside of Bar here, so they'll be good for quite a while as well. You can see they have console information, so they're going to be pretty happy with this spot. Elsewhere, just a couple of teams to note who are in and around the area. You have X-Cholo's Laser, who are holding down the choke between Fragment and the Ridge at the moment. Team Liquid, one of my dark horses to succeed today. Well, unfortunately, it looks like they might not be succeeding in this fight. They've already lost one.
Lost one, so they are just going to try and get out of dodge here and escape and maybe see if they can play things as a 2. If not, try and recover that banner a little bit later. You can see Timmy and the rest of the squad of Mizuchi were the team that was putting down the damage.
We're seeing a lot of fighting in Ring 1 for a grand finals
lobby.
lobby.
Side, of course, we're approaching from Stacks and from Maud, and you want to be the team that gets to that.
We have
choke point
11
first,
players
so
who've
you
already
can
been
be in that
eliminated.
spot to get the extra KP when
That's
teams
wild.
arrive. But Liquid now need to try and rescue things here. Are playing an interesting composition, are going to be playing the Conduit here as well, and we're going to see a few composition changes across the board as we look back at how EXL
Did they just
were
not
able to
hear-
get a lot of damage done in their initial fight, and it was Twisted Minds taken out.
I guess I don't understand how they got walked up on that easy.
Potential fight though, Aurora. This is where they spend a lot of their time in Apex Legends, just on the edge of zone, and sometimes dipping more than a toe inside of it. On the other side of this is going to be Blacklist International, and as you can see, they're playing some crypto. EMP will go out. Shots coming in here from Moiraine, and it's going to be Kajak who gets that first knock, and now he's looking for his second, and we'll find it.
I think if you ask me, an underdog today, Aurora would be one of those, and they are certainly a team that could disrupt the big boys in this lobby, and they've been able to win that engagement for the most part. Yes, it's not going to be a clean wipe, but they will get some KP. 2 to be exact. It's going to be JMW and Jacko going down. Hiaka having to retreat here as the Crypto. Now, pointing out cryptos, we have 3 cryptos in the lobby, 12 Watsons in the lobby, so those cryptos are going to make a big difference in those final circles.
You can also see, speaking of being able to
12
get banners and get people back
Watsons
into the
today.
game, that's what Guild have done right now.
That's
They
a
get
fucking
Legacy back onto his feet, out of the
Significant
dropship,
increase. I feel like
and ready
usually we
to
don't
entertain
see like,
those
what,
people
6
who
or
are watching
7
at home
of
who
them.
certainly are Guild fans. What a performance it was. from
Even
the
like
team
back in the
yesterday,
day in
going
APAC
through the
North
LCQ,
lobbies.
the brutal lobby, and managing to secure not just a qualification spot, but first place as well. And I think confidence is going to be a huge thing for them today. Knowing what they did yesterday, they're going to feel like they can take on the world.
And whilst at the moment it says Guild are in second place, remember there is starting points for the majority of the lobby here. We will have those added to the graphics shortly. But right now, Guild is all about trying to find themselves in a good position in the early games here so they can catch those teams who have those starting points. Because if you start to drift too far behind, you're going to struggle.
Blacklist International have just been eliminated, so that will be the end of their game number 1. The damage was done by Aurora, and the finishing touches was added by them as well. Look at the kill feed though. GG getting a knock onto SSG. SSG had a great comeback yesterday, but a team we haven't seen since that first day who put up a monumental amount of points is the tournament favourites. Falcons on our screen right now, and having worked their way all the way from Sky West, you can see that they're going to have info, they're going to have evos, and they're going to be playing a hard edge game here and looking to fight their way to zone.
Yeah, I'll be interested to go back to that Falcons rotation rotation a little bit later. Right now it's Elevate, Bleed, SSG, FaZe, all in and around Grandma's house and surrounding areas, just kind of having a little pop at one another, maybe seeing if any damage can lead to a push to take, ideally, a better position than you might hold right now.
We can see that Koifel was able to get back to his feet thanks to his teammates. Zach Mason now looking to take a little bit of ground himself. Interesting to see what this zone does actually pull, by the way. It could be pulling down to the low ground between Lava Siphon and Geyser, where we saw a couple of finishes yesterday, or it could just shift back up to where we see some of our teams located at the moment. Sometimes it finishes in and around the trench that you can see in front of you as well, as we see a conversation about who should have the ult accelerant taking place between Koifel and Zainu, and it looks like Koifel is going to...
So is this where things calm down? I'm so mad that fucking Twisted Minds is out, man.
Falcons are approaching from the north, but they're well aware that Aurora are not far behind. So Falcons need to decide how they want to do this. Do they want to go through the tunnel over towards Geyser and maybe try and completely avoid Aurora altogether? Because if they take too long trying to approach through these chokes on the north, they will be pinched and Aurora will shortly join them. So there has to be a quick decision about how they want to get into this circle.
Well, here we see a zipline. It's based off of the knock that came in from Jaguares and Team Liquid Alienware looking to clean up onto Guild. And Guild, who have spent a lot of the time in this game kind of scrambling to assert themselves in any spot. Well, they're back there again. 2 knocks come in, 1 finish has already come in as well, and Guild Esports will be eliminated. Team Liquid Alienware starting this one off hot.
And that's one of the benefits of having Jaguares on the conduit, being able to get that support banner, be able to get that player back in the game, and Team Liquid looks like they never even mind losing the first player because they're back up to a full 3. Team Liquid are one of those teams who are extremely good at fighting when they are confidently pushing you as well. They are more
It's going to be an interesting zone read because this one can
they
still
have
really
any sort
pull
of damage
anyway.
advantage.
They are my dark horse for today. I'm just going to say that. But now they're in game number 1, so nobody can say that I cheated.
I kind of like where Dragon's posted at, though, because they
points
currently have
coming
cover
before I
and they
made
can
that
still kind of
statement.
rotate
Back to
depending on where this
the
thing
point of view
pulls
of
at.
Falcons, Owen. You mentioned
Going
this
more
little
towards
battle might be
Alliance.
developing between
Interesting.
them and Aurora. Well, we're seeing some poke damage being done at the moment, and Falcons, good news for them is they are aware
And
of that
Alliance
position.
are already
They
taking
can
up like a
hold out
bunch
Aurora
of
here, but if
space
they
in
make
that
too
last,
much
or in that
noise,
next ring.
It will maybe encourage teams that are just south of them to join in. And again, that pinch could happen. They want to probably force Aurora into the tunnel and into Geyser to make them go around, because then Falcons will dominate this northern side. Or you just go brute force and you take this fight here and now.
Isn't it interesting as well? This is a fight that Aurora probably look at and go, hey, we're coming in with 2 reds and a purple here. Anyone who's in front of us, we feel like we'll be able to bully and take the fight. But the difference is, you saw, I think it was 1 red and 2 purple, so it's not going to be easy as SSG decide it's time to take this spot away from Elevate Bleed. Shots coming in and the break will come in as well. Koifel will fall and Zainu now left on his own. And all of a sudden, after getting the first knock, here comes even more teams, and Elevate Bleed survive, but SSG will not.
And it looks like Elevate Bleed might
Bro,
be shortly
our
behind
South
them as well
American
here. The last
squads
player
have
will go
shown
down.
up
It's
to
13
play.
squads left, by the way.
Dragons
Those
like,
two
you know
haven't
what?
even
We'll go
closed.
ahead
This
and
has
third
been
party that. That sounds
such
pretty
an
good.
explosive start to this lobby, and I don't know if that's down to nerves, that's down to the zone, but there is something in the water right now. As DRG
Oh,
also
shit, Sleep's
taking
in
a
trouble.
lot of damage after their aggression. There's just always that extra team, it seems. Everyone trying to get that extra bit of KP.
Yeah, I love the idea, though, from DRG there. You know, Dragons just fly down and clean up the damage. Easy third party for them, and have Zip to get back up top as well. Falcons, 2 reds for them at the moment. It looks like they are making their rotate through Geyser. Now, they will be pretty confident to take a fight in this position. They know that they have the armor to work with. They know they've got the guns to work with as well. So it's all about getting that first knock for them at the moment. That Gen's going to slow things down for them. The Watson
Damn.
always makes these pushes a little bit more staggered.
The good news is that Aurora are not behind Falcons here, so this is a clean 3v3 fight right now, and you can see they're trying to push their advantage. Once those Watson fences go down, they can continue to march through and take space.
Well, they killed the first Gen. The only problem is it's popped back up again, and now on the other side of this, they're burning a little bit. EXL trying to hold off the push from Falcons, who you can see are just trying to force their way into a position.
Bro, Falcons are just trying to say, you know what, this is our house and we want
On the
it.
other side of this, Zero's going to blind fire, but not much of a connection.
Zone is coming in, so now Falcons have to try and reconsider their approach here, and you can see Zero going for a little bit of a flank, utilizing the Bangalore smoke so that he can take an angle with the rest of the team, and just like that, they
And now
are
they're gonna
out
sit
of the
outside this building.
But now they're a little bit exposed to other squads. LGD and GHS are both in the same area at the moment.
Yeah, but are they going to push out that way
Trying
is
to
the real
reposition,
question.
trying to
Alliance
reset
fighting
at the moment
Mizuchi.
Elsewhere, as we move our way towards the big Maw choke, you can see Timmy and Co trying to have a little bit of a scrap there to win that one. That's going to be Mizuchi versus Alliance that takes place. But back to this fight that we've been continuing to watch, and this focus in and around the Geyser area. GHS Professional are in there as well. Extralos Laser and Legend Gaming, like we mentioned. LGD are going to be there. Team Falcons have tried to kind of skip ahead of this traffic at the moment. They've done a pretty good job of doing so.
Yeah, this Falcons rotation has been a good one to watch, but Mizuchi are going to be the next team they potentially come up against. Zero versus Waltzy is definitely a fight I like to see happen on my screen.
In-game, but only one winner out of it.
Now we're going to have to see whether they can actually get through that choke. Elsewhere, you can see the likes of Team Liquid are within this next zone, but this area over towards Geyser, by the way, is going to be so tough to try and escape from.
Well, LGD, who made a quick rotate to this spot, well, you can see exactly why they might have some problems in the next few moments of this game. Armor's not good for this stage of the game. Feiju's still on white armor on the Bangalore here, and they haven't just been able to get in a position to put out any damage. Now this rotate is going to be so tough as the zone pulls
They're sitting with a
As
napkin
reminder,
and 2
the
blues,
point score
dude.
you see under the player cam is just the match score for now. It will be updated to the series score as we go into match 2 today, as GHS are starting to approach. Remember, Falcons are nearby, but it looks like Falcons are moving ahead of them. This is where the evac towers now come into play, and everyone starts to make their move.
GHS trying to get up the evac tower. One player going to fall. Wabu is down for Rufa, almost down as well. And one Tappy, well, he's only got one bar of shields, so not a lot to play with here for them, as Falcons are trying to use those grenades to flush them down on the low ground. GHS Professional will be eliminated. Now, elsewhere on the north side of things, we see the likes of Gaming Gladiators and Extralos Laser trying to leave the bridge area as LGD Gaming now. They're trying to take the bottom of the bridge just to the south.
Yeah, this bridge area is a hot quality at the moment as LGD as
Zolo's laser out.
EXL will fall. 11 squads now remain, which is probably good because there is not much room to play here.
This is going to be pulling down on the low ground here. It might just actually shift up a little bit higher than we're expecting. LGD did manage to get some sort of a reset, as GG won't be able to say the same. They will be eliminated. We're down to 10 squads now.
It's crazy that like no one's really putting up, so it's like you're getting a couple points from a few teams, but they're
already Evos, they're going to be dangerous.
Some heavy hitters still left in this lobby. Aurora, Alliance, FaZe Clan, Team Falcons.
Okay, so the scores at the top aren't including their points.
Down.
Those are just their points for this game.
Full. It's 6 kills now.
Otherwise, I'm
Well, the big
confused.
thing here for them
I think the bar's
was
broken.
still on his feet. He's on the lifeline. He can get that res almost immediately here for Aurora. Elsewhere, you can see Team Liquid trying to move in, and it will be Alliance who fall.
Alliance fall, but it's not all done yet. But Liquid turn around. They get the core swaps, and they can still do the damage here. Niesel and Jaguar is trying to work together. Can they get the final kill? Yes, with some help
Armor
from
swap?
elsewhere.
Nice.
Dragons Esports eliminated in the meantime. Liquid trying to survive. Niazul decides, I have to get out of here. And on the Pathfinder, hits the grapple under pressure.
Wow.
LG looking to chase them down, won't be able to close that gap. Luminosity Gaming, we haven't even mentioned so far in this game, but they've pretty much cleared the south side of this zone now.
A small breather.
Imagine
for all the squads.
LG finds some way
Six
to
of
pull
them
off a
remain.
dub
Of
on
those
land.
six, by the way,
Sweet gets his
you've got
first
Waltzy,
land for the
you've got
Esports World
Zero,
Cup.
And you've got Sweet.
Not
Three of the best
ALGS.
IGLs in the game is now 6 turns to 5. Aurora have their last player eliminated.
Mizuchi overextending to make sure they got that kill. Another point for them. As with 5 squads remaining in the zone, still not even closed, everyone should be pretty comfortable on where they have to play. Falcons are making a dive for this low ground position. You can see the Q is coming in from the Seer. And that's going to be
Falcons
Mizuchi
are
on the
in
bridge, and Imperial
trouble.
has fallen.
And
Oh,
these
look at
nades
those
as well.
nades.
Oh,
Holy
you need
nade
that
fuck.
shield to do a little bit of work here, but Zero's going down as well.
Jimper left on his own. It's going to be
Bye-bye.
Mizuchi flying on Falcons.
Let's go,
They
Mizuchi!
clip their wings. Mizuchi will not take any damage whatsoever. Will be able to reset. Everyone's still on their feet. And now they have control of this southern side. But LG are having a look at this as they will have to walk up this hill.
Yeah, LG going to play a big part in this. It's 4 teams, but one of them is a rat from Team Liquid, remember. But DMS still on this northern side. And actually, it's going to really depend where the Liquid rat goes here, as LG just trying to keep out of sight for now.
3v3v1. Liquid with that solo.
Where does DMS
Niesel
move
was
to is
down
the
on that
question,
low
because if
ground, with the
DMS
engagements
rotates
happening
over
around
and
it, there might
takes
be
an
opportunity
alternate
maybe
angle
to sneak
LG.
A couple of extra placement points for Team Liquid Alienware. When you look at the zone, though, DMS are the team who are in control of this down. They have the high ground, they have the building, they have the space as well, created by the Watson. This is an opportunity for them to strike first.
Mizuchi and LG, the only ones who have a fuse to work with in this final circle as well. So that can make a big difference when you're able to just isolate some of those teams and force them into certain areas.
Oh,
unless they
DMS
wanna
almost
take that
found...
damage.
He almost found Niesel down there. Hey, yo, Hawk Tato, what up, baby? Hey, 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 hey. Yo, what up, Hawk? How was your stream, baby? What were you playing today?
Try and make second place theirs.
Yo, big chillin', man.
Do they try and advance
Watching some
somewhere else? It
Esports
looks like the
World
Smokes will go
Cup.
onto that balloon in a second, followed by the ultimate.
Apex Legends Grand Finals today. This is game number 1.
And any damage that might come alongside it, but it's DMS.
Helldivers?
Hell
Hell
the best
yeah.
position at the moment. As now, Mizuchi, it's a lot of damage they're doing onto LG, but there is
A
solo
gamer
behind them, and
realm.
I'm not sure they know it.
Never heard of her.
This head glitch. Timmy is taking no damage whatsoever from these grenades. Nearzal is still behind, and Nearzal, you can also see, is playing that Pathfinder and might be able to zip up and cause more problems. DMS just watching this all happen, by the way. They're the calmest team in the lobby right now.
Where's Neasel? Oh, Neasel's about to get shot by DMS.
Down sweet alongside the damage. DMS now are waiting, watching to try and pounce on the damage that's being done.
4 squads still remain, though. LG still have 2, although it becomes 1 as Sykes will be
Bro,
taken
imagine
down
they
as well.
never
Now,
left
when
Realm
is the
for
signal to go here
Rogue
for
Company?
DMS?
Smiles.
Taskmaster smokes off the top of this rock, but now they don't have the height, and
Oh!
has been mistimed, and is this going to look horrible? As Nearzal will
Wait a
take
minute.
down one
Does
as
that
well.
mean that Mizuchi's going to be able to take this?
And manages to get another point here for Team Liquid. Elsewhere, Mizuchi still in control of the ring. They take down the final member of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah,
well,
baby!
Mizuchi will win game number 1 here in our grand finals.
You said it. Had it been mistimed, DMS went in very early. All 4 squads were still remaining. They saw the kill feed.
Except with Mizuchi, what'd they start with? Like 6
and
points,
there was
right?
a call made to go, but I don't know if they had to go that early. And it allowed Mizuchi, the position they had, to just take a step back and say, well, you go ahead. You finish those kills. We'll take the win here.
Yeah,
But
Mizuchi
Wonsi
started with
Mizuchi
6 points.
getting the first win on the
And what they
board
just
here in
had,
the
like a
grand
25-point
finals,
game?
and adding to those previous points they found in the group stages.
11 kills alongside the 12 placement points for Mizuchi means 23.
23-point game.
For them. And I've got to say,
So 29
kind of call
points. They're already
myself out.
halfway
It
to
looked like
match
DMS
point.
was the best spot. Looked like they were the most comfortable.
Let's
and I think I
fucking
said
go,
something along the
boys.
lines of, they should be the calmest in this situation. Well, that decision at the end was anything but calm. It looked a little bit antsy. It looked a little bit desperate.
Yo,
And
Hawk,
like
have you
say,
been doing
mistimed when
any
it
college
came to
football?
that final
Or
push,
no?
that final moment. Team Liquid in second with 7 kills alongside their placement points.
I
as
figured
well.
that could be up
Gotta
your
give a
alley.
huge shout out to Nearzal, the Pathfinder. He managed to make some magic happen.
And of course, alongside the 6 points that Mizuchi started with, it now has them on 29. So almost
Nice.
halfway towards that threshold already after the first match.
Incredible stuff as Mizuchi will claim your first champions banner here in Riyadh. It's a fantastic start.
Is it as good as everyone says it is, or is it just because we haven't had college football in like 18 years or whatever the fuck it's been? Think it's better than the old college games? Better be. Shut the fuck up, T-Mart. What up, bro? I am waiting to see what kind of like competitive league forms around college football, because I feel like there has to be something. Even Madden has some pretty decent competitive stuff. But especially now with the ability to, because don't they have a mode where you can create your own player and it's like 7v7? Oh, well, T-Mart, what I was saying though is I thought it was, I had heard, and this could have just been a rumor, I thought that they were looking at doing like a multiplayer mode where it kind of was like how you do in high school, 7v7s. so there's really no line or nothing. But everybody's playing their own player, kind of like how like you have 5v5 in 2K. I just don't know if that was like legit or not. Hey, Hawk, appreciate you coming through with your community, fan. By the way, chat, for those of y'all who are in here over on Twitch, if y'all haven't gotten a chance to check out my big brother, Hawk, he's been one of the A1s since day ones. Make sure y'all check him out. Does a nice little variety of content. Bro, I'm hurt. My boys from Twisted Minds had a rough first game.
They're gonna hit us, okay?
I'm scanning.
I fell, I'm coming back up. I'm batting here.
I'm batting as well.
We win this fight. I don't see them. Do we see them?
They were right, I think.
They're over here. On my ping.
Chill.
They're bang died. Bang died his own. There's for kill. Nice.
See, but why are they showing us DMS's view?
I don't think we can afford. I think we might have to play for second here, depending. Okay.
I need heavy ammo.
Is that just because this is what was on stream? Do we not have their POV? This is sad.
Get these kills. Nice, I think it's a solo behind, right?
Path down low.
Play the height. Play on me. Grizzing. Last kill. Down here. Logan, behind. What's in? Let's go,
baby. Come on.
Let's go.
Walty already off to a good start though. 29 points after game one,
that
baby.
was Mizuchi's reaction to a huge win in game number 1 here at Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. And as we can see here, that's what happens if you get eliminated from the tournament here, Dan. That is the graveyard, as we've described it.
The key graveyard, and of course, all of those eliminated teams, all of those crushed keys will be put into the totem's floor and filled with resin to be cemented in the history of Esports World Cup.
Well,
I don't know. I still think they could have done something cooler for the crushing of the keys.
If you're one of those teams who's here today, you want yours to be put in that totem as one that will be remembered at the top as being a champion. And now we're looking at Alliance, a little bit of a quiet start for them here, maybe just a moment to recompose. And even though there is a moment to recompose, even though there's a moment of thought of what happened, not too long though, Dan, because now we change maps. Usually it's 2-2, we stay on World's Edge, but now we're moving over to Storm Point, which is a whole new challenge for these teams.
It's going to be very interesting that we flip-flop back and forth between World's Edge and Storm Point today, because typically
just realized I don't even know if I had yogurt after the gym, which means I should like
reach match point,
behind on my food intake today.
That's far better at World's Edge. You have to
I'll
wait
grab
2
something after this game
maps before you get back onto your better map. That's not going to be the case here today. You're going to be able to get back on your better map a lot sooner, which is why I'm also thinking this could be finished a little bit earlier, because now teams will get that opportunity a lot sooner than before. I will be looking at those teams who are better at what maps as we get further into this tournament.
You want to be good cop or bad cop today?
I usually go with good cop.
You talking about the Twisted Minds team? They're one of the pinstripes?
Final zone, because you were looking at that replay there, and even when you saw it from the point of view at DMS,
I think that might have came across before
I think you
at a
have
different
to
time.
kind of give a little bit of consideration to situation on the main stage here. It's not the same as sitting at home on your PC. It's not the same as playing in a pro league. It's not the same because of the money and the pressure that is on the line in these grand finals lobbies. They had that game. That was their game to win. They had the lobby in front of them, but nerves can do funny things to you.
This might just be bad cop, because I'm going to agree with you. There's very... It doesn't happen very often.
Mizuchi did well, though. All right,
Mizuchi did incredible. You even heard in Mizuchi's comms, we might have to play for second place.
Oh, you're talking about the
Falcons
Falcons
of where DMS
jerseys?
It is
yeah,
not
they're
often,
professionals.
I will say a team flat out made
I think it's meant to
because
look more like
a
a
that plays a factor. even watching that replay back, DMS
don't
could
soccer
have just
jerseys
stayed
have
where
that
they
top
were. I
flare?
think they got overly excited, maybe in the moment, maybe because of the kill
Football
feed going
jerseys?
off, and they thought they had to make that
Am I
move
tripping?
there and then. They might have even miscalculated how many rats were in the lobby, for example.
And I mean, we're a bit harsh on them. They still managed to pick up second place in the lobby, which is crazy, right? But when we're talking about how a lobby can be separated when we get to the final stages and we get towards match point, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points can be a huge difference. So for DMS, it's about putting that behind them. But for Mizuchi, it's about continuing the momentum as we head in towards game number 2 here. We're headed off to Storm Point.
Heading off to Storm Point, and there is one potential
Off to the
contest
point
that
of
could happen
storms,
as
chat.
well, but I'll wait until it does happen and see if it does happen, because I don't want to get people too excited for it. But teams I'm going to be looking out for on Storm Point: Twisted Minds, Alliance, and SSG.
All right, let's see if
All
the boys
three
from
of
Twisted
those
Minds
teams,
can have a good
the
bounce back
majority of
after
their
having a
success and their
shitter for
wins
game
came
number
on
1.
Storm Point throughout the previous days here, whether that was in Last Chance, whether that was in group stages, but I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on all 3 of those.
Shout out to Team Liquid as well. Shout out to Neazor for doing the solo work as the Pathfinder in that previous game as well. It means they have 19 points total after that first game. DMS 15, which isn't too bad. They'll still be pretty happy with that. Alliance with 13 just behind them. Aurora with 13 as well, and Team Falcons with 13 too. But it's Mizuchi at the top of the pile here, and understandably kind of earned their POV at the start of this game. But before we show them, we've got some contests to sort out.
Yeah, this was the one I was expecting to happen between LG and GHS, but are either of these teams really going to take this
See a
POI
Fnatic player over here too,
just
or am
by
I
the
tripping?
neck and just say, look, honestly, I want to dominate here and now in the first time we're on Storm Point so that you run away from it later. And sometimes to do that, you have to be a bit aggressive.
It's interesting to see how GHS are actually playing this as well, because one of the players split off and took a loop path on some of those low ground buildings, and I think LG are just starting to sense that right now, that maybe the top structure is going to be theirs, and they can force away GHS on that low ground.
Bro, my
so you can see on your
shoulders are
map
so
overhead
sore
right
from
now,
using this thing the
GHS are
last,
out there.
like,
They're
24
already
hours.
left, and it's kind of maybe again, some.
I don't know what it is with my
maybe good,
shoulders or
sometimes
is it my
maybe
neck.
not
I'm pretty sure it's my shoulders.
For Luminosity Gaming, because they have the control of the high ground, which is the majority of the loot, but on their loot path, they lose a little bit of loot as well. So it's kind of like, okay, this is good because we're not having a hard contest, but we are still losing a little bit of loot.
If you're watching this map overhead and you see a single member of
Where
Falcons
does
on a
this
Trident on the
finish?
far west side, by the way, that is a
Does this
very
finish
split
is
team
at
the moment,
that-
but I think it's a scouting mission to see what's
Just on
going
the
on
other side of that
elsewhere
choke
with
from
Aurora.
Cascade
The
to
Falcons are going to be dropping over
checkpoint?
towards Mill, of course. They do have a pretty good route into this zone, but I'm unsure. They do have a ring
It's
console as
a
well. So both Fnatic
neck and shoulders
and
massager.
Falcons have ring consoles, so they can approach from that west side, and maybe we'll be contesting the
Shiatsu
likes of Luminosity a
massager.
little bit later. Now, as we move over to Guild, who are a team who are a little bit further behind in those overall series scores because they came through the last chance. 3 points right now.
It looks like a
Mizuchi are
jetpack,
on
I know.
29, right? So there is a 26-point gap already. And if you are one of these teams that really wants to be a winner here at Esports World Cup, you have to put a win on the board soon to start catching.
Well, Guild Esports are center zone right now. They're going to do the spiders just to make sure they get a little
Uh-oh.
loot, but
I'm
it was a
I'm
difficult
concerned
first
about the
game for them,
punchline.
right? All the successes, all the highs of yesterday, taking home first place in that LCQ. Well, a little bit of reality check. It was the first fight where they lost a player. They had to go back into Siphon, get that res, and then when they got back in, Team Liquid just wiped them. There was not a knock.
Did it come with a
Liquid really
happy
suffered.
ending, Hoya?
And for them, it's about refocusing into this game, knowing they have good prio to this zone. One team who doesn't have great prio to this zone due to their drop over at Echo HQ is going to be Mizuchi. But the good thing is for them, they've got a Trident, they've got a ring console, and they're going to know exactly where they have to head.
Yeah, ring console will give them at least the information of where the zone's going, and they do have a survey beacon over towards the west side of Echo as well, if they want to hit that to try and plan their route. As speaking of planning routes, Falcons have started to move through from that western side and are now finding all these teams that are pretty central within this zone.
So Falcons take this building for now.
I hate you.
Doesn't look like it's going to be a place that they want to hold for quite some time, I would say. GHS are just across from them. It seems like more of a transitional position for them to find themselves, although they will be safe in zone. We know that Falcons are always looking for the next opportunity to move into what they consider a better spot. But this is pretty good for them at the moment. Up to blue shields already, having left the POI, and they can just poke some damage out. They'll be pretty safe. I always get a little bit worried when you've got a double stacked building, though, towards an endgame. If a zone comes
like a
towards you, because you know
Swiss
someone's gonna
Army
try and
knife.
take one of those floors away.
I also hate those buildings as well. You're so
Yeah, I also
vulnerable
hate them.
to grenades and even just damage from certain people from an angle that can get those shots on you. But the Watson does help getting the gen down but sometimes even that gen is vulnerable to getting shot by someone, and then suddenly the influx of grenades happen, and just like that, you can have one player who's knocked and down, and another team decides to
this
push.
thing can
now,
get
LG
like,
are pushing
especially
from a
like
similar angle from where we saw Falcons
for
arrive
me,
from
sometimes in
this
like my
western
shoulder
side,
blade,
going
that's where I
through
kind of
this
got
choke
on
point.
right now.
They may realize
Bruh,
that
it
none
can
of these
find
buildings ahead
those
of them
knots
are
that like
playable
sit
now.
under
So
your
it's
shoulder.
whether you just
like that one
say,
there.
all right, we'll stay here. This is as far as we
It
can
can
go,
find those
and we'll
knots.
just maybe work on stopping anyone else arriving from the west.
More than anything else I've ever
Mind
used.
spot for now, like you say, it's a spot that they can hold. Obviously, Funk's going to be given the responsibility of watching their back and making sure that nobody rotates through that tunnel behind them. Fnatic might be thinking about that, but it won't happen for quite some time. DMS, who might be a little bit
I've got
frustrated
a
about
knot
how
for
that
you.
game number one ended, but upon reflection, maybe quite happy with the points they got on the board. Well, they were just trying to kind of move away from the shots coming in from Twisted Mind right now, who will want to improve from that game number one. They were one of the first teams out of the lobby.
It was an interesting day one for Twisted Minds, where they were able to get first, second, first, but then they started to drop out in the top 15, in the top 20, and they did have a lot of dull games, dud games. If you compare that to who their competitors are, Team Falcons, a team that very rarely finished outside of the top 10. In fact, Falcons only finished outside the top 10
This is
once
the first
throughout
time
the
we've
group
seen
stages.
Watson
and that
be this
consistency
prevalent,
is
I would
going to
say.
be everything for getting towards match point, of course. You don't want to fall behind.
A little bit of a blind rotate here coming in from Twisted Minds. I think they wanted to take the height there, but were just too late to do so, so they'll have to
Like,
be
even
happy
during
with the low
playoffs,
ground
we didn't
and the
see
spike.
Watson as much, which is interesting.
Oh, no.
Shut the door!
Don't shut the door!
Don't
Open
shut
the
it on
door,
your
let
teammate.
in and then shut the door. And Sweet might be a little bit frustrated at that, but Falcons, they're not
Sweet
going to let
just
this
got
settle. They want
fuckered.
these kills. They're overextending for them. They want LG blood.
Falcons do not allow teams to get away easily, but they also recognize they need to keep their spot on the map. If you step away for too long, someone else could pinch it away from you, and it has allowed LG to get that second
I
attempt
think
at a
the
res. And even though it
recent
looked like
fuse
a very brave
change
push from Falcons,
allowed
it was a
for
very mature response
Watson to
at the
become
initial
more
damage
meta.
to say, actually, it is not worth it here.
Well, now the frustration and the difficulty for LG is Sweet got finished, right? The door was closed, and even though it might have been a self-preservation job coming in from Funk initially, by losing Sweet, they have to decide now, do we try and get a res? Because they're going to be able to get that banner. It was only just outside of the door, but the problem is they're now trapped in the tunnel, right?
Because
If
now,
they go
realistically,
back
for Fuse to be like
towards the
super
west side,
effective,
we
you got to
mentioned
combine it
Fnatic,
with
they're in and
Bangalore,
around
but Bangalore is
checkpoint.
already getting played at pretty
And
much
they're gonna have to
100%
give
rate
up the tunnel,
anyways.
potentially, and then have to fight their way back through it. So little moments like that have this knock-on effect, this domino effect for how they're going to approach the rest of this game. Elsewhere, SSG are on the chase. Blacklist International are finding themselves at Cliffside at the
You
moment.
see
and with only
quite
one
a
player
few of your
alive.
more aggressive teams
For
running this
SSG,
comp, like
it
we
was a
saw
very slow
Falcons
start in
running,
this
which is
tournament,
more
but they dropped into
the,
that last chance, but boy, was it an
being
explosive
fused
last
with
chance
the
qualifier for them. A
Seer.
victory in the last game to send them into this grand finals lobby.
By the way, I've misspoken there because this is a really interesting fight. SSG have essentially isolated one member of Blacklist International, and Koi4 is going to get a knock elsewhere. The rest of Blacklist International are only just coming into the zone right now, so it's become a 3v2, and it's an opportunity that they wanted to take.
Hey,
Taking
a
their
tech
house by getting that
pause
first
in
knock, and
game
we head
2,
into a
baby.
little
Let's
bit of a
fucking get it.
technical pause. We'll have to see how this fight does, of course, continue here as the Falcons fans. are
Tier
going
1
all out
esport,
inside
by the way.
A technical pause, and I will not speak too much of the ring and where it's going because of that pause, just in case a coach or player
Ultimate
just
bad cop.
has a little bit of a left speaker off of their ear to see what is being said. But what we did learn, and one of the things I want to go back on, is Luminosity Gaming. When we first checked in with them, they were within that choke point, within that kind of doorway, and then when we came back, they were running back towards it. They tried to make their rotation away from it and to keep going further east, but sadly they walked into a Team Falcons who are kind of desperate to fight. When you look at the roster of Falcons, I feel like they are so confident in any engagement they're going to be having here. As soon as someone gives them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, it's almost
Well,
like
Team
if you show
Falcons
as one
team
player,
art is
you know
the
there's two
by
guns trained
far
together.
favorites for
Three of the best shooters in the game, right?
today.
It doesn't matter
The
what
super
combination
team.
of them you want to pick.
Super
It's very, very rare that you're going to be able to
team.
get away with a little overextension, a little mistake, a misplaced smoke, whatever it might be.
Essentially
And
the
then they tried-
Apex
one thing I
version
love
of the
about Falcons is
Heatles.
They left the build and tried to clean it up almost immediately, knowing that they had this time window. And I think it's one thing that separates the best teams of the world in Apex, right? It's understanding your timing window. That they
No,
were
Hal's
able to
on the
push onto
Falcons.
those final players with their numbers, but also not
It's
give their
Hal
spot up. So
and
having seen
Zero,
that they're not going to get
the
those kills,
IGL from
they
Dark
decided
Zero,
just to retreat and hold their spot. Elsewhere, GG
and Jen
will be
Burton.
eliminated as we are back into the game now, as the pause is undone. And we're back live.
EXL also got eliminated, by the way. They were just waiting in that pause, I think, for one player to get eliminated.
So essentially, three of they're like the only
wait for them.
Yeah,
to be honest,
yeah, it's a nasty squad.
Exoclan,
and Hal has actually done a really good job of like sliding into just like the fragger role and allowing Zero just like mostly just IGL.
Now,
every once in a while when you listen in, he might like give a little bit of like info, but
like where we saw a lot of the teams
yeah, they're fucking low. I mean, when you're funded by
the sort of northwest position, maybe expecting a pull that way, the likes of Luminosity Gaming, the likes of Falcons. But now,
when you're the
later
Falcons, you got some money.
That
You know what I'm saying?
Information of finding space inside of Cascade Falls. So you got Fnatic here inside of Cascade. They're also in a really good building for potentially holding out some of those rotators in from the previously discussed location here, and they can get some damage and some KP. But for Alliance, that's great news.
But I do have to agree. I can't remember who said it earlier. Like, they're obviously the favorites, but I don't think the gap is as far as a lot of people think.
It's going to be pretty difficult if you are not within one of these buildings on the western side. An area that is interesting is the eastern side. FaZe Clan hold this place right now, but Blacklist International and Space Station will be approaching. Now we look over towards LG. They've been back up to a full 3, so they've been able to rescue Sweet, and it looks like they're going to be able to have a second stab at trying to make this rotation.
Round 2. See how this one goes. And it looks like they're going to know this time with how late they're arriving now to this party and how many teams potentially could have overtaken them with the time that expired from them having to go and get Sweet back in the game, that they might think about playing this one a little
All right, so this week I got to do my 5 stories for VCT Champions, and I think I got to figure out my 5 stories for
yeah, that's what I was saying.
ALGS Playoffs 2.
In zone, but elsewhere, Blacklist International are still being hunted by SSG, and this is also on the east side. So I think if FaZe Clan are able to get eyes on this, they might be able to get some KP, but it looks like Blacklist International are full-on retreating away from this one, and Space Station are probably going to have to give up on it now they've approached zone.
Yeah, getting a little bit desperate for SSG at this point. JMW, it must have been a difficult pause for him. He just sat there and his two teammates looking at Xhaka and Hyaka go, don't think we're going to be able to get him back in, do you? And they go, sorry, buddy, we're just going to head to zone when this pause is done. He's probably like, yeah, all right, fair enough. But yeah, SSG were desperately trying to chase that down. They're also going to be able to hit the survey beacon in a second as well to get the information on where the teams are located. And a survey beacon at this point in the game for SSG, you can see that they're
I gotta do it. Otherwise, it doesn't let me. If I don't do an ad during the game, we get it at the end game.
The ring console as well to give them the info of where the zone is pulling, or they're going to be fooled by where all the teams are stacked up.
Well, the good news is they can hit the survey beacon, and then they will get natural
like even if I do one
this ring now, so they
during ring 1, it tries to run one again at the end. Like I have to run it during ring 2.
On this eastern side, they're one of few teams here, and they'll be thinking there is a real opportunity at good placement points. But we know it is going to continue to go a little bit more central towards Cascade, and there is only a couple of buildings to work with now. In the first match, we saw Mizuchi get a win.
Sorry.
And we can check in with them here, their
Blame
rotation
Twitch.
and where they want to go. Let's jump into a listening with Mizuchi.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, we can go to like, there's like this big rock over here that we can go to stop by.
Yeah, Team R. I mean, again, it's like the 08 Heat, the 08 Miami Heat. Yeah.
There's a team that has to
or 09, whatever that year was. They got together.
This entire zone was contested. There's got to be a team on their side.
I feel like there should be too.
And if anything, like, I mean, they might be like holding for a team that's like trying to wrap this.
That way, fellas. Move your butts.
I'm gonna
just hit this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let you jump.
Although to be fair, Flogi,
no, I think
your boy's also live over on YouTube. They don't do ads over there.
I think you're almost good though. At like 10.
There's that.
Think we play up there. Well, I feel like if we play this big tree, I feel like we're gonna fucking die.
Wait.
Like where the zipline is, I feel like we should go right.
Well, just discussions in the comms of Mizuchi about what is going to be next for them, and you can see they're going to have to cross across quite a treacherous path here. Across. That did actually make sense though, which is, trust me, surprising when it comes out of my mouth. But they do have to cross across.
Sorry.
Said it again. These waterfalls areas, which can lead them to be very, very vulnerable. Some tough decisions for them to make, and the same can be said about Falcons now. They're going to have to go in towards this zone. You can see Bangalore ults going off as well. You can also see Mizuchi having to make that cross, and Waltzy, he just got nuked, but not quite enough to get the knock. VHS Professional will be eliminated in the meantime. Timmy's
and when you pull up on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button.
Tim has gone down though, so there's going to be a lot of information gained here for Aurora. or against Aurora, should I say, but they've lost one as well.
Yeah, it's actually going to be them who get the first knock. So Timmy gone down, and then it'll be exchanged. But there's the lifeline difference, and there is another Skyname.
Damn, Mizuchi out after a big dub in game number 1.
To Waltzy to get the finish.
Mizuchi eliminated then from first place to 17th, and that's how this lobby can go back and forth. Blacklist International also get taken down as now Falcons are trying to push in on this one, and you can see Hal leading the charge, but he's very aware of where his teammates are, and it's almost like a game of cat and mouse at the moment, trying to lead a player in so that you can take him out.
Yeah, this is, you can see Falcons at the moment and the team on the other side of this fight, they know how important it is to not be the first to get knocked here. Everyone is having a little shoulder peek, everybody is trying to see if they can get that first bit of damage. You can see that LGD Gaming, well, they're down to just 2 at the moment, but the Kraber might be the worry.
It's 2.5 with the Kraber. Also, LG are very close here, and LGD, I think, just learned that. They thought it was just Falcons, but no. LG, Blue Armors, looking to try and make up for the death earlier.
Sykes gets
Falcons
absolutely
pulling up.
decimated, though, and Zero will be the player who gets that knock. Zero
Pulling
still
up
with some good
like,
shields. Jim Burns gotta be careful of the window angle.
Bro, there's a bunch of team here. Falcons
And
might not
LG
survive.
try and keep the pressure on, but you can see this is not an easy fight for either team at the moment. Dragons Esports are here as well, as we see a little bit of a spray coming
Falcons
in.
about to go out.
LGD will go
LGD
down.
out.
Jim Burn now left on his own. Can he clutch up here for Falcons?
Team Falcons out of here.
As DRG come in to
Dragon
clean up.
Gaming takes down LG and sends their fucking packing.
Who are the last to arrive.
All right, come on, Twisted Minds. Come on, Twisted Minds.
Northwest side.
I want to see it.
By the way, keeping an eye on this southwest side. It's Twisted Minds who are below them.
South America standing up again here, not just making.
I do love seeing the South Americans,
but they want more
putting
here
on
in
today.
Rio. Now, Twisted Minds inside of the zone right now, taking a little bit of chip damage.
Even though
Fine,
Zolo's
but we'll be
laser
able
took
to
out my
reset.
boys
They're
Twisted
gonna be
Minds
behind
last
Dragon
game.
Esports
That's
now,
all
and
right.
if they're not aware and they're celebrating a little bit too much, then they might get caught off guard. But Player K has gone down, so they've lost their Watson on this rotate. Can they get him back on his feet?
Well, as Twisted Minds approach, Dragons Esports decided to take the evac tower, but they've taken the evac tower into the danger area. It's Guild
Damn,
Esports
Player
who
K
are
is going to be
still
down for the
here,
rest of the game.
and now
They're going to
just
play it as a
from
duo.
Heroes to zeros potentially.
They're going to play with the
here,
out there
because you
Watson
could take
pylon.
Too much damage, and you are going to. Zilak's gone down.
Well, you saw the grapple tornado coming in. Even that wasn't good enough to keep them alive here. Down to just 1, and Panic needs to not live up to his name at this point. Medkit going to be popped. Zone is closing behind, but it is going to be the end of Dragons Esports as Guild will hold firm. 11 squads now remaining. Their next point of contention is going to be Aurora, still on this
All right,
side.
Liquid out. We're now in the top 10 situation.
Team Liquid just got eliminated. DMS are holding one of the center buildings. By the way, there are about 6 teams all in this building. You can see it on the mini-map there, but look where that zone is shifting. It's going
Bro, this
south.
zone
It's
is
going
gonna
away from all of these teams, except the likes of Aurora and FaZe Clan, who hold arguably some of the best positions right now.
This should be a guaranteed top 5 or so for both of those teams if they play it rightly. If they don't,
This should be a
overextend, they just
guaranteed
have to
top
survive.
3
They have
for
the
those
zone,
teams.
And everybody who is inside of Cascade will have to leave.
Because
This
all these
is the
Cascade
carnage
teams are going
of
to fight one another,
Cascade.
closing in on the
UKF
zone.
going to get a kill onto Swinny, who is on that roof, as Fnatic now make their move, but making their way through here is so tough, but there's a zipline to help.
This is a zip line to just try and assert some dominance on the roof as SSG get eliminated. Fnatic still a full 3. That's what's important here, and they've been able to reset. It looks like the bat will go off, so Fnatic still with a big chance to get kills here.
And it's a wonderful thing to know that if you're working your way through multiple teams, that you've got a player on your team who's got a devotion in his hand. That can make such quick work of so many players. DMS, they're inside of that building as well. Leica with the devotion, a lot of responsibility on his hands right now as he takes down the evac tower as well. Fnatic on the height and looking for kills.
There is genuinely 6 teams in these 2 buildings that all have to move at the same time. It's FaZe, Aurora, and Guild who are the only 3 who are not within this current building
Fnatic
set.
doesn't have to
this
move
is going
too
to be
far,
carnage
but
as
they are going to
everyone
have to
leaves.
drop.
This is where you need to either get out early or be the last to escape.
Is
or just
Strafing
say, look,
Flame
we're
the
not
last
gonna
alive
win
for
this
Twisted
game.
Minds?
We need kills.
He is.
Elevate Bleed on the low ground.
Playing as
they
a
have
rat.
the evac down. They were trying to use it for the smoke combo, but you have to wonder if maybe that's going to
Where
change.
is he at
They
in this
think about
building
using
where
it as
nobody
an
knows
escape
where he's
route.
at, though?
Very tough to do as Fnatic probably thinking about something very similar. You saw them trying to think about placing down that evac tower to get ahead of the traffic, but instead UKF, he's going to turn his attention to players on the outside. Great shots, takes them down a flash. As Aurora now, from their southern position on this zone, watch all of this happen in front of them.
Aurora are focusing on Guild, by the way. This is huge for them as Guild get
Yeah, because
eliminated.
once Guild dies, it clears that extra space on the left side of the zone.
For another fantastic game here, and it could be Aurora getting the W if they play this right, but now everyone's leaving the buildings at the same time.
Yuka trying to use that mouse and keyboard movement to stay alive and let Satsuki come in and clean up the damage. Twisted Minds will be eliminated in the meantime as Leica is left on his own.
Fnatic out.
Will be eliminated as now we find ourselves with
Aurora
16
should just be able to cruise from here, right?
As ExoClan will fall as well.
They've got so much space in the map, like so much control in the map.
As we see FaZe and Alliance
There's no way that they
Remember,
lose this.
FaZe were on that east side. This opens things up for Aurora on the south. They've got full red, and it is just an Elevate Bleed squad they really need to be worried about. But DMS,
Bro, DMS is just chilling in the building, waiting that they hope and pray and they get second.
Nook or cranny within that building to work with.
Yeah, that's a creepy looking corner, but for DMS, the question is, can you get out inside of the zone? And it looks like Elevate Bleed are actually moving up onto them to try and take them out before they even have the opportunity. Aurora step up to the plate as well. It looks like the decision has been made from Elevate Bleed. The second place is what they want to play for as Aurora look to put their first win on the board. DMS, they're gone as well.
That's just easy for Aurora.
And Aurora will be your champions.
Rain with a little shake, a little wiggle to celebrate. And you gotta be careful, depending on how high you up on that
Not
stage.
bad
you
at
don't wanna
all.
be picking people up too much, but wow, what a game from Aurora. As soon as they were able to find that southern side and see the zone shift away from Cascade Falls, it opened up the chance for them to win. But it's not as easy as it looks from that position, because you have to take a lot of space and be dealing damage to those that are trying to approach you.
I think patience is a big thing as well, right? When you're in one of those positions, you know the lobby is in front of you. You know there's opportunities for kills, and it's just about sometimes just relaxing and letting the kills come to you instead of overextending and finding yourself being one of those unfortunate situations where you are the kill. So for Aurora, a great game number 2 here. They put 22 points
What did they
on the
start
board.
with?
Aurora
I was gonna say they started with 3 points, but that's still. I mean, they added.
Sticking to their tried and tested, and we saw multiple times how that lifeline comes into the equation. That quick tap to get the res can be everything,
and that's huge.
So
right?
they're
They
at
picked up
13
Kazakh
before
because
that.
Maybe they felt that Hardeki, who they had on the roster previously, was going down a little bit early sometimes and not being able to have an influence as an anchor player, as a last alive, to get them back on their feet. So a shout out to Kazakh and how he was playing Lifeline in that
Moved
game.
themselves
And
up
as we
into
look at our
first.
series
Mizuchi's still in
rankings,
second.
That puts Aurora up onto the top spot.
I said that Mizuchi were
Let's
closing
be
in on
honest, the longer that we see Falcons in bottom 10, we just know they're going to get like a crazy little run at some
They are
point.
stalled for now, and Aurora,
The script writers be
overtake
script
them
writing,
and
you
will
know?
surpass that halfway point, but still 25 points to go to get to that threshold.
Well, it's starting to heat up here in Riyadh. Game number 2 is done and dusted, and EMEA have a reason to celebrate. It is Aurora who take the win. We're heading to a quick break. When we get back, game number 3.
All right, I got to beat now, chat. I just don't want to get up. All right, I'm moving, chat. Here I go. Yep. See me? Going. All right. Actually going this way. We're back, chat. Trying to grab breakfast.
Нас теперь можно и правых убить.
У меня вроде соло или дуо здесь,
Давай
помогите
двоек, давай
ко мне.
правого убьем. Мне кавики нужны. Мне тоже, мне
Подойдете ко
по
мне?
левой стороне, пошли левых душить. Нет, правый.
По правой удобней.
Кавиков нет.
Дал 20, дал 20. Вот тут и стоит. Двое вроде.
На камне. Гранат
Не
есть.
наловите, банку ем, гранат нет. Два склада, надо тройно шипать.
Я тут стою. Сама, дайте гранату, блядь.
Нету.
Бля, хуёво.
Если я устану. У них нет ультов, если
Один
что.
склад внутри, другой склад вот здесь. Подожди, один склад.
А эти отбежали назад. Это отдали вроде, нет? Трупы отдали.
Да.
Они сольника убивают.
Забирайте спейс, не выпускаем их.
Дерутся. Патик отлетел. Бага слева.
Я пушу, пацаны, пошли.
Пусть, ног. Ласт, бага, флэш.
The pop-off from Aurora as they take game number 2 on Storm Point. Aurora starting off so strong, proving the advanced points don't even matter out here if you are a top 2 squads from groups A and B. I'm looking at Falcons, I'm looking at Alliance, because Aurora with great KP on top of this genome.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need them if they can come out with a win that quickly. And it's also just awesome to see that a team who has pushed back against the meta for so long, holding on to that lifeline pick, saying this is viable at the very top level. They proved it. They proved it here once again. And I mean, you know, I was just looking at the upgrade stats recently. You know, they're going with rapid response, right? That means they get the revives out even faster, and it's just that really quick reset that it allows you to do in addition to the gold knock. Makes it so valuable in competitive play.
It's huge, and they won not only with the obvious dub, but with 10 KP, whereas in game number 1, they got 6 with 7 KP. So with that lifeline that they have stuck through for so long, allowing it to work out for them to get that quick reset, how important it is with that gold knock to be able to also still be in the fight when you are that lifeline.
Yeah, and Kazakh seems to be very good at playing, you know, as the anchor behind the team, but not too far behind the team. He's always there ready with the DOC drone to pick up his teammates. Meanwhile, yeah, look, I mean, Night Impulse and Oirain are absolutely putting out the damage. Both of those guys over 2.3k damage already. Kazakh is behind that, but, you know, as we've noted, it's that's not necessarily his role.
Yeah, the fact that Kazakh has also just been so impressive on this team. It's been nice to see the development with Aurora, but can they keep it up? As you guys have seen before, we are swapping back and forth between maps. It's not the usual every 2 games. We are going to be able to have one on Storm Point, one on World's Edge, so on and so forth. We just saw Storm Point, so we will make that transition right back onto World's Edge.
All right, the players have been having some fun here at the EWC. Let's have a look at what they've been getting up to while we wait to get into this next game.
Apex レジェンドと言ったらなんだろうな、爽快感とかですかね。
The first team that comes to mind is Team Falcons, us.
Falcon.
Ooh, definitely my ex-teammates. Keys I'll be crushing. That'll be LG, which is Sykes.
Oh, I missed the important question.
I'll say Zainu as well from SSG, and the third team, I'd say TSM. They are rivals, so.
What were the first 2 teams he said he had crush?
Keys to crush. I love being able to hear our pros talk about which keys and whose keys they would crush for that trophy. It's insane. $2 million prize pool here for the Esports World Cup Apex Legends, and it is just so insane to see how our pros have been able to even make it into this finals lobby in the first place.
It's been, yeah, it was really tough for the last 2, obviously. Space Station and Guild, they don't start off with any points here. But what they do get is
got my
a
soup
little bit
chat.
more time
Sorry, I
to
took a little
make
bit longer.
up that distance, Vicky, because of course it is the 60-point
So remember, we're switching to every map now, so we're going to World's Edge.
A little bit harder, a little bit extra, maybe even some more games for us to watch.
Or are some of these teams looking to speedrun? I mean, with the way that we're seeing the likes of Mizuchi and Aurora start things off, this is a beautiful start here for our finals. Love being able to hear that crowd, the way that our players are getting set up to swap maps. But you also have to imagine, with these different rules, Genome, this could definitely halt momentum for the squads that may find their stride on one map or the other.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Fnatic down here, and they've already changed up roles. If you're, looking at that, Satsuki and Laika actually switching between who was playing the Pathfinder and who was on the Fuse and the Bloodhound between map 1 and 2. Obviously, yeah, that's switching across maps, but it is interesting when they say, okay, we don't need a specialist Pathfinder player. We'll prioritize something else and just and let these guys go between.
It's also, when you talk about certain players and the highlight performances that we've been able to witness thus far, something else that we have to look out for in this lobby is the MVP, because it's not just a title that a player will be walking away with, right?
It's $50K.
It's $50,000 attached to that talent.
$50,000.
It's actually crazy. So that is on top of the possible first place team that will be able to walk away with $600,000. But hey, even if we see a certain pop-off potential for a certain player that may not be in that first place team, that's an extra $50,000 that a player that gets that MVP title will be able to put in their pockets.
I reckon we're about to see some Formula One sort of action where the teammates are actually going against each other just to try and get pole position and grab that 50K.
I happen to see on DSG, are we running Watson over there?
Trying to snag the kills off each other?
Or not Watson, are we running Wraith still?
Hold on. You know how Hal is when it comes to the way that he tries to fry down the lobby. With a slow start here, Genome, 14 Falcons.
Very.
Especially seeing the way that Aurora
See,
has
now,
been able to
now
perform
that
thus
Des
far,
has talked
staying
about it,
in
they're
first
going
place at
to
the
roll
moment,
off with a win
35
here.
points,
Watch.
But not so far behind them.
Oh,
is
my mama.
Mizuchi with 29 points after taking that first place finish. Very rough start for game number 2. But guys, I'm getting word that game number 3 is ready to go. Thank you so much.
We're going to do a test for Flogi here.
Let's get started. Let's see.
I'm going to run an ad at the
off
top
the
of
ship,
this,
because we
and
saw
watch. We're going to get another ad by the end of
very
it.
last-minute changes on some of these POIs.
Yeah, Ichola's Laser, they were the ones saying, we're going to mystery drop, we are going to mix it up, you cannot predict this. And here we see them going towards Big Maud. So Mizuchi were hoping to have both that and Stacks to themselves. They're not going to get it this game. And look, I know from talking to them that playing from Stacks in this particular situation, depending on
even
how
with
the Maud
the
team
increased
plays,
speed of games after the patch, whatever that was, like 6 months ago.
Do you have to go through the vault tunnel, or can you actually go swing past Maud and take the balloon up there near the dome? Is a big question. And if you've got a team who's not familiar with Maud, they might take a little longer to loot. They might start shooting at you when you get out there.
Maybe not familiar with the game out here, because something I am familiar with is how congested the north side of World's Edge has been. Space Station claiming that entire north side where they'll have a ring console. We know that Elevate Bleed, Land by Survey.
Where the chicks at in the crowd, chat?
That they may have been eyeing before we saw those POI drafts change up a little bit. But what we are going to be able to see and stay consistent, something that we've also.
All right, so Falcon said if anyone landed
some skyhook zones throughout the course of the season, and honestly, we highlight Team Falcons and the fact that now this circle's pooling also
that they were
on top
going
of
to contest
Aurora.
them. They
Your
didn't
winner
contest
of
Aurora
Game
in the
number 2 is
first
gonna be
game.
absolutely huge.
And Agents of Chaos that might be hoping for that
Do they go
pull
push
back down towards
them up at
Grab Mars
Skyhook
out
here
where
in
that
game
survey
3?
beacon is right now. I think they will be disappointed. I do think this one is going far enough up that it should hit Skyhook. And Aurora, who are opening that vault right now at the south, should be very well situated, as you mentioned, not only in the series overall, but particularly here in match 3.
But it is important to note that they don't have access to the ring console. That's on Team Falcon's side. DMS quick with it, because in Countdown they had the ring console.
So we're
they
still a
have
bit
the
of ways
circle
away
information,
from having
and
anybody
you
on
can only imagine with
match
Aurora
point.
hearing them come
Closest
by,
team
they
25
can
points
make
away.
the assumption that this is where the circle could be pulling. We know with these Skyhook zones that there are a lot of teams that could coexist in these buildings in the late zone. So I'm not expecting Aurora to move anywhere, but to their benefit and the way that
Twisted
they play
Minds
with
rotating
the lifeline,
early.
with the legend composition. They have an Evil Harvester, and like you noted, we saw them have
Guessing that
access
means
to
they probably got beacon info, wanting to move on in.
For
try and get one of those rooms
they've
here
gone for the
sooner
field
than later.
research upgrade anyway, Vicky, on the Pathfinder, right? So,
you have to make that choice. It's one or the other in terms of grabbing ring console knowledge or the survey beacon knowledge. And yeah, they've opted for the survey beacon. Both, of course, as you're sort of alluding to, they are on the other side of Skyhook, and you can try to get them, but especially if it's a Skyhook zone, Team Falcons probably are going to be sticking around, and it can be a bit risky to try and get in there if they're not moving out.
I mean, when you see that it's hot on the block here, look at this. I mean, Blacklist has made their appearance. GHS are rotating through the train tracks. Tunnel side FaZe have now taken an evac tower right through their Twisted Minds. Gonna slowly be approaching here too, but with Exoclan also coming in from the Vault Tunnel side, so many teams have already gone ahead with this rotate.
About half in there, about half still to go.
It's going to be Watson's fences galore in the Skyhook.
Roughly the split of zone teams versus not. We do tend to get more zone-heavy teams that make their way into the finals, and I think that's reflected here in the amount of Watson that we're seeing in our finals lobby, slightly higher than what we saw in the group stages.
Which could end up being a double whammy for Aurora. And to highlight this team again, this is a team that likes to play by the edge, that likes to plant Evo Harvester pathing to go for their advantage for that lifeline Evo Cash that she gets to spawn with that purple Evo Shield perk, but they don't have a Watson. That's why they opt for that composition, because it benefits them playing more so by zone. Whereas a team like Alliance,
Dragon chat
to the north side by Skyhook,
not a lizard.
exiting out of thermal,
they don't
and
do
that's
that
going to
tongue
benefit
thing.
them even more, since again they don't have a Watson for the same reason, and instead are going to be able to come into that next zone with full res probably.
Interesting to note that Team Liquid went for the Conduit pick in this particular game, as Guild try and find some space for themselves in the building there.
That's Twisted Minds building, isn't it?
They have been playing this the entire... Wow, okay. Didn't have my eye on them as much during Game 1 and 2, but yeah, it's the Pathfinder Horizon Conduit. Apparently, regardless of map. That is fascinating. This is usually a composition specifically tooled for taking contests at the start of the game.
But they're not contesting it.
Are they really that worried about, a randomized Cholos drop? Or I wouldn't think so. It seems like this is a deliberate ploy to try and increase their team fighting power, but, we're over in Skyhook now, and, having Watson inside a building just becomes so much more valuable than the occasional flick of shields from a Radiant transfer.
I mean, that's how you become a trendsetter, right? If you're trying to take a different approach and you know that you're not at match point yet, obviously they'll change their composition if they are one of the teams to hit match point first, because then they'll be easily targeted otherwise. But to then go in to just get aggressive to be able to hit those 60 points first could be part of their game plan. I mean, they're seeding it in 5th overall. We know that they got 4th place in game number 1 with 7 KP, 11th in game number 2 with 3 KP. We have to see how that's going to work into a final zone like this, where again, you're going to be bunkered down in a lot of these buildings over here by Skyhook.
One of the only teams who's not from South America. Potentially, I think this is probably South America's best performance at LAN, if not very close to.
I was going to say, I think they've only ever sent one team to Grands, right?
For the finals, made it to that top 20 is very impressive. And actually, Zephyr,
because we had Started Fight and Singularity, I think, both
just before
finals.
was saying it was a very late effort from both of them. I think it might have even been in game 10 that they got those
Maybe
points
even at Champions?
and managed to crawl over the line into the top 9. But nonetheless, very impressive and great to see that they've still got that representation, some good teams over there.
Latam represent. You love to see it. I talked to a member of Icholas actually earlier today in the elevator, and saying that they're a little worried, not because they're afraid of their performance, but because they don't want to have the naysayers be right. They feel pressure. They have something to prove out here to the public that there's a reason why South America should be represented in a pro league setting, and now they are really showcasing.
Would love to
their
see Zolo's
ability
laser have a pop off today.
Coming in from South America are really putting in the work, but the crypto drone, the EMP coming out forces Brutus to drop down here, actually trying to split some focus fire from Azel on the other side.
Zazel,
one of the 2 crypto teams in the lobby, LGD, playing from the high ground here, hailing from China and Apex South. A couple of lands under their belt now. somewhat inconsistent results for them, but it does feel like, depending on what the meta is, they can have a good result. So we see
The
them
crypto
just
pick
trying to
for
wait
them
this
is kind
out.
of
It looks like
interesting.
they really just wanted control over the ring
I'm
console
guessing they're doing
there.
that way they can scan ring console without being there.
Seeing though as they're playing by the edge here right
Or a
now, they're
beacon.
focusing on playing for the rotate. They will eventually meet up with Team Liquid, but that's not the only team because we know, as we saw earlier on, that Countdown has a ring console. So a lot of these southern edge zones will inevitably meet there on perhaps the rotate through Skyhook, and Team Liquid flying right over through Alliance. Space Station take Grandma's house for free, but they still are pressuring out LGD, who are taking their time on the rotate. Wondering with Countdown here, yep, this is the landing right now that we also were able to see. Alliance versus Team Liquid, with Alliance having a positional advantage.
An ultimate that we haven't seen a lot of.
What a composition.
Able to try and help create some space between Team Liquid and Alliance now. That said, they did have to drop down to the low grounds. Got the Horizon though, so they get...
Like, I know we were just talking about it, but then
They
you
can
see it on your
easily
screen, you're just
reposition
like,
and try and
ooh.
take them out, but...
I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, this is Alliance we're talking about. They're not going to give that up very easily.
Also showing presence out here too. They're playing very split on Countdown for a reason. Gonna be able to buy that space for that squad, deny that information from Team Liquid. The side by side really highlighting the pressure that these pros are facing right now. So we get to take a look at Mizuchi, who also are actually wrapping around Monument. I did see them exit out of survey. They may have gotten that information because, again, this circle is directly pulling on top of where Team Falcon's POI is. It is insane here. Slight rough start, now having the POI advantage for this team. And as Mizuchi approached maybe by Grandma's house, Space Station, we saw them earlier, were by that survey beacon, denying that space from other teams that are going to be rotating from the east side.
Yeah, and Falcons have taken up spot in the north to northwest of Skyhook, and I really like these positions. These buildings seem to be the most...
So which part of Skyhook do we think this finishes at, chap?
To other teams randomly pushing
This has to be the one that finishes more like
you.
southwestish, right? Those like that the little trio
The zone
buildings.
continues to pull that way. They're sitting in a beautiful spot. They can stay there, and if
the tall
not,
boy?
you at least don't have to worry about the chaos behind your back as you try and reposition. It does, in fact, pull even further north, and Falcons now in an awesome spot. LG just below them in probably the second best spot, playing around market.
not the one I was talking
it's
about.
a similar spot, except that you have to be very proactive.
It is more
because there's a lot of
northwestish.
sight lines that go into market. So unlike the buildings
Falcons
where
are on
you
the
can
far
see
north side of
Falcon
this
in
zone.
right now, you know, they can play a little bit more passively if they want to. LG don't really have that option.
Yeah, a lot more vulnerable in a spot like market. But if you are trying to get that KP down packed quicker, you want to be able to get to those 60 points before all these other squads, right? So if you want to get involved in these fights, Team Falcons may be looking to hold a lot more space between that safe northern building, maybe the building that neighbors them here. Space Station, though, is well involved in a fight, sending out the the fuse tack. Nice tick damage, but they could also approach from the Vault Tunnel side. They cannot ignore the fact
Bro,
that
just
Mizuchi
imagine
has
being a
taken
competitive
their
lobby and
time
just continue
on
to
this
get ticked
rotate.
with knuckle
They're focusing
clusters.
down on Team
I'd be so
Liquid,
pissed.
And they are pinched versus Alliance.
Yeah, exactly. Space
Wow.
Station in the good spot right now.
Just
But
sitting there
going
like,
back
what the
through
fuck
tunnel,
this
I
become
think, is
meta?
good here.
And by the way, Aurora, your winners of game number 2, just taken out Blacklist, putting points on the board. And also, Team Liquid, as we see right here, in a lot of trouble. Only a solo left, Nizul holding onto the sniper tower, but they're the only squad in this lobby with the conduit, like we noted, the support legend. Can he make miracles happen? It's going to be very difficult because both Space Station and Alliance have given up this fight.
LGD
seeing
and
that the circle is going to continue
Space
to
Station.
pull
The
towards
old MD White
northwest
squad.
and want
MD
to
White
prioritize
squad.
their rotate.
Yeah, one of 2 support legends in the lobby, Vicky, which of course means they can get the they can craft the banners, they can get the respawn. So if they can make their way down, there is one over there in Countdown, but it looks like Alliance is actually going to hold them out. Meanwhile, LGD trying to hold Space Station out on the other side.
Do both these teams just die?
Have managed to take that evac out of here. Space Station with only Zainu here alive, but he could get the res as they were already able to get away. Team Liquid finally get called out. It was a very difficult rotation with Alliance trying to circle keep you. It's going to be even more difficult, though, looking at Alliance, unless they have an evac tower, to completely go over the rest
where does
of
he
the lobby
go?
that have
He's
already
just
found
dead.
themselves in Skyhook.
Got a glimpse of LGD, who did make it into Skyhook, but potentially too late after taking too much damage with SSG. See if Zainu looting all those boxes will net perhaps enough medkits to get back in zone, and hopefully as well a mobile respawn beacon to get the teammates back in too.
With the way that Falcons have to play this safely, though, look at them. They're still rocking full blue Evos because they weren't giving up this space. It looks like they haven't really been able to farm the damage that they need. And I don't expect them to be going anywhere because Elevate Bleed are on the outskirts of their building while a majority of these squads are going to be fighting over to the south side of their position. Again, Falcons the only team left with the POI advantage as we saw Aurora exit earlier.
Is Mizuchi's building still in
Yeah,
this?
so Falcons sit here. They are very far away from
the last
Purple
building
at
that's
the
not
moment.
in it.
But all right, we're going to have a listen with Mizuchi right now in second place.
Still nothing, still nothing. Come, just get in.
I'm cracked though.
You're good. I'm going up and batting. That team isn't in north, by the way.
Yeah, we could play for
the backside.
Can we hit for an evac?
It's a Western team low ground.
I don't think we can go across that. I think we have to play for an evac in the back.
I've almost cracked 2.
Yeah.
I think we just play for the walk-in, Timmy, no?
I mean, that walk-in's really hard, but I'm
Zip
not.
right behind! Crack, bang! Bang 1! Bang 15 push! Nice to me! Play for these kills, and then we're just gonna play for the walk-in, trust me. He's going left.
I got him.
Nice, good shots. I'm getting my thirst.
I love it.
Okay.
Blue armor in this building.
Yeah, I'm gonna bang ult the roof, and we're gonna look to.
He said, "Do you trust me?"
I'm bang ulting.
What? Do you trust me?
I'm smoking in front too. Smoking in front. 80 purple bang. I'm batting.
I can show you the
More than
world.
one team. Yes. We just need to get to the corner. For now. Yep. I'm ready. I cracked them on roof. Just get in. Just play here on me. Hold this door. And Care getting pinged from roof, okay? Yeah. Just chill for a sec. I'm making it.
They're looking down. Got him. Wait, can I evac? Can we just evac and go up?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, evac and go up. But someone
okay, I'm tilting.
Wait, what's he?
Yeah, good. They're on roof. Just chill. Just play under this. Just chill. There's no bottom
Excuse me. All right.
I'm going bottom floor. Get in. I got it back.
Frantic comms
Nice,
from
they're
the
inside.
They forced their way into this building, and you could hear in their comms the confidence as they not only gatekeep one team, but are now in the same building as Alliance and LG.
Walty, the most polite comma in the entire Apex Legends scene.
Yo, for real though.
He'll say, please and thank you, and you'll get the job done. And well, you can't argue
just
with
trust
the
me,
results.
please.
Mizuchi have been doing so well. Second place already.
Bye, Alliance.
Alliance go down at the hands of Sykes' charge rifle there.
The fact that Sykes likes to use that, like, just psychopathic out here, but maybe no other choice with the way that they had rotated so quick from the very beginning, like we saw. Fnatic eliminated, 11 squads left. Mizuchi still in this building, but LG have other plans. They have already rotated out of this and are now approaching from the north side of zone where Falcons have already been.
Yeah, so LG, you gotta remember, they were previously in market, but they their spot got out.
And the fact that Hal just completely wipes out Luminosity Gaming, the crowd goes wild. They hold the north side of the zone. The only other team they have to worry about is Elevate Bleed.
I mean, LG, they had their spot, and then they gave it up. We don't know what for, but it does mean that when they come back in, they're going to be
all right, come on, Twisted Minds. We're going to have to find a way to
decision.
rotate this back.
Taken over their spot, and Twisted Minds are now looking to push up from the south. The zone is on the move, and they need to be too.
We're going to have to play this out as a duo.
Every team from Skyhook now coming out, taking zips, throwing down their exhibits.
I mean, it's looking like a Venn diagram out here. 3 exhibits are out on your map. Icholos get eliminated here. 7 squads left. And currently, Mizuchi also approaching from the south side, looking at Gil Phase. Synthetic still alive. But with Blue Evils, Nags is literally 1. They're playing split up, but they
Twisted
have no
Minds
other
out in
choice.
7th.
They were stuck between 2 in game, and Gladiators take them out.
Okay, but now it's
all right, Mizuchi.
Showdown, or at least some of them. Mizuchi versus Guild here. Guild were holding it. Can they hold on to the position, or will Mizuchi run through them? like they have many other teams in this series.
Not the family reunion that they wanted, because MT had something else to say. Falcons through the windows, get some cracks going. Zero.
Yeah, I think Falcons win this game, chat. I mean, they're going to have to get out of their building.
Won't try to push onto them, but in the market,
but everyone else is kind of cluttered up over here, right?
Trying to capitalize off of Guild.
Oh, perfect time to push in for GG here, and you can see they've got Guild on the run.
Wrapping around though, Blast with a huge Evil Shield swap. Light trying to see if he could do the same. He's literally won. Doesn't have any Evil Shield in there because it was swapped earlier.
Guild out,
right
fourth.
They're also right next to the Gen. Guild Esports get eliminated. 3 squads left, and Elevate Lead are taking this fight versus Falcons.
Falcons, they've guaranteed a top 3. And
wow.
finally made
bro,
it
Hal is just shitting on kids.
The crowd goes wild, but GG will move in.
And the pop-up comes in. Gaming Gladiators now slide in versus Team Falcons. Light is not able to fully heal, but the same thing for Hal, as he is the first one taken out.
Can't even get the bats off. They're only popping shield cells. They think they do not have the time. Hal on the ground. Can Zero and Gen bring this back?
This is where the synergy really plays off here, Genome. Zero with the quick swap. Doesn't have attachments for this Havoc. Could this be detrimental now as GG look to contest by the Zero. Zero, he was in the middle of the animation of reloading. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Gaming Gladiators stop their run.
All right.
And take game number 3.
EMEA get themselves a double the day.
Once they got the initial pick, it was just too hard for Falcons. Too much to do. They needed to bat. They needed to reload. You saw them trying to swap guns.
Oh, I guess Aurora took game 2, didn't they?
Just not enough time to get all of that done, let alone res Imperial Hal. That said, it's a second place with a few kills there, Vicky. That's not too bad at all. And that's where you see that flexibility from Falcons, right? I mean,
18-point game from Falcons, not bad.
Edge team, the best edge team that we've got.
Mizuchi
right
getting another
here,
6, so that puts them up to what, past 40, right?
They get a skyhook zone, they play it safe, keep on blues until very late into the game, and that nets them 18 points. But beaten out by our first place team, Gaming Gladiators, with 22.
Which is needed here too. Before that game, Gaming Gladiators were in 14th with 11 total points. But Hal, being the Grim Reaper in the lobby for that game 3, 7 KP. And like you mentioned, Genome, since that circle did pull towards their POI, it's important to note
look at that race at the top right now. Falcons, of course, back into the race. Told y'all it would happen. Chat, I'm going to stand up here for these next couple games.
From the series rankings, still Hales first, right on top of Mizuchi by only 1 total point.
Twisted Minds. Go ahead. Well, they had some nice damage there on Easy Flashes back. Let's see if they can put in even more next round. We'll take a quick break now and come back with match 4.
Yo, what up, IZ? How you doing, buddy? Yo, I'm good, fam. Just chilling. Just chilling. Oh, man. Hoping we get ourselves some teams getting close to match point here soon, though. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't trying to have no 13, 14 game day. We go rinse out my soup bowl real quick, though, so I don't miss them coming back. Chat, be right back.
going absolutely nuts. And I, of course, have the #1 fans of the Falcons. It is Mama Jen and Papa Jen. They are the parents of Jen Burton. And they have been sitting here watching their son take on every challenge possible and do it with style. Now, Papa Jen, what was your first reaction when Jen told you he wanted to play video games for a living?
My first reaction was to say, you can't play, keep going to school and get a proper job, you know? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and I bet you're happy you let him play video games instead of going to school to get a job.
Well, that's right. I think he's doing well for himself.
Now, this might be a very silly question, but do you think the Falcons are going to win today?
Definitely. Go Falcons, yes.
Go Falcons, indeed. And now I've got Mama Jen with me as well. Mama Jen, do you think the Falcons are going to win today?
Of course. Go Falcons.
Exactly. Now, Papa Jen, Mama Jen, it's always such a pleasure chatting to you both. Thank you so much.
You so much too.
And we are hoping, obviously, the Team Falcons are going to win. We, as the casters, it was a unanimous vote to the Falcons. And so can they do it today and make it victorious? I believe they can.
I just see I miss Mama and Papa Jen Burton.
Get kills, get kills. One, go, walk up. 15 left. They're low, Good can. Get going.
Holy fucking Jesus. Hey, yo. Bro, what are we doing? Hey, chat, act normal. Hey, hide the truck. Hey, what up, Sincere? How you doing, buddy? What up, buddy? No, not shit, man. How are you? How was your stream? What were you playing? Welcome in, Raiders.
I'm coming.
Yo, I missed you in the spring, big dog. You gonna start? You gonna come back and do some cats with us in the fall this year? I missed my duo.
Game and Gladiators with a quick GG game
Chat.
3.
For those of y'all who don't know the legend Zen Zero, who just came in here and blessed us up with the raid, man.
Successfully out here, but with the success here,
That's the homie. We used to do a lot of Rocket League casting with TEC back in the fall.
Yeah, I really loved those comms, and I'll tell you why, Vicky.
For those of y'all coming in with the raid, I am your boy Q, man.
Always hear there, which is a very
as y'all can probably guess, I am an esports caster.
They all do it
Hold on.
together.
Hold on, let me mute this, full screen this. I'm your boy Q. I do a lot of esports casting across a couple of different titles. Do a lot of esports content as well over on YouTube, involving like RLCS, ALGS, VCT, a little bit of here and there otherwise as well, man. Right now we're doing a watch party for the EWC Apex Legends match point final. Looks like we're actually seeing what our scores are looking like right here. People who maybe haven't been through or have not seen like a match point format finals for ALGS, a team has to get to 50 points, or sorry, it's normally 50 points. For the Esports World Cup, they're doing it different. A team has to get to 60 points first, and then they got to wrap things up with a dub. Right now, the Falcons are considered like the super team of ALGS. They're sitting in 5th, had themselves a nice little dub-a-rooski in game number 3.
Flatter than a full-size one, perhaps.
Zenzir, I appreciate you again so much for bringing your community through, fam.
To be
The GOAT, man. How was your subathon, by the way?
Far from that. I mean, we're what, midway through the 30s
so I mean, I still play Rocket League from time to time, but honestly, bro, like I've been so busy, it's like literally I'll get to play maybe an hour or two here or there, but nothing too crazy.
10 matches here at the Esports World
That's kind of
Cup.
why like Rocket League fits perfect for me when I do get to play,
And I saw a lot coming in, and I think it was
because I can get a decent amount of games in that time. Whereas if I were to like drop into Apex, you know, an hour, I might only get
feeling a lot more confident about that prediction
4
right
games
now
in.
because as we've said, it's a tight lobby and no one has been able to run away with it. And actually, I'll give you one stat that kind of backs that up. I was having a look at the damage across the board in that last game. Easy Flash was the
I mean, especially picking up, doing more of like the content stuff for TEC when they're in session and casting. It's hard to find like a consistent like gaming schedule. So I've been trying to get better about staying more on top of doing like watch parties for big events.
You're telling me more Apex? I always on
getting the podcast rolling as far as for like my own personal podcast, and then doing, you know, just more esports takes and things.
For these finals, I cannot wait.
Yo, what up, Diego? How you doing, buddy?
We are going to transition onto Storm Point. Again, for those of you guys just tuning in, we are swapping after every game.
But you know, this year was still, or at least the spring was still over in doing like the SSA stuff for RLCS. I picked up the team streams for Kansas City Pioneers, so that was like on the opposite weekends of RLCS.
Well,
so your boy's schedule has just been busy, man. As much as I would love to also get into doing some more like gaming content again.
Once before already.
Of course, I say that, and I've been like honestly contemplating doing like some
of these maps so far,
like gym talk, TikTok sort of content, just because I'm in there so much in the mornings. But I also don't have time to be picking up, you know, another avenue of other type of content to make. So just trying to find my lane, you know.
On an early 50-50.
Getting excited here, looking at a potential northern zone.
Like, I know right now the YouTube's going to be on a more of a slow grow mode just because I'm doing like multiple titles, so it's like trying to figure out where it should be setting videos. Because obviously RLCS, VCT, and ALGS are quite different games in esports scenes.
Yeah, so GHS, I mean, you know, they were the ones who sort of put their name down on Checkpoint, and LG were thinking about contesting Blacklist International over at Lightning Rod, but as you said, LG have landed.
I'm trying to get some things into some place, though. I think I want to get back into doing more of like the interviews and stuff over on the YouTube as well. I kind of let go of that for a bit. I need to get a new like scene made for a podcast to be able to have like an interviewer scene.
I mean, thankfully for both of them, though, the zone very much is over Mill and down Beast, and that provides multiple avenues for them to make it way over.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it would allow me to, like, kind of build in from, like, another,
I guess the circle's just going to pull in that direction. Like, are you
like,
kidding me?
content community.
Must be working overtime or something.
It's just, I just know there are days where I feel like I'm already trying to play catch up just with my esports content, so I can't imagine also trying to pump out a couple of like gym videos a week, even if they're only a couple minutes for TikTok.
Get that information here too. With that split,
I don't know. We'll see.
Trident, you can already see Falcons making that quick rotate, and we could see Jen being on that Watson.
I currently do all of my like esports stuff.
One of the good things about Mill, not that they have far to go, but it
over
makes
there.
Sure that
I try and kind of get done. I try and get to a couple videos a week.
And the reason why I brought up the Watson, by the way, is because that is the first time that we see them bringing out the Watson.
I would like to try and stay a little bit more disciplined with it once fall semester starts up, but we'll see.
Now going for a different game plan. They want to settle down and let the kills come
especially with another
them.
baby on the way. A lot changing here in the next like month and a half. So we'll see if I can still keep a nice, consistent schedule. Would like to get to the point where I can afford an editor for real.
This position from the very beginning, as we are also going to
would be a game changer.
Falcons do the same thing on the low ground.
I mean, that is a fascinating change, though. I agree that, you know, that's definitely some of the reasoning why they've swapped over there to the Watson. But you've got to remember, Falcons are a team that typically have backed themselves. So, you know, their team fighting is so good that they really just.
I've been keeping up on the build-up for Worlds. It looks like your
they want to try and leverage the
1v1 tournament's going to be pretty fucking legit.
Of other legends, like
I'll have to try and keep an eye out for it.
Previously, to further entrench themselves in those fights. So this is a very
if I somehow find a way
change
down
here
there,
from
I will try.
The best team in the world.
And, you know, they're not the only ones in the lobby
to pop in, but
on Storm Point. Each
the Monday
right there in your feed also have swapped over to
the Monday of
Watson,
that weekends of Worlds. The Monday before is when we're scheduled to go in the hospital. So more than likely not, unless things change where he happens to come a little early, maybe I can make some magic happen. But there's always next year another, you know, next event in the NA.
I'll give you a mag. Okay. Wait, there's another mag right here. Yeah. Grab me.
Yeah, one more.
We've been entered in here way too many times, so yep, make sure we don't fuck it up.
Although I gotta admit, I'd be somewhat torn if I showed up, because I'd want to lace him up, but I'd also want to get on the mic.
I have one.
Need that help. Grab me up.
Reckon I can make use of that.
Backing out.
Extended heavy mag here.
Oh, there's a gold
Level
knock. What the fuck? In the middle.
Big.
That's actually boost. I have no mech kits, but fine.
Come on. Who's Rangers?
Calling out teams moving into this zone.
Twisted
10
Minds
steps
out
ahead,
in
right?
20th, man. My
Interesting
boy's
shots, talking about
struggling.
right there. We'll be doing something
It hurts
a
me
little
so
silly when we
much.
take a look at LGD, GHS on the high ground. Through this choke, something that we can expect from other teams when it comes to squads that want to prioritize rotating from checkpoint.
Okay,
33
GHS,
players.
they get the first
Yeesh.
knock onto Big UA, but feeling a little worse for where they're gonna back off and use the smokes.
LGD isn't the only one worrying about GHS, because they also have to worry about their backs here too. Seeing from the distance, teams trying to take some faraway shots, specifically Fnatic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liquid showing them who the law is really as they approach phase. They clean up the last member.
I've been really surprised at the amount of early round fighting that we have been seeing for this being a grand final lobby. Mizuchi's in trouble.
Is going to be able to rotate from mill.
Great start from Mizuchi, but they don't have time to rest on their laurels. They're still 25 points away from match point eligibility.
Bro, that's Zolo's laser rolling up on him.
Are just getting beamed.
Bro,
here.
is Zolo's
Like,
laser been showing that they
gladiators,
can they can frag out with the best of them.
Teams on multiple sides and
Like when they
very
take
kill-hungry
full-on
teams
team
as well.
fights?
GG, Isolo, and Aurora. To not a great stew to be the ingredient of there.
Not going to be the chef's kiss to really close that out together. I like the side-by-side.
They really
though.
gave
As you can
Falcons
see,
another
we're trying to approach Gaming Gladiators, and on the other
zone
side of that
here, huh?
sandwich, it's going to be Aurora trying to gatekeep from Cedo Station.
The script writers,
Elevate
bro.
lead on the other
Telling
side
you.
of Cholos and Mizuchi only down to that
Putting in
solo.
double time.
See what they could do here, because this circle is going to completely shift, as you can see on your screens, over to the northwest, where so many other teams are going to be able to coexist underneath Down Beast and in those outskirt buildings.
Yeah, so this was a fairly easy one to predict. Circles touching very far out to
Imagine
C.
this thing ends
And
up
that's, of
pulling
course, why,
towards
you know,
the
over mill as well.
choke
Falcons
point.
knew exactly where it was going, and they headed in that direction. It's going to be a
Even though usually it's third ring that does the weird like switch, you know what I mean?
They have picked
But imagine for some reason on fourth it just pulls right over towards that choke.
to start, you know,
I'd
getting back
fucking
up
laugh
into
my ass off.
the echelons that they expect to be in.
You know, it's really interesting to see how Elevate Bleed have been playing too. You know, they may not have won a game thus far, but they've come pretty darn close to it. Second in game number
So,
2
like,
with 5KP,
when they
third
bring the map
with
back up, I'll
5KP.
try and
That's
circle
why
it
they're
real
sitting
quick.
in first place overall. And they're
But over
taking
where
these
this
fights
thing's
with
ending by
confidence without
mill,
getting overzealous
there's
too,
like
right?
you
They're
have a
trying
bunch
to
of these
see,
like little
do we
canyons, these
wanna
big old rocks
overextend here?
that
We
you
know
can't
that we're
manipulate
on the
around
outside
except for,
being
I guess
gladiators.
you can see
We
an
know that
example
we
of a choke
completely
point would be
harassed each other's
right,
out of this lobby.
right to their
Or are we
right
gonna
where there's
try to
that little
wrap around
gap
on
that
the
people
other
have
side
to
where we
go
see
through if they
Aurora
want to go over
gatekeeping
that
Cedo?
like
Maybe
next
we wanna
POI.
play differently and go through Jurassic where there's a ring console.
Waltz actually managed to grab both of the banners. That's a very good effort.
For example, like
So
when they're rotating
potentially
here,
a
like if the
reset
team wanted to hold them out, they had
coming
basically
out
like just
for
kind of camp right out by that like water
Mizuchi
side.
now, there we go. Both of his teammates back in. Mizuchi are back online. Very
Honestly,
far to
as much as I always say that like Apex has like so far like not really been able to, I don't think meet its potential. I still think right now Apex Legends is the best BR esport there is. And I'd say that with my whole chest.
But also are going to be able to give up the two teams that may have potentially ended up engaging on each other by Cedo. We mentioned Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, while Falcons,
Especially match point format.
there's a lot of open spots that other squads could try
For, like,
to
grand
contest
finals.
them from afar.
I mean, I love this spot for the composition that they happen to pick this
Instead of just
game
doing like a
because
set amount of games
there
and the
are
highest
quite a
score
few
wins, but like
entrances into
you
that,
have to get
you
to
know,
a
the belly of the
qualifier
beast, I
point
guess
and
you
then
could
win a
call it
game,
there.
so you
And
actually
the
win your
knuckle
last game
clusters are
played.
so good. You
It's
don't
brilliant.
have to, you know, hold preciously onto your grenades and then throw them and then be like, okay, well now they can just come in whenever they want. Not only do they have the fences keeping people out, but they've got the knuckle clusters on repeat to try and take damage to anyone who wants to come in. Of course, they're never going to, you know, just sit there and do nothing. That's not the
Like even right now with Team
You can
Falcons
see them
having
trying
like
to
the
get out.
super team,
Of course, one of the reasons
we'll
for that
still
is to
probably
try and get
see
up to purples, but
8-9
the other
games
one is
with
just to try and make sure
today for match point.
that, you know, they know where the teams and the threats are around them.
Definitely a different
Oh,
plan
well,
out here.
hello.
Effect, but the Beam does not win his trade versus JMW. Found Blacklist playing a little separated, but Hockey's is able to find the finishing.
Where's
blow here to
JMW's
trade for the
teammates?
trade. Hockey's having that red, though, looking so scary, especially when he's got that gold prowler in hand. The Motherload, unlucky on the other side.
Bro, Unlucky's
Only
hurting?
Hockey's could give him that suppressed fire.
Why did we go away from that fight?
Bleed.
It hurts my
Take out
soul.
Mizuchi after they were trying to get the res, completely wiping out the squad that was just responded.
Blacklist
Yeah, I mean,
International
it
out.
was so far away that I guess that was an easy read.
Like we went away from the fight
Probably a
to
lot of
go
flash
watch
damage
the end of the
already
fight
taken
that
at
was
the
already
point
over.
where
I don't understand.
Team comes in to clean up Mizuchi.
Hey yo,
Blacklist
Zero, I
somehow
appreciate
lose
you
that
coming
fight
through
up.
again,
I
man,
mean,
bringing your
I was
community
watching that
through.
beam from Effect.
16
And I
hours.
was like, wow, this is incredible.
That's
And then he goes
that's
down,
some
and it's
tank
like,
shit. Yeah, man, get yourself some break.
What is JMW on to be able to be beating him in a 1v1 in that situation?
We'll be here yelling about
It was
esports.
like
Kinda
a fully
crazy.
different. It was like
Appreciate
a
you,
fully different,
fam.
as you saw right there too, because Hockey's are just literally just fried.
Again, chat, if y'all were in here before the raid, or for any reason you were with the raid and y'all don't follow that, man. The myth, the legend.
I love being able to see
Been grinding for a
where
few
our
years,
pros
built
are
himself a
at
nice little
within
Rocket League
this world,
community.
because you can see Alliance
They do
were
tournaments
very
and
low,
stuff.
but they
Make sure you
will
pull up
be
and check it out
able
sometime.
to heal within the zone before they do approach, but they will be gate kept by the likes of DMS.
Did we get a pause? We got a
We
pause.
get to see so many other teams that have already gone
Shit
ahead
on.
with their rotate towards Down Beast. I want to talk about the squads that aren't in that next circle, Genome. Team Liquid on the outskirts of Mill, over by those northern buildings where we know that there's a respawn beacon, GHS, Gaming Gladiators, Space Station, and Aurora.
Imagine having to be the casters, though. You hear, yeah, make sure you don't mention that we're going into a pause, but turn this thing into a podcast. Thanks.
By GHS and Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, interesting to see where everyone's ended up. JHS probably the worst off out of those teams, just purely due to the fact that they got ousted from Checkpoint, or at least, you know, had half their lunch stolen. So they've got to deal with GG, and I mean, Team Liquid, they came up from Barometer to take those buildings at the back of Mill, and be interested to...
You know, it would be kind of sick if during the tech pause, they just showed us the fucking map. That'd be
If
lit.
they were like, well, we're definitely not getting a spot in Down Beast. Maybe on the off chance it switches back to the back of Mill, we try and play here, and then we've got God Spot. Doesn't pan out, but you know, for the moment, there's still a couple of teams ahead of them that they can get KP on.
And theory crafting comms like that, right? You mentioned, you know, if you already know that you probably don't have a spot by Down Beast, we have to talk about why teams would opt to play by the edge in a case like that. When a circle pulls towards Down Beast, there's a lot of open areas if it does pull on the outskirts of Down Beast, and in that rotate, you're basically just easy to fry, right? I'm thinking about the spacing between
Me and my
Mill
boy,
into Down Beast that would be like a
Strafing
choke that
Flame to lock
exits
it the fuck
into
in.
checkpoints, and it's very difficult unless you play by the underneath part of the bridge north of Mill, and then there's just water, right? You're just basically out in the open unless you play by the natural terrain of where we saw FaZe get taken out earlier, where Team Liquid had actually wrapped around and are now still playing on that southwestern side.
Dance party time. We'll wait for the pause to go out. At least the crowd's having some fun there, getting the cheers in, trying to send their energy to the teams they're supporting on the stage.
It's been so great to see and feel the energy from Riyadh. Thank you guys so much for coming out. It's been great to also hear the support. You hear the chants. I heard CEO at one point, Team Falcon chants, of course, have been ringing out through the crowd all week long. But they're in 5th place at the moment, 33 points. Yes, we're still at the very beginning of our match point finals. But we have to talk about what's at stake here, Genome. $2 million prize pool spread across the board for our teams that participated in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, look, life-changing money, isn't that what they say?
Oh, yeah.
Remember when I told y'all we were probably going to be seeing more tech pauses because of the changes back and forth between the maps?
And
Smiles.
from there, it goes down by, I think it's like 225K to 375,000 for second. Still, I mean, yeah, you're getting into the six figures all the way down to the top 5, Vicky.
That is actually crazy. Aside from the fact that we highlighted the MVP, who would also be able to pocket that 50K. Love seeing the man.
I love the plushies on the cameras, not gonna lie. Super cute.
From Alliance, the Nessie, little Yarny Nessie. But while we do have a small technical delay, guys, thank you so much for your patience. While we wait, let's take a look at some fun. Oh, I'm getting word, actually. I'm getting word.
We're getting ready to go back in, baby.
Ready to go back in. Guys, I don't want to keep you waiting.
Let's get lit.
I want to see some more Apex out here. We already saw where the zone was pulling. I'm getting word that we are ready to go, guys. Technical issues solved just as quick as we had just started. The crowd is ready to go. Dino, let's dive into the action.
Keen to get back in. As you can see there, headsets off for Mizuchi, who won't be joining us for the rest of this game. Walty was the kill leader coming into game 4 here with 8, but fortunately it's going to be
Bro,
hard.
9 Impulse just got lit the fuck up.
Aurora.
Yay! Now GG gonna try and push up on that quick.
Tried it, and now, oh my lord, the Arc Star's raining through.
Big lifeline value though on the revive. That's actually should let Aurora still win this fight. Watch.
Are looking to get taken out. Are you kidding me? Aurora showing
Lifeline value.
Lifeline is so strong for this squad. Can they get the full reset? GHS, they heard the lifeline res and say they cannot even approach successfully. They cannot third party this because they've already got the full reset and of course the evil shield swaps.
Yeah, I mean they were quite split as well. I think probably the crypto player all the way back in the mill, just flying the drone around rather than fighting with his team. Come on, it's always that problem with the crypto players, isn't it? I mean, look, I'm sure it was a a reasonable thing for him to be scouting around and trying to work out where GHS can find a little hole in the next zone to move in. Is it past Team Liquid or is it past Aurora? Alliance, however, they're all the way on the north side here, and they've got DMS penned in this bunker.
That's with them successfully being able to get the reset. And
Lions will go. Nice push by.
Hawkeyes slides in, but he needs some backup.
Hawkeyes need to at least be able to get one. Oh, he did get one. Okay.
Lucky follows up. Only one left from DMS. Alliance successfully come out on top, but on the other side, let's jump into a listening with Elevate as they fly into the next zone.
Go bridge, go bridge, go bridge. I'm landing in the inside of the bridge.
Elevate currently in first place, huh?
We need to get that XP. We're close to red, guys. We have a lot of KP.
Yeah, I'll get red if we get that XP.
So we can also kill the Watson team now.
There's boxes here too, bro. Boxes here.
Bro, it's a fucking scrim.
Make sure there's nobody checkpoint, bro. That's how we die.
Yeah, you're getting the juice right now.
Watson team blue armor. Watson team blue armor.
Watson team blue armor?
Yes, blue.
Where? Bro. On the left?
Here, behind the rocks. I hit the one.
Trying to figure out if it's worth pushing. He said blue armor? Yo, we might need to just go ahead and drop our nuts on that.
Right now?
I'm about to get to here. Checkpoint. Going.
I think I should fuse all something early here.
No. They don't even know, bro. They
don't have
evacs. Yeah, they have no clue. We just peek over with gun out.
I'm peeking over this, so we have high ground.
Just use it right now.
Walk up the tree, Lou.
Walking up.
On my left. Close.
I'm zeroing.
I'm gonna work the day after bingo.
They bingled to us.
I did too. Where are we safe?
Back on me.
They're flashing! Help!
I fuse all to you.
I can't right now, Lou. I can't right now.
I'm batting.
He got caught too far forward.
Break the zone. I got it.
Now it's a 3v2. That's unfortunate, bro.
Save on me. Temporarily.
I think we have a crossfire,
yeah.
I'm getting blowed.
I might go back to bridge and try to play my life dog and let you play the game.
Yeah,
Like, you can understand the call.
Listen to me. When I get double smokes, I'm going to get you to come back to me. They don't have wall hacks. I almost just cracked one. You're going to be good to cross on 3, 2, 1, run now.
Cross.
Full sprint. I'm not smoking until you get shot. There's one guy right behind you. It's a Watson. This is going to be the worst player on that fucking team.
Smoke now.
You're back.
There it is.
Fuck, man. Give me that wrench.
It's all right. So they at least get back together here as a duo.
Crossing white truck.
This team is only going to focus up. So what we have to do, left. How many ulting cells you have? Tell me you got one. Please tell me you have one.
No, 0, 0.
Damn it.
Blue got caught just a little bit too far forward on that, man. That was
Comms
tough.
are phenomenal. Zach Mazer
LG,
is
hold on,
locked in, but
Funk.
They lost out on one, and LG lose out on their
Get
lives.
wingman,
Effect
fool.
With the clutch,
Bro got capped.
keeping the dream
The
alive
headshot.
for Alliance. Look at Effect, the way he fixes his posture real quick, and so that way now they can get the shield swaps here, and they can get the reset.
Yeah, space by space, Alliance move their pieces forward, and with each one they have taken a life. That's a
Why
good
was I
spot
thinking
there,
Falcons
right in
were at
front of- there's also a
35
ring
before this
console
game, and now it's
next
saying they're
to
at
them.
33 on.
And then with the Pathfinder and the Fuse on board, presumably one of them has the option to go out and get some info about exactly where we're headed next. Falcons, in the meantime, of course, someone was always going to push in here. It's Exo's plan.
Well, they're at
Falcons
37 now.
Successfully repel them.
Crowd going crazy.
And remember, this is where points start to get be worth more for
They
placement.
have to cover all the
We're now in
angles
top
here
10.
in
Once we get to
Southeast,
8,
and
they
there's
really
three
start to
different
close
openings
it,
that they really have to
go
look
up
out for, which
in
work
worth.
perfectly with the Watson comp that they're running. They come out, send Exo back to
Oh,
the lobby.
man, Mazer by
elevate
himself
with only
now.
Zach Mazer alive.
Time for a
This
Mazer
squad,
moment.
by the way, has been doing fantastic. Maybe stopping their end here with 10 squads left before Zach has to inch forward. Can he find his spot, though, with Space Station being right in front of him?
Wow, he's really just trying to min-max their health there and the amount of time he can stand outside of zone. But yeah, as we see, it's an easy cleanup for SSG. Off the back of the air, losing that fight to GHS Professional,
We
which
think
they
has the
sounded
best
so
spot over
confident
here. I'd like a good
when they went
overhead
for it.
look when we got
All
a
of sudden,
chance.
EMP, bang ult, and they can't do anything about it. Luke completely caught out in the
Because
open,
Falcons are in here,
with
right? Isn't that who
utility
Aurora's
usage.
pushing?
Yeah, the chain crowd control into, oh, they have blue even shields. Oh, no, I can't reposition. But Aurora, remember the comms we listened to from
Yes.
from
Yes, it
actually
is.
how earlier on, and Zero calling out 9. It was Aurora who forces their way in. The crack, Falcons are looking crazy in
Wow.
defending this position. They lost out on Jed, but only one member left from Aurora.
Surely they find the other one.
So Aurora's
soon.
gone?
There we go.
There's a
couple
third
of
party
kills
push
for
in, though.
Falcons. Hal, actually not the one picking them up this time. We saw 5 assists on his screen, so good to see the boys trading some kills in that one. You know, maybe they've got an agreement about who gets the MVP, Vicky.
So
Alliance,
this is
they've
Fnatic
moved
up top that Alliance
now.
is pushing, it looks like.
One by one, they have been crushing.
Why are we
through
going
their
away from the
competition.
fight up
They don't
top?
want to go underneath. Falcons have got that
I hate it
locked
here.
down. They're halfway to Reds. They've been doing so much damage and just really holding down the fort.
Oh? Maybe holding it down.
Alliance
Right
following
there.
the...
Yeah, Alliance
Oh,
get
SSG
taken out
pulled
by,
up there.
Look at 2 different teams.
Fnatic.
Space Station Guild, very difficult rotate from that north side, while Falcons
Glad we stayed over on this
teams that are trying to
POV.
push through the choke one after the other as they look. No Dragons is on the outskirts. You know, GHS also, who have been fighting their way through from the south side of Down Beast, as you can see right here. And Fnatic, who have not been able to take those shots, have denied themselves, since this is their POI, extra loot while holding that high ground and are still on Blue Evos.
Okay, 7 squads left, and wacky zone alert. It's going to be finishing what looks to be inside the Beast, which means that you can have teams on top, you can have teams on below as well.
It's ending over by the legs, though, so like it still should be able to
up on this high ground here. They
end
are
where
playing
teams are more
King of the
fighting
Hill.
versus the
I
heal
also
off.
want to pinpoint to look out for GHS, who are the only crypto in this lobby that EMP
So is this
can do
guild
so
here?
much. But first, with MTV, the
No.
last one alive,
That's
has to
Liquid
play around
there.
these knockdowns.
Now, too much for him to do, and Team Liquid take the fight. Oh, can they get Nizzle up?
Who's pushing up the Liquid, though, is the
GHS
question.
Professional are looking to find
Nice.
a timing here, but they don't get it, and the gold knockdown puts TLG
Falcons up in
a
the second
fantastic
here.
spot.
You
Now,
got to
gotta
figure if
remember,
they can
team
finish
on
the top 2.
They'll be able to look down. They'll be able to send 1 or 2
I think this should be
members
enough
down
to take
drop
top
down
the
on a
spot,
team
top
that wins, the lower area of Down Beast.
That was Fnatic, who had gotten evicted originally when they were the first team up on that high ground. Only one member of Fnatic left, the solo that has to play for their lives. GHS, the team that I was pinpointing to look out for. This is the risk for Falcons, because this is the counterplay to the Watson, the potential EMP that could delete those fences.
It's a bit of rock, paper, scissors between those legends. Falcons quietly have moved up into 2nd place. Obviously, a lot of that is off the back of the 9 starting points they had, but A slower start.
Well, that
to
and the
this
big
series
game last
does
game and the
not
fact that they're
count them out
threatening
by
to go
any
back-to-back here
means.
in true Falcons fashion.
Team Falcons, your home team, the EMP coming in. There it goes, roaring out. Not going to be able to get too aggressive, though. The bombardment of nades now right afterwards.
Perfect timing by the Falcons there. You see them use so much utility. They were waiting for that EMP. They knew it was coming.
Wow.
But they did have Jen Burton go down in the meantime.
From the ring, on top of it, actually. This is crazy. Zero's out of this fight for right now. He's popping the med kit, but how with the fuse tack is going to be able to build up that.
So right now, Team Liquid sitting up on top. Basically gets free pickets that fall down and should get a chance to try and finish up last fight.
Lip of the, that roof that they can hide underneath, that might help them. The Falcons, you can see, about to be pushed out. They've got the reset. Jen's back up and running. Extremely important as GHS take the first loss of this Final Four.
Falcons exiting out, though, having to avoid the arc star.
All right,
Feel the
GHS
pressure
out.
from the Thermite.
They were the
GHS
solo.
trying to get eliminated, and remember, the Kings of the Hill, Team Liquid.
Falcon left.
Representing Viva Mexico, the Falcons are
Falcons
in
win this
territory.
anyways.
They're mowing
Hal's
down
just
the
better.
lobby.
Hal's just better. No, he's not.
Squads, and it's only Zero. He can't clutch. It is Team Liquid. El Presidente to win the game.
I love how it says Dragon Esports up on the thing because they don't know who won. Bull. Oh, no, I was just saying who's left. Who was going out. Okay, never mind.
Critical fight win up the top of Down Beast. So many
It's a big
teams
game
were
for
playing
Team
for
Liquid,
that
though.
Position. We saw Alliance come up there
And it
and
should
get
put them up
removed.
into like third.
GHS, I think, had the chance.
Puts them
to
into like
probably take
upper
that game, but they
40s,
don't
so
move
closing in on that
top
60-point
of Team
threshold.
Liquid when they have the opportunity, when there's enough other teams fighting that they could have jumped in there. That means they go out in, it was either third or fourth there.
I mean, Falcons still had a really good game for a follow-up to a win. Remember, they were like 13th after game 3. It's about to be at the end of game 5, and they're going to be up in
from Team Liquid all the way from what, like barometer? They had wrapped around.
top 3.
Yeah, remember, they were the ones sitting all the way at the back of Mill.
Yep.
Or no, that was
So to
game
move
4 there,
from
wasn't it?
there and impose themselves upon the other teams that have been
They're
sitting
still
on
though.
the
They're in
top of Beast for
like
a
the bottom
while
10 after 2 games.
Is impressive. We're gonna have more impressive
Even with their
plays
9-point
soon.
start
We'll
they're
go to a
given.
break, and then it'll be match 5.
I wish there was a place that had an active, updated scoreboard. Smiles. Wikipedia's not staying up to date. Oh, man. All right, chat. So I'm trying to think about what we got this upcoming week. Tomorrow's going to be a day off for sure. I am way overdue for one. The boy will probably be doing some... the most that I'm going to be doing tomorrow is playing Rocket League. We're not editing shorts. We're not recording. We're not scripting. I don't think there's anything to watch party. Jit taking the day off. But then Tuesday, Wednesday, we got the Shift Summer League playoffs, EU and NA. We'll be watching both. I'm trying to think if we got anything else going on next week, and I don't think we do. I know I got a cast on Sunday for Ethlete, but that's just going to be another Undisputed cast. Oh, this week we've got University or the University Rocketeers or whatever. So next Saturday and Sunday. Sunday will be based around when my casting is done. But it looks like it's running pretty late in the evening. It looks like it starts at noon. I'm guessing from the way it's looking, I'll probably be able to catch like Final Four. More than likely. We should be able to catch Swiss on Saturday of it. Try and see if we can do like a Q zone sort of deal with the multi-view.
Vamos a jugar nosotros.
Sí,
aquí
nos
arribita.
podemos jugar ahí. De hecho, voy a ir piqueando ahí, ¿no? No.
Voy tirando ulti,
Voy a piquear aquí,
Ya.
No hay un vato aquí, no hay un vato aquí.
Voy a bajar contigo, voy a bajar contigo.
No, no hay nadie ahí.
Me he hecho bot y tiro
¿Bajamos
ulti.
dos al final o bajamos todos?
Podemos bajar todos, dependiendo. Última team, se están peleando, podemos bajar todos, podemos bajar
I
todos.
feel like we should have their POV from somewhere, man. Like when it's Final Four, surely they have just a couple of observers, right?
Celebrations from Team Liquid Alienware. After 4, they join
All right, I'll be right back,
Mizuchi,
Jack. I gotta use the
Aurora,
restroom.
and Gaming Gladiators as the 4 teams who have won so far in Day 4 of Apex Legends at EWC. Welcome back. I'm Rain Day, joined by Jayhawk, Zephyrcast, and we've got a new face on the desk, though he's not a new face if you've watched or probably played Apex Legends in the last few years. Hodzik, coach of NRG. Hod, it's great to have you, man. Obviously, yesterday didn't go your way, but it does allow us to spend some time talking with you during halftime here and catch up on these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as last lane, I would love to be on stage right now, but I'm just happy to be part of the broadcast any way I can.
Of course, man. Well, we appreciate it. You know, Riyadh, we've got talent in the building. We think we should use it. Speaking of the talent that's been on display, they've put themselves in quite a comfy position, our 4 teams who have won these last 4 games. We haven't had a repeat winner yet, but if we take a look at our standings for this match, you can see Team Liquid has added yet another 21 points to their score. 17 for Falcons, who are yet awaiting their game win, but doing quite well to stay involved, stay aggressive in these in-games, and it looks like things are getting better and better for them. Dragons pick up 8 more points. That's great from South America. GHS and Fnatic round out our top 5, with Alliance been picking up a nice 12 points there, which, remember, they averaged 13 points on Stormpoint, as Privacy noted.
I was just say his stats still ring true as far
Smart
into this,
guy.
but I got to bring up, of course, even though they're low on the tail end of that board, Elevate, who has been such a presence in today's matches as well. Of course, Mizuchi do fall a little bit earlier there into those fights, but definitely something we'll have to touch on.
I mean, Jayhawk, talking about just the impact of 2 teams like this, Liquid, Falcons, and Dragons being in the mix of that, it just goes to show South America, it wasn't a fluke getting into this environment. They are handling themselves quite well in this finals lobby.
Absolutely, and we talk about the way that South American teams have to get here. It's brutal. Everything that we saw yesterday where only 2 spots are on the line, that's what South America's qualifiers are for every single LAN. And so the teams that have to make it are the ones that go through the bloodbath and come out on the other side.
It's an amazing look here. Falcons, as you can maybe hear, if you didn't, we heard it in our studio in the STC arena. Falcons fans up out of their seats, realizing their team is in first place. But unlike yesterday or the day before, if you've been here all 3 days, that doesn't matter, because you got to get over 60 points, then you got to win the match. This is match point, my friend. So it's exciting now, but there's still plenty of work to do. And let's walk through those matches. Hodzik, this is where I want to get you involved as well. It was Mizuchi with a win at the start. Talk to me about this team. It's Timmy, question mark, leaving DSG, but it seems like that question has been answered. This team has a ton of firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that I'm personally very biased toward, just because, having coached Guild in the past.
Yep.
And just been really close with Waltzy as well. This team has been, I expected this team to do really well, just because I feel like Timmy is an extremely, I mean, you can see it through his content, he's an extremely motivated individual with whatever he's doing and very talented. So it's a team I expected to do well. They are surprising me a lot this turn though. They're going above and beyond what I expected. I know Timmy and Guild were actually a little bit sick. I don't know if you guys talked about that or knew.
No, we did.
Yeah, they were sick actually for their group stages. So like they didn't feel good going into these matches. But I mean, they still, I think, got 4th in their group stage, and they're doing really well. I mean, you love to see it. It's one of my favorites of the tournament so far.
And honestly, one of the elements of having the days in between is that if you do get sick, you have a little bit of time off. That's not typical Jayhawk in these types of formats that we play. So it does benefit them, obviously, for that little bit of rest, reset physically, mentally. And then game 2, well, you see a splash off. A team that we didn't talk about, I don't know if it was purposefully or not, in Aurora, who had some changes. They left out Hardeki coming into this. They've got Kazakh, but they found a way to get a win. They're sitting pretty near the top.
Absolutely, and it was a little bit of a controversial change. Hardeki, one of the most beloved players in all of Apex Legends, and so after their best performance they've ever had on LAN, this split doesn't go their way. They end up dropping him. People are wondering what's happening, but Kazakh looks like he's ready for the challenge. He was fantastic in this game. We saw Aurora in a cascade zone, able to come up from the south side, clear out their entire side, including Mizuchi, who did take game 1, and able to close it out in style with some big KP, and once again showing that their play style and the lifeline can work on LAN.
Odd, quick thought on Aurora. Do you think they're in a position to win this all?
I mean, the one really, really big thing they have going against them is that they are playing a comp that's very obvious, right?
Lifeline.
Once you get to match point, you want to be a little incognito. You want to play big because teams can sense the teams that are afraid or trying to stay a little bit silent, so they'll naturally be like, hey, that's so and so on match point. So they have if they choose to stay on the lifeline, they have a little bit going against them there with that comp because they stick out like a sore thumb. But I mean, I think they're playing really well. They definitely have a good chance.
This is a great chance to ask you this question. I've found that pros know really well. It's almost like a sixth sense what team is what.
Yeah.
You know, you might think, oh, it's a certain skin, but sometimes those factors aren't there. How can you tell so certainly what team is what from your perspective as a coach, knowing what your players can see?
A lot of it is based on knowing rotations, what POIs people are coming from, where they like to go, the spots. Because all these teams, they have set plays. You know, they have places they like to play from, the ways they play it. You know, with one team occupying, you know, Grandma's house is going to be play it differently than another team doing it. So a lot of it's also play style. For example, Sweet is like one of the most identifiable players in the game sometimes because he's just doing all that rat stuff and really being a nuisance to all the teams. So a lot of like individual play style is just, you know, we've scrimmed against everyone for like 4 years now, so we all know each other's play styles. It's pretty easy to identify sometimes.
It's amazing. You feel like you're maybe missing out on something, Ben. They go, oh, that's Sweet. That's something. It's like, how would they know that? I mean, I know, but obviously there's so much going on behind the scenes. Another team I want to switch to in EMEA is obviously Gaming Gladiators. Lufka, you had mentioned he had an opportunity with Ascend, one fight away from being a LAN champion. Now, clearly Gaming Gladiators not only doing well in the overall Esports World Cup, but in this lobby, performing and at a level where I would say they look like a contender to lift the trophy.
Yeah, the height of EMEA currently in today's matches, and I got to give some real kudos to them, especially coming out of what was that third match there. We talk about long, distant rotations. They're on one of those siphon starts, something that can be difficult, especially when we talk about EA and Falcons getting handed that northern zone where they were absolutely slaughtering anybody who was challenging them going into that POI. The great thing about Gaming Gladiators is not only did they have to contest and fight their way in for center Skyhook, but also the transitions they made when we talk about market and then calling those shots efficiently to take advantage of the chaos between Falcons and EA shows me where their mind is at going into these games. They are not afraid to take it up against just about anyone else currently in this lobby, and as a result, it has propelled them to the top.
You can actually say maybe hesitancy was the reason they lost that fight. TSM at that moment, with Hal coming down from the heavens, was the aggressor, and that ended up paying the real dividends. Team Liquid here in the best position on Down Beast. I've seen people win this with Blues dropping down from this height.
Is it just me, or do they get turned down when they're back here at the studio?
This as well, obviously, the Falcons analysts, that there are these God spots. There are these analytical spots of where you want to be playing. Team Liquid, were they just in the right spots for that game, or do you feel like they've just got momentum here heading into game?
All right, World's Edge, game 5,
momentum.
baby.
I wasn't able to obviously catch a little bit of their mid game, but I know they weren't the team on there the whole time. But a lot of it's just momentum. I imagine that they won a team fight up there, and then when you get to the point like later in the game, fighting for that down B, the top of it, is really hard to do early on because there's a lot of room around the map. People could shoot at you from all sorts of angles, long range. But as that zone closes, all of the height gets just exponentially stronger. The more, because you have less angles that are going to be shooting at you. So they, I believe, won a fight up top, and then just once they sit up top, I mean, they just have to sit there and let the rest of the game play out below them.
Certainly what Team Liquid had in mind. Wall and take a look. I mean, Hotzig, we've got you here. Your thoughts on where these teams are dropping? Anything stand out to you about the dynamics of this map?
I mean, honestly, not too. It looks all pretty much run-of-the-mill, to be honest, from what I'm seeing. All these teams that I know, all these teams. I mean, you have a lot of teams landing in their comfort spots. You got Liquid and Barrow, which is a big one. Alliance up at North.
All right, I need my boys Twisted Minds to have a pop-off game here in Game 5 to make me feel a little better.
Devastated Coast is one. Obviously, we see Bleed doing really well. Devastated Coast is actually, in my opinion, a bit of a sleeper POI. It's not one of the best, but it actually has a pretty high point average from a lot of, at least in North America. It's one of the, when we do our POI drafts, it's one of the lesser taken spots, but it actually has a higher point average than most of the other POIs you'd think of here. So it seems pretty, like I said, pretty run-of-the-mill. You got Aurora with C-Note as well. I mean, it's all pretty much most teams getting their comfort POIs, which is good for them.
Okay, so let's go into this scenario where we're on match point. We see a team like AKA,
all right.
Get
Do we have any teams getting up on a match point this time around, chat? What do we think?
What happens to these rotations?
We got a couple teams who can get there the decent-ish game.
Where it felt like SSG had this wide open, easy path.
Falcons are on 49, Liquid's at 44, Elevate's at 43.
For kills. In your mind,
I mean, even Aurora at 40, man, you pick up a dub with 8 kills, you're at match point.
Hitting a match point and the chaos that ensues as a result of that for teams either trying to stop them or the factors that follow that type of trajectory.
Right. Well, if you look at generally if you're a team on match point, you land, you see where the zone is going. This generally happens for every single map, but obviously it changes a little bit for match point. You look at the zone, you take an educated guess if you have console where it's going to go, where it's going to actually end. And then you instantly start thinking, where do we want to play? That's going to guarantee that we don't get pushed, or that's going to make us stay a little bit more incognito. That'll guarantee us to have playability within zones 4 and 5, right? Because that's the biggest thing. A lot of teams in this current meta will play for zone 3, where they just want a spot that's pretty safe that they can control in zone 3, kind of like shoot around them, keep their area under surveillance, give themselves a lot of opportunities to move. But when you're on match point, if you have a prio zone, one that's really close to your POI, one that you can get a really good spot to, then generally the best thing you can do is go to the most, the God spot, the spot that is most defensible, where even if teams know that you're up there,
they won't push that much.
Severely throw their game on purpose to keep the tournament going, and a lot of teams sometimes aren't likely to do that. They're too afraid to because they don't know if other teams will kind of match the energy. So you want to pick those spots. Like for example, theoretically, if Falcons was on match point just now, the spot they actually played just now was great. It's a very complacent spot inside of the Beast, but it's very difficult to be pushed
World's
from
Edge
there,
is next,
especially
right?
Playing to Watson, it's almost like a perfect scenario, right?
Yeah.
Very, very difficult to win over if there's already a team in there.
Our last land, Reject Winity in LA, they had a Watson to finish off match point. It is a solid character for defending a point, like you just mentioned. That is technically the God spot. Hotzig, thank you so much. We're glad to have you on stage, my friend. Even if it wasn't that stage, we know you will be back and busy as ever, of course, in Apex Legends, as you always are. That's it. After 4, we've got 4 different winners and no teams on match point. But this game, Game 5, could change that. Let's head back to STC Arena and get the action going yet again.
It could indeed change after this game. You're completely right, Rain Day. We are looking for our teams to hit match point. That mark is 60 points overall in their tally, and we are so close with a number of our teams now, Dan.
We are getting very close, but it is not guaranteed. We've seen situations like this before, where the teams at the top...
It's all right, my boys Twisted Minds, they have like a 22-kill game and a dub. Put themselves on a match point right here.
For getting to match point a little bit later on.
Actually, I don't even think that I'd still do it for them.
Who are the closest right now, 11 points away from getting to that threshold. Can they find that consistency as we move back over to Storm Point? We heard the analysts talking about the drop spots and the potential rotations that could happen, but of course that's all going to be dependent on where this zone goes.
Dan staying on Storm Point, we're going to World's Edge. It's all good though. A lot of teams at the moment are fighting out for that point, for that 1 or 2 points they need just to get over the cusp to get onto
All right, let's get a
match point.
chat.
This could be the
You
one,
hear the
not just for
crowd.
Falcons, though.
They're cheering
There's
for
a couple of
Falcons.
teams
They
who
need
can get there as
11
well.
points. You drop it up at Skyhook. Should get themselves some good loot. I wonder if Aurora is still dropping up at Sky East.
Willing them on to try and get to that match point threshold. 11 points are required. And that is very achievable for a roster like Falcons, and especially it being on World's Edge. Ignore what I said earlier. Now being here at Skyhook West, there is a real opportunity for them to find points, but the zone is a far,
All right, so
far
we're going
distance from
south.
where they drop.
Could be big for
I mean,
Liquid.
Falcons been blessed with the last 2 zones. You have to say,
Not a
West
bad
zone
one
finishing in and
for
around Market, and then
Mizuchi
they had the
either,
one
as
on
long as they can
Storm
stay
Point, of course,
alive.
that pulled towards Down Beast, where they had some fantastic priority, but I want to talk about the team that has great priority to this zone, right down over at the south side of our match. I am talking about the team who in the current standings is in second place.
Yes, sir.
Say their
Team
name
Liquid,
and they
baby.
appear. It's Team Liquid who I want to talk about, Dan. They are just behind Falcons in the overalls. They need 16 points to jump onto match point, and they're going to have fantastic priority to this zone.
And we'll look at Liquid and Falcons because there are 2 teams who are at the top at the moment. And I would say that Liquid would be very comfortable at trying to find a win on Storm Point because they're at Barometer. It's their tried and tested POI. So if they can get onto match point here on World's Edge, they would have a real opportunity in match 6. But that is still a tall task. 16 points.
Yeah, but
is not
Liquid
the
have already won a
easiest
game.
total to try
And I guess
and
you can
get.
make the same
They're looking
argument
at
for
a
Falcons. No, you
top
can't make the
finish
same
there
argument for
alongside
Falcons.
some kills. The Survey Beacon, though, is going to give them some information as to where everyone else is going to be moving, and we'll have to see how they play.
Honestly, if Falcons get themselves on a match point without winning a game, you got to be pretty worried that they're just going to win first one on.
Dropping, so it could be one of those games.
Just by like the sheer statistics.
So they don't know exactly where it's going, but just as we see that, you can see there actually is a ring console over at the dome that would have been hit. So Liquid have the info, but let's see what DRG do as they make their rotate.
Yeah, DRG are going to be approaching the south side. There is going to be actually about 5-6 teams all moving south very quickly, and Guild being one of them as they continue to make their move through World's Edge here. And a lot of teams, I think, can get into good positions. I think one good thing about this zone is there's a lot of space to play. There's a lot of buildings that can be shared as well. So if you are going to be one of these buildings, you want to make it as less shareable as possible, and Watson can really help with that. Get some fences down and take as much space as you can.
So Guild at the moment with the Watson fences down, they're going to be playing the northern side of launch site. Trying to hold in the teams that are going to be coming from essentially the rest of World's Edge here. A lot of them are going to be, well, the majority, hey, all of them pretty much are going to be coming from the northern side as we do head down to that extreme south extremity as DMS now make their way towards Lava Siphon, where Twisted Minds will be located at the moment. You can see that on the third-person view we have going down at the moment. They'll be able to land in and around those blue bins, and Taskmaster, maybe he just missed the jump a little bit. Watch him jump off that zip line. Maybe I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. It's just checking low ground.
Checking the low
That's
ground.
what I'd say to you if I didn't hit the zip line.
I was going to say, is that your excuse that you would be going for? But
it's clear.
Just as we look around the rest of the map at the moment, it's Mizuchi who are on this eastern side. They're surrounded by both Blacklist and LGD Gaming. And remember, Mizuchi do drop down here towards the southeast side of the map, so they know there's a couple of stragglers around, because LGD, they've already lost one, and they're trying to get that banner, and they do get it. That's one of the benefits of having the crypto.
Certainly going to be able to much easier access to getting back into the game, as you can see going in towards stacks now is going to be Mizuchi. Just the white armor though on Timmy, if I wasn't mistaken there, if my eyes didn't deceive me. Fnatic though, they're trying to move through that vault tunnel, but
didn't Fnatic have a decent early game?
For making
or am I tripping?
Mistakes. Essentially, Fnatic walking up that hill. There's a few rocks that you can get right on behind, and if you don't
not really.
make the initial damage and you don't
Yeah, like
get
a
the initial
seventh.
knock to clear the space, it can be one of the
Well,
most
like 2 kills. Can't really consider that like a decent game.
Travel. Mizuchi though, I mentioned how white armors could be something that Timmy has. Well, Guild is not making him feel alone right now. He's also got white armor, so Mizuchi moving early, haven't been able to hit any Evo harvesters or really have anything to interact with to get those Evo up. They have to do this old school, Dan. They're going to have to do the old school way. Bullets and damage.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you don't have that pathing available to you and the zone starts coming towards you and you don't necessarily have the priority that some other people do, you kind of have to take a fight or at least do as much damage as possible from a distance.
I think it's time to
just
sit
so you
down
can
back
try
again
and
for a
join them on
bit.
Blue. But I imagine they won't push until they get to blue, as they are closing in. Speaking of closing in, Elevate.
Don't worry
have
though,
been
chat.
moving
No
from
more
the
squeaky
north, and
chair.
They're going to be arriving around the Grandma's house area into Lava Siphon, And that's actually been a very comfortable rotation
High
for
five.
them because they're one of the last teams to go through the northern side. I think only Space Station, Aurora, and Falcons are going to be behind Elevate Bleed. And we speak about teams closing in on match point. Elevate Bleed still close as well. 17 points required for them. That is very achievable, all but difficult.
Second and a third already for them outside of the 14th and the 10th. They got in the 2 games, which kind of sandwiched those 2 in the middle. Fnatic, though, under a little bit of pressure. You can see some shots coming down from height, and that's going to turn into a knock and a finish as well. GHS trying to put.
Was that GHS's third, or was there another team over there?
Just kind of caught in a really, really difficult situation here. They initially wanted to rotate through the vault tunnel, saw that that was taken, and now having to play on this side of the tunnel and inside of the building, try to plan another escape, essentially towards where that zone is going to be going. But GHS were there with all of those angles covered. Now you're going to see the EMP go down as well, which means any fences that might be inside of that building are going to be destroyed. And here comes the push.
Well, can
All right,
Fnatic
gets
hold
the
as a
gets
2
the
here?
pylon down.
Yuka was just out of the way and did leave himself a little bit vulnerable. Now Fnatic do have the option of at least having the shields down, but GHS just looked far too strong here and should be able to close things out, and they will. Fnatic are our first team to fall in this lobby, but
Are they going to be able to stay up,
to maybe
though? Are they getting pushed?
Done by Fnatic? We'll go back to that later, because Stacks has been stacked.
Waltzing trying to get some shots down with that. Havoc will be able to back up here as the high
Bro,
ground.
Mizuchi's still struggling, man, sitting on
The
2
triple
white
stack building
tees
is
and a
gonna be
blue.
held by Mizuchi. Now, Mizuchi 36 points, a little bit further away. Would have to be an extremely big game for them to get back into the contention of match point in this game. As Elevate now move into the remaining members inside of this building. It's going to be a 3-stack insider here, so they've got to be a little bit careful. But Lou has been a standout player, I think, in North America. Ever since the switch to the controller, it's been constant progression and constant damage coming out of him as he's had to relearn that input. And now Zach Mazer looking to destroy the gen, and that is going to make grenades a real
Alright, that buys him the space.
It's a great CX.
Mazer's down.
Info as well. How much damage do you need? But Elevate have also taken a lot. Does not matter. Gaming Gladiators will be eliminated. Remember, it was originally GHS that were there. GG cleaned them up, but now Elevate come in and clean up the pieces as well. But it doesn't look like it's done just yet. Now SSG are having a sniff. It is a hot commodity over here. Everyone is moving through the same area of the map here.
And I'll tell you for why. We were thinking, hey, maybe this is going down a launch site. Well, it's actually pulling back up to the north and towards where Elevate Bleed find themselves. Now, we do see some endgames down on that low ground, but essentially on a map overhead, we can see a little bit of Siphon still involved.
I'd like to get another look at the overhead map when we got a chance.
The platform outside of launch site, just
If
to the north,
possible.
the main part of the POI. As LG, speaking of Siphon, try and get some shots down, but there's a little bit of trapeze work going down in and around that zip line, making it a little bit difficult to get that knock.
Most of the edge teams have been able to find their way to the edge of this circle as well. So for those teams who have moved very early, you're going to start to be greeted by arguably teams with better armor, looking to try and take some of the positions off of you.
Falcons again, already on 2 purples and a red.
Actually, the only team that isn't within the zone or close to it is Aurora. It's a very late move for them. Falcon have been far quicker at moving down towards the south side here, and you can already see they have a red armor to work with as well, as it is going to be Blacklist International eliminated here in 17th position. And Mizuchi, they put those kills on the board, and they get that armor that they kind of needed, really. The
All right, Mizuchi still alive and in 5th place.
Command a little bit more space, and Mizuchi are the last team actually
Getting themselves some very much needed Evo upgrades.
The path is going to be clear to do so. Elsewhere inside of the zone, talking about what's happening away from it, is going to be Team Liquid. And Yanya gets the finish onto Brutus here from EXL, which means this will be a 3v2. Now, this is completely isolated over at Dome. Nobody else within the vicinity to cause any problems or influence this fight whatsoever. Azazel, excuse me, as I put my teeth back in. We'll be
I believe it's Azazel, right?
Harvester just to get a little bit more Evo for his teammates, but unfortunately it's looking like a rotate in towards Stacks and a case of survival now for X-Cholos Laser as Team Liquid.
So they'll probably have to play the rest of this out as a duo. Falcons about to be pushing in on DMS. They have to worry about Aurora across the way, though.
Closing in at the same time.
Falcons at 49.
Here on World's Edge. Falcons and
What do we
Aurora
think, chat?
both
Falcons
arriving
getting a
at
match
similar
point in this
time
game?
and having to take a fight at some point, but it's the question from my end, will Aurora just
Chat,
try
I
and
just
get
realized I
past
don't know if
this
I ran
while
an
there's a
ad
little
at the
bit of
start of
distraction
things, so I'm going to
from
run one real
DMS.
quick to make sure we don't get hit with one at the end. I'm going to wait till the end of this fight.
That's one secured. 50 points. Means Falcons are now 10 away and looking to turn double digits into single digits
First gonna run out here.
Picking up a couple of these kills on the cross. DMS eliminated in the meantime. That was the team that was down on that low ground.
That's another placement point, and that is into the top 15. So one step closer. 14 Falcons, and they have been able to kind of bully Aurora away from this north side as well. And we did get a little glimpse there of where the zone's going to be going. And it's going to go away from where Elevate Bleed were in that building and down towards where Exo Clan currently hold on the far northeast tip of launch site, just outside of that POI.
Yeah, that platform that is overlooked by Lava Siphon. One of the more common finishes, I would say, that we see on World's Edge when we see this zone. Falcons still looking for points, though, looking for the kills inside.
What do you think Falcons will need to get to here in order to qualify? They're at 40, or they're at 50, right? 51?
Consistently up in that
you figure they're probably picking up a little bit more KP.
2B has certainly
they get themselves top 8, probably.
To try and move their way
no, that's only 2 more
point. In the
points.
kill feed, though, you can see that Zach Mazer for Elevate Bleed has found himself a Kraber, and they found themselves a kill off the back of it.
Top 7 would be 3 points.
To try and push up
I mean,
on
2
this
squad
damage.
wipes maybe potentially.
Yeah,
They might need to go higher than that.
Actually, where we currently hold is a pretty good building. They don't have the zone information just yet. They don't know that they need to move. As
Something
Aurora
tells me,
is able
though,
to
I got a
bypass, like,
feeling.
6 teams here to now
Now we're getting our
challenge
first
Elevate
team
Bleed
on
for
match
this
point
position.
here.
You can see it's a challenge. It's an interesting kind of battle, this one, right? Because you're looking at Aurora, and I'm not mistaken, they were all on red Evo armor. So they're thinking, we have an armor advantage. But that Kraber completely changes the context of that fight. So the push they were probably thinking of, they then back up and have a second thought and think, hey, we're just going to leave these guys behind right now because one good Kraber shot, and that could be the end of our game. Mizuchi, we mentioned how Stax was where they were fighting initially. They're
Hey, here
still
we
on
go.
this side of the mountain range, and now they're going to have to take to the skies and try and wrap around.
Well, Mizuchi didn't want to go through the bolt tunnel because it was being held, and we'll see where they land a little bit later as LG still commanding space over towards Lava Siphon and looking to try and take a little bit of high ground here just in case there is a team that's trying to challenge
LG
them.
rocking the
They look okay for now, as
horizon.
Dragons Esports eliminated in 15th.
Sykes on the
fucks with
horizon as well. I like this aggressive composition being run by LG here. Horizon, Bangalore, Hound.
Still waiting for my boys from Twisted Minds to pop off.
Were the main fraggers at some
We'll
point during
see.
different metas.
Well,
As
Mizuchi's gone.
Mizuchi will be eliminated. Their wrap around the mountain was not one that was fruitful, as Aurora will pick up some more kills.
And that's a team who was closing in on match point being eliminated. Now, Aurora, another side who could definitely get there as you get a quick look at the map overhead and where that zone's going to be pulling. It's actually pulling away from that platform that we spoke about, and that is a lot of open space. So that means when we do get to that zone, all these teams that are in the surrounding areas will have to kind of take a scrap to try and take any commanding space.
Looks
to
like
work with
Exo's
here.
about to fight
As
Twisted
Elevate
Minds.
We'll have to now move from this building, and Liquid also have to move a little bit from this south side.
Gonna miss this rolling thunder, trying to avoid those missiles coming down from the skies. And the explosions back down on the ground. Liquid, 3rd place in the overall standings at the moment. One of those teams who's closest to touching match point and giving themselves a chance.
You figure
at
at least
ending this
someone's got to
tournament
be
and calling
touching it
themselves
here.
Champion. Plenty of work still to do, of course, for the Mexican trio. But for now, they're looking for kills. They're looking for points. But they're also looking to claim a little bit of space here.
Team Liquid, arguably one of the most consistent teams in Apex Legends history, are looking to try and close in on
Zolo's
FaZe.
laser.
It's actually the team on the other
Outski.
side here. You saw EXL just got eliminated as well, so we're down to 12 squads. We're starting to dwindle a little bit because people are realizing there's not much room to play with. There's actually 6 teams on the north that are all going to have to move south at the same time
pushing?
here.
Who are they
But
pushing up
here
here?
is going to be an absolute war because now Liquid have realized that LGD are trying to get out of this vault.
Yanya, barely any health to work with, but he got the knock onto Mingyi.
Bro,
and then
Yanya.
means that LGD will be down.
Shield back up.
In numbers
Gold
as the red will now
revive.
come in. One thing that makes that a little bit more comfortable for Team Liquid here is, of course, the gold red. So now they can get back up to their feet with a little bit of armor, a little bit of health to play with, as Aurora will be eliminated. Elevate now down on this low ground. That's one of our teams who are chasing match point. They're gone.
And Zach Mace's reward is a Kraber. Can you hit a shot, though? Because Lou's gone down, and now you're going to see another team try and send it. It's going to be LG on the other side of this one. They've done a lot of damage, has knocked the last remaining player.
Funk is a player in front of him, but
Knocked.
look at this spray. It's
No.
not good enough from Elevate Bleed. They will be eliminated as well. LG can't make it through either. As the carnage on that low
Is Twisted
ground
Minds just a
will
duo?
settle for just a second. LG, the last team to fall in this scuffle, was Liquid now down to 1.
They
Yanni's
are.
on his
They're
own
playing
on the
without
backboard.
their fucking
SSG just
Watson
lost their
again,
first.
bro.
You can see Exhibit's gone now to try and give that extra information. It's Falcons that are going to be on the other side of this one. Zero's taking a lot of damage, but is just about alive here. They need to help him get this bat off.
8 points. Jim Burns
Burton's out.
not a good
Zero's
mix here. Zero's going to
in
have to send this one
trouble.
himself. It's great damage, but he
Falcons
will fall
out.
as well. And
So
Falcons will
Falcons will not
hit
be on match
here.
point.
SSG make themselves known, but for how long? It's going to be Koifel on his own against the world, but does take down the last remaining player as Team Liquid also fall. And now SSG in the last 6 and a gold reds to work with. There's still a chance here if you can get it off, but no, the push comes through.
Oh,
It's a shred and a half from Koifel.
Wow. Koifel just popping the fuck off.
The man is standing tall here for SSG.
And does he get the reset for the 2?
The second as well.
To get his buddy up.
Fear Koifel in that battle. What a performance from him, and look at the damage output coming from the Hemlock as well.
Well, to speak about what's happening elsewhere, FaZe Clan do have the best position on the map at the moment.
Oh, Strafing Flames gonna be left by himself.
Still alive on the west though, but SSG still have an opportunity, even as a duo here, to really disrupt this final circle.
This is a big chance for Alliance. The reason I say that, the top 3 teams coming into this game
are
have
all out.
all fallen short of match point. They are out of this lobby, so Alliance have points available to pick up. It would have to be a big game, a monster game, a ginormous finish to this game for Alliance to hit match point, but it's very, very possible.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to pick up most of what's left as far as KP-wise.
They do not switch on in the grand finals. They could prove everyone wrong if they would be the first team to cross match point, but they also have to cross this map, and there are so many teams with eyes on them at the moment. EXO are above them. Guild get eliminated, but it's still FaZe Clan in the best.
Twisted Minds is respawning! Yo, come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys.
To the teams to their northeast at the moment, which is what they're trying to do. And Hackis has found a Kraber. No better weapon in the game for Hackis to demand.
They're up top. Is Twisted Minds up top? Twisted Minds is up top.
Behind the rocks. And of course, SSG still trying to make their way in. And Hackis says no. See you later, SSG.
Oh!
And Hackis is popping up for Alliance.
It's the collateral after the body shot coming
Wow.
in from Hackis, and now he sends it.
Hold on, hold on.
Left on hit.
Hold on, Twisted Minds? Twisted Minds?
Will fall as we move into the top 3. FaZe Clan, Twisted Minds.
No,
Exo
Twisted
Clan
Minds gonna get
trying to
second.
fight this out.
Oh, Twisted Minds gets third.
FaZe Clan, they had the position, they have the damage, and they have the chance.
Still though, that's
to
a good
get back
finish
in
for
the
Twisted Minds to get a
conversation
third there.
here. No one makes it
That
off the
collat
match
was
point,
nasty
but
from
FaZe do
Hackis,
play
bro.
catch
Like,
up,
oh
and
my
they
god.
get themselves into the top half of this leaderboard.
Just when you thought we've seen it all in this tournament, the individual plays that we saw in those final moments of that game are highlights that will be watched for years to come. Koifel on SSG. 180s, turns it into 2, keeps SSG alive. Hackis in the final moments with
Bro
the
is staring
Kraber.
at the camera,
That's what
shaking
gets
his
the
head. I
collab.
love it.
And almost manages to put them in a
Hey,
spot
still a good game though for
to be
Twisted
on
Minds.
that point, but when the
We
dust
take those.
settles on World's Edge, it's FaZe who take home the win. 6 kills alongside the 12 placements. It's 18 in total for them.
But like you pointed it out, the teams who are leading the way, the teams that were closing in on match point, did not put up the numbers to get there. And it opened things up, not just for Alliance, but for this entire lobby to say, actually, we can get into striking distance now, and we can join you for fighting for match point. FaZe Clan, 2,500 damage. EXO Clan, second place. They went a little bit quietly through the map there to find
All right,
themselves
let's
in
take a look at the
top 2.
full
I was gonna
standings.
say, EXO
Ooh,
Clan were
look at
the
the
team for
top,
majority
boy.
of the game that were holding down the position
Ugh.
that FaZe essentially ended up winning the game from. It'll be interesting to
All
go
right,
back
Twisted
and see
Minds
what
popping off
happened
with a 20
in and
kill
around that
dub
platform as
on this
numerous
next
teams
one.
moved in and obviously
So move up to
as a
match
priority
point.
position to
Book
try
it.
and take away from them. And now as we look at the leaderboard, you can see essentially not too much has changed. Falcons closer, but so are the chasing pack as well to that magical 60-point mark. 8 to go for Falcons. Team Liquid need 9. Elevate just behind them with 11. And Alliance with some points in that game, they've given themselves a chance as well.
Well, considering the fact that you can get about 20
Wow.
points with a big win, anyone from 12th position could find themselves on match point in this next game. But there's only one way for us to find out how.
That's by
and
getting
that's
back
going for a
into
quick
it,
break
baby.
And getting back into some more Apex action. We'll be right back.
Damn
after
right.
this.
All right, chat. 5 games in. Still nobody on match point. Could probably get like 2 or 3, maybe crossing that threshold in this next one. I feel like we're at least going to get one. I don't know. What do you guys think? EMEA with 3 game winners so far. There's questions if EMEA was going to be able to show up today after having such a strong first couple rounds. 3 separate teams with wins.
I am here with Jumba, content creator and all things Apex Noah. Now, I want to ask you a quick little question. I understand that we are pretty much all going for a certain team. However, there is an underdog team that you would like to talk about, and that is Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you know, I've talked a lot about Mizuchi, but what I wanted people to also know is I think Twisted Minds is definitely a team that could come out here, take it today. We have Strafing Flame, amazing IGL. We have Easy Flash, who is knowledgeable enough to be an IGL, which makes him one of the deadliest fraggers when you combine that with mechanical skill. They've been top 5 on their last 2 lands. Great day 1, and I don't know if you saw their celebrations, but those are some championship level celebrations. So I think that's a team that could come out here and take it.
Exactly right. And I have to add on.
So
Player
when
K
was
as
this
well.
recorded?
If you put a sniper in Player K's hands, it is all over Red Rover. As a whole team, I must agree with you. They are such a deadly squad. Easy Flash is always sort of topping with the damage. We always see that name in the top sort of damage scores. And, you know, having, I guess, Strafing Flame as that IGL, it is a bit of an unstoppable team.
You're right about Player K. Because of the other 2, his name gun honestly flies under the radar, but he's one of the best support players.
He's a nasty anchor, bro.
Have you ever seen that guy with the charge rifle? It's absolutely deadly.
That's it. I've been here with Jumper as well. We're just having some Apex conversations. It's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for talking with us, and we'll head it back over to you.
I still feel like we should be able to have the other angle of this, right?
Under the fucking platform. On the platform, crack on the platform. Full team here. I know. No, I can't. I'm not. What's the flash? 6 flash. Right here. In this high speaking. I don't see them. High speaking, okay? Wait, high jump down. I think high jump down. Take high, next one. Yeah. Come with me. Wait, we have the whole high. Yeah. Peek under with me, Nax. Knock 1. Knock 2. Come here, Nax. Almost kill 1.
So it was FaZe that was up top.
Put me on the knock. Cracked. I missed everything. Nice! Come on, boy.
Ironically, I think if Hackus doesn't hit that crazy collab,
As we had the final moments of that game from the point of view of those 3 gentlemen on your screen. FaZe Clan feeling good, feeling happy after a big win in that previous game on World's Edge. They put themselves back in the conversation here, Jan.
Yeah, back into the top 10, or into the top 10, should I say. You gotta remember, this is a FaZe Clan roster who have dominated in previous competitions in EMEA, and now looking to try and do it on the international stage. It's been a different winner every single game so far here in the grand finals. Can we see anyone make it 2 wins? Because you'd imagine that would be enough to put you on match point.
It's crazy, isn't it? You're looking at that and you're kind of thinking, like, some wins are worth more than others, and the biggest win is the one where you're on match point. That's what's going to win you this tournament, and Falcons are still
you figure
the
realistic threat
to be
zone
the first team to hit match point. Now you can see how tight
here
it is, though. There is only
to get
fraction of a point
match point.
Between.
Probably more so realistic here.
You go all the way down to FaZe with that big win in the last game.
But I mean, even gaming gladiators with a decent, like a, you know, you get
a big win,
a 10 kill win.
A bit lower, and you can be on match
You're
point
fine
as well. We are getting to that time now here at the
Or
Esports World Cup,
if you
where
get a 21
anyone
kill
could make their
win
moment
and you're Twisted
anyone
Mutton.
could be the first team to be on match point, because you get such a huge advantage if you are that
Imagine,
first squad,
chat.
because you essentially get a free hit. If you can be the only team on match point, which really was the opportunity for Falcons there in that game, then suddenly everyone else is going to be looking at you, hoping that you do not throw that opportunity away. Oh, sorry, hoping you do throw that opportunity away, whilst you hope you don't.
It's fascinating to watch that last game as well. You always feel like the players are just saving something a little bit extra for finals day, right? Some of the individual plays, some of the pop-offs we saw in those last games are plays that are worthy of a grand final, are worthy of a competition where $2 million is on the line. Everybody knows what it means to perform in this lobby, in this moment, and we're starting to see the players step up.
And we have to move across to Storm Point once more, of course. And I was mentioning about Team
All right,
Liquid,
who's throwing
how I
out
feel
their
like they are far
predictions,
more
chat? Who's
comfortable
first team
when it
on
does
match
come to
point?
Storm Point. This, I would argue, is their biggest opportunity to get onto match point here from Barometer. And I'm very excited to see whether their consistency can continue, because I mentioned it, arguably one of the most consistent teams across Apex Legends history with what they've been able to achieve.
And then we look at the likes of Elevate Bleed on your screen. A little bit quiet in that last game, relatively. We saw them kind of scuffling in and around that building outside the Vault Tunnel for quite some time. And even though they had some opportunities and they picked up a couple of kills on the way forward, it wasn't really enough to throw them into the conversation of being a team to close it out here on match point. They've got quite a lot of work to do, but you can say that about anyone, really. It's not a guaranteed match point situation here. This is a chance for match point. A lot of teams have that chance, but nobody has a head start, it feels like, in getting that opportunity.
Well, the fact that Falcons were 11 points off and they didn't really get much closer, only a couple of points on the board to put them 8 points off now. And yes, okay, you're within 8, but that still requires you to have a good game. That still requires you to get a good amount of kills.
All right, here we go, chat.
Late game here, nothing
Off
is
to
going
the
to be
storm
easy
of
for any of
points.
these teams here in this lobby.
Well, here we go then,
Team
headed into
number
match 6 of the day, and a change of scenery once more. We're back on to Storm Point, and we are still looking for our first
We're gonna run a
teams
quick ad over on
to
Twitch.
hit
Make sure y'all get hit with an ad
match
during the
point. Now, it's an
game.
interesting conversation that in itself, isn't it? Usually we're looking for the team who's going to hit match point first, but there's so many at the moment who are just on the precipice that it might not be one. We could see 2 or 3.
Yeah, at this point, it's who's going to get it and when are they going to get it. But a few more games, or maybe even just next game, it's going to be who isn't going to hit match point, because it gets to that scary point when it is this close that you could have 1 or 2 make it here, but then the following game you see 3 or 4 more join you.
That's a good point.
And that's when you really have to seize that opportunity of being one of the only teams on match point.
We look back at some of the history of players and teams who have won tournaments, who have been close as well. When you're looking at the lineup of teams who are in and around the match point conversation right now, Falcons, we know, they're usually one of the teams who hits match point and is able to convert relatively quickly into tournament wins. Liquid feels like a little bit of new territory for them to be here early and have that opportunity. But the team I want to kind of focus on, that we were saying, right, let's use some of the nicknames for this team that has been put on them by the community, by fans across the globe. Group stage team. Team that can't hit match point until the tournament almost feels over. Alliance have the chance here to put that history to bed and rewrite it if they can be the team who steps up, wins this game and puts themselves on match point early.
Well, you mentioned Team Liquid, and when we do get a look at where this zone is going, it is
Hey,
absolutely
yo, Zero
perfect
got
for
the
Team
whip.
Liquid at Barometer. They could have not asked for anything better with this zone, and a real chance at trying to get onto
Team
match
Liquid
point.
gonna be able to
here.
get a
As we
read on
an
it too.
overlook at Barometer, the zone is going to be pulling towards them, and they do have a ring console and a survey beacon, I believe, so they're going to have that
Barometer
info.
ending, huh?
Definitely
Barometer
saw it
endings
in
can
the
get
survey
fun because there's
beacon
so many
regardless,
levels,
but
so
now
many like
Exoclan
little
making
tucked
their
away
move
like
down
little
towards
bunkers.
Barometer, and there's going to be a lot of teams joining them. If Team Liquid are quick to think here, they will see Exoclan and they will realize, even without a ring console, all right, it is coming towards us.
Well, by the looks of it, there's a little bit of an engagement here between Team Liquid and Exoclan. And Exoclan, I wonder if they saw one player was a little bit split and tried to jump on the opportunity, or if it was Liquid just firing their guns to force Exoclan away. But seeing Exoclan this early, and now seeing the likes of FaZe arrive as well, Liquid are playing for that building just to the north of the main structure of Barometer. It's a great spot to hold for the end
Elevate
game.
Bleed
So
with
many games
Mizuchi,
end up finishing just outside of
who's
that
sitting
building
on
to the
triple
east.
white
And if they
tees.
claim it as their own, Liquid
Yup,
are a great
in my
spot.
white
Well, a team
tee.
who have moved very fast, by the way, is Team Falcons. Without a ring console, Falcons have already found themselves in Barometer. So that is a surprise that they've been able to read the zone that successfully just
It's not a
from zone
surprise, they
information.
hack.
And it may have just been a case of, well, we see there is a ring console down at Barometer. We're going to head down there to hit it, and they're going to be very delighted when they find out. Now, Elevate Fleet, it's going to be a
I mean, they've got the
where they have
script,
to move
right?
all the way here from this eastern side down towards Devastated Coast. It was something that Hodson
Imagine
was
someone who
mentioning
doesn't
on the
know me,
desk.
like, oh my god, this guy
It
thinks
is
he's
a
hacking on
POI
land?
that does
No way.
offer some fruit when it comes to finding those points. It is not necessarily a POI you would go for, but there are zones that certainly benefit from.
The Falcons hitting that ring console, or attempting to hit that ring console right now, so you might have had your crystal ball out here for Falcons. And even though the smoke is down, you can see the shots are still raining down from height, where you can see FaZe have taken the position away that was left by Team Liquid, who thought, this is our POI, we know the best place to play. So Liquid up on the height, it usually guarantees
Get
you
him
a few
outta
KP
here.
if you
Yeah,
can play it
for real.
for the long game. LGD,
Boo
they
that
do have
man.
ring console information, as you can see by the green outline on the minimap on the top left-hand side of your screen. And they're going to be playing inside of the bunker here. So gens are down, fences are down. Time to rest up, boys.
So for Falcons, they will get that info of where the zone's going, but I think with the amount of shots that were coming towards them, they probably realized it as it was happening anyway, but it doesn't hurt to get that confirmation when the ring console's there.
But for real, we
you.
got to start getting some teams on
So
the
we've
match
already
point,
got
because your
about
boys still got to
10
do a
teams
little
that have
grilling
found
here in a little bit.
themselves in and around Barometer. So a lot of these edge teams are going to struggle to find anywhere to play. So it's going to be about putting your big boy pants on and
Got some
saying,
fam
can we
coming
take
over.
a fight to try and wrestle one of those positions away from someone, or do we start now to kind of parole the surrounding areas, play edge, get some kills, get our shields up, and maybe that's the way we get onto match point, is finding points through kills.
Get up to red, put an evac down, send it late game. I love it. That's my game plan if I'm dropping a northern map right now anyway. Twisted Minds, been a bit quiet so far, a lot of talk, maybe as them being a team who could perform here in this finals lobby.
Do we
but
got a
long
pause?
way to go, of course, in this game. We'll switch over to the point of view
Falcon
of
will
BMS,
win.
who are
It wouldn't
the evac.
surprise me. I would love to see
And they will be trying
at
to
least
play for the
somebody else
position
give them a good run
underneath
for
the
their
bridge.
money.
The question is there anyone already
Just 'cause me
there? It doesn't
personally,
look like
I
it, so they're going to play this side.
just
and
want a new
this is
storyline.
a difficult spot to hold for the long game.
But yeah, I mean, Falcons are
of
looking
course,
good
is gonna
today.
help you.
I think the other thing that's scary about Falcons right now, Rima, is like
of the game.
if
It
they can
is
get on
a
the match
great
point
spot to
without
have
getting a
towards
win,
that end game. So I think they're playing with that in mind.
they would
They're gonna have a lot of work to do
1,000% to be due to
I do
pick
love
up their
Barometer
like
zones. I
needed
do love
dub
when we
in
get
the
to
next
this
game or
point
two.
during match point format,
Because they're a
where
team that
you
normally
get
gets
5 or
multiple
6
wins
teams
in a
that are all
series, right?
very
So the fact that
close
we've
to
even gotten
achieving
this
the
far,
threshold,
match
and
6,
then everyone starts to play a little bit
and like yeah, they've
safer.
had I
You
think
get
a
lot
pair of
more
second
zone-heavy
places, but they haven't
decisions,
picked up a
and it
W
means
yet.
you get a very congested area
So if
on
they
the
can get
map
themselves
where
a decent
everyone's trying
game
to
here,
fight
get
for that
on the
space.
match point,
It does mean that when the zone
we
forces
could
them
literally
together,
see
it's
them
a lot of
winning Game
engagements
7.
where the IGLs really have to think on their feet about how they want to approach not just that fight, but their rotation and how they move forward.
One thing that's to note here for Falcons, this position I've seen them play a lot in scrims, and it can be a little bit awkward sometimes, but if you can time the fight that you win late on in this game for this high ground, and you can look down on the zone as it starts to close, a lot of teams do stack up towards the northern side of Barometer, and they could pick up a lot of KP, and it might be a little bit more difficult to win from that position, but remember, they don't have to win this game. They have to get points. And they're currently sat on 52 points overall, so just the 8 they need, and they can do that just through a decent placement and some KP that comes their way.
A top 10 and 6 kills and you've got the job done and you're on match point, and then you can start thinking about winning, as the zone is going to continue to drag towards Barometer as we expected, and as of course all these players expected. My question would be, is anyone
Elevate
still
win
holding the
earlier?
Barometer
Or are they
area
another one of
where
those
the ring
teams that sit
console
without a
is?
win?
How brave are you?
I think they
Do you
just
wanna
had
try
2
and
like
hit it
really
for
strong
zone
finishes,
4
right?
information?
Yeah, I think the zone is going to be...
Yeah,
I think
second and
everyone's
third.
pretty comfortable with the zone now. With the majority of the Barometer zones that we do have, I think the one thing you can gain from that smoke, you just get a little bit of extra evo. A little bit later on, that you might be able to pop those shields up. 11 points to go for Elevate. Very similar story, and it's going to be a similar story, right? For a lot of these teams at the moment who are closing in on match point.
All right, chat, how many teams are we going to still have alive after round 3
Picking up a
closes?
few KP as the teams have to rotate.
We still going to be at 20?
Elsewhere, though, miles away from Barometer.
Only an 18.
We've got Blacklist International, and we've got Fnatic down on that low ground.
Yeah, this is a fight that is very far away from anyone else really on the map, but if you win this, you are going to have the majority of the northern side to yourself, and it's going to be a comfortable rotation in, a lonely rotation, but of course then you need to think about what happens after that. For Blacklist International, they're down in 20th position right now. They are so far away from the leading pack when it comes to the match point threshold.
One of my favorite questions to always ask when we have a lobby with a lot of teams in it who are world-class teams is, where are Aurora? Because it's always fun, because you always like look at the map and you're like, They're in zone. They're in zone. They've just exited down Beast, just to give you a little bit
Is
of an indication.
Gaming Gladiator going to push on Falcons?
Approaching zone with as much Evo as they possibly can for those armors. GHS Professional have been eliminated. That's our first team out of the lobby, but this is the team to watch right now. This is the decision and the position that Team Liquid believe is going to put them in the best spot in the lobby to get the points they need and potentially win this game as well. Barometer is their POI. This is their choice.
Fnatic is still chasing here, by the way. They want Blacklist International. They want this KP. Maybe it can be what kickstarts their way back into this tournament, because right now, they're also down in 18th. 17 points right now, and they are very much away from the leading pack. JMW is taking a lot of damage.
Oh, Yuka's caught.
Try and rescue a shield battery out of somewhere, but it's gonna fall. And that's the lifeline going down here. This opens the doors for Fnatic.
You can see is immediately turn and run.
I thought Yuka was about to go down there.
Turn and chase. They've wanted these KP the whole time, and they're going to get the second knock on Tihaka as well. So Like is going to be the player who's going to get that second kill, and he wants the next one as well. The Beast of the Husk will run out, but the shots will ring true, and this will be Blacklist International, the second team to fall out of the lobby here. Fnatic get some KP.
But as a reminder, if Fnatic were to win this game, they could find themselves being around 38 to 40 points, depending on how well they play. And that, again, is how close this lobby is. And then you are not that far away from match point. You are hoping that no one wins the game before you get there, but you at least need to get as close as possible. And remember, there is so much prize money changing for every position you find yourself in here as well. So just that one hop up, that one extra position could be the difference between you and thousands of dollars.
Falcons now being forced down to the low ground, and usually that's an indication that someone took a little bit of damage and had to just prioritize an escape route instead of where they want to be positioned. The other side of the bunker you can see is going to be home base, essentially, for Falcons here.
Whole bunch of teams still sitting on blue shields over here at Barometer.
Augmented reality that's showing all those triangles. If they're on, it means they're alive. If they're off, they're dead. So you can see one of those teams only has 2 players alive, whereas the team to the right has all 3. The AR at this event has been nuts, by the way. It's been incredible to see how it's been implemented.
Yeah, shout out to production for giving us quite the show here for Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. As FaZe Clan continue to hold this position on height. I think a lot of teams at the moment are waiting to see that zone pause, waiting to see that zone come towards them, and for the likes of LG, oh my goodness.
SSG rolling up onto Alliance, huh?
SSG, Aurora, who are all arriving late. It's going to be pretty busy and difficult to get into. Alliance, one of those teams who's looking to rewrite their narrative here. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
Yeah. Push over me.
I'm watching.
Yeah. I don't see them at all. Coming now.
Come.
You see them?
Yeah, but they might be there.
I'm taking their spot.
Yeah. Watch out though. Here. They're going right side.
Okay.
Danger close.
Wait,
One on my left.
Here.
Yeah.
40 watching from the tunnel panels. Yeah, this sipping Zero, careful.
It's team behind us.
Come to me.
No, we cannot. We need to watch for us. Watch Zito for us.
I'm making sip, come to me.
We cannot right now.
Good to me, effect.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm watching for you.
Yeah,
I'm taking
come
Zip now.
to me and take sip.
Nice zip.
I can't look around.
Yeah.
Gets them back together. They'll probably push this door to retreat back, right?
Watch me. I can't run out, batting.
No, they're gonna stay here and fight this.
Yeah, listen. We're just gonna evac the corner, okay?
Yeah. Fire. What's this?
Contact on my marker.
Balloon, Jurassic. They're jamming around the Jurassic. This team ballooning, by the way.
Okay, listen, I wanna land in the fucking water here. I think we play low ground water, okay?
Alright.
They're gonna get 3P by building. Building needs to cross, and then we get 3P up.
I got no ult right now.
That's fine.
Yeah, I will take Solana.
Okay, be careful there.
Catch Jurassic. I'm picking it.
Watch out here. Keep here. Yeah. Okay, come me. I'm gonna put the evac here.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
That's good. Evac on the other side, good. Use this cover. They're trying to shoot us, but
let's go.
We're fine.
Yep. Take guns out.
Land water.
Yep. Gonna smoke some side right away.
If water is taken, take tunnel, okay?
Alright. I'm flying left and looking.
Yeah,
Alright, where are they gonna find a spot at? This is gonna be busy AF over here.
Looks city, I'm going.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Careful so don't peek out here.
Yeah.
So they're gonna go up under Team Liquid.
Yeah, hold the smoke, yeah. I'm taking it.
Yeah, Nate. Yep. We can play this side on me as well.
Yeah, I'm talking this side too.
Play on me.
Overall winning in 7.
Yeah, hold out the smoke,
Yeah, after work.
I'm watching out the smoke.
Yes.
They can definitely qualify here at this point. It's still looking solid where they're at. They just have to make sure they can win this fight.
One of those teams is going to be Aurora. SSG down to just Koifu once more. 15 plates overall as Aurora sets in the ring of fire here. It could not be more symbolic of their position.
Well, they are at least able to get that bot down and get a little bit more health, and they should
Bro,
be able
look
to
at them
survive
just
for
sitting
now.
healing.
SSG get eliminated in 18.
Benefits of the
And look
lifeline.
where
I
that
love
zone's
it.
going. Southwest here, pulling towards Falcons, pulling towards Guild, and pulling down towards EXL, actually, who are in that far south side, and they could be in a great position for the late game.
They certainly can indeed. Now, for the teams who are on the north, this is going to be about a change of plan. It's going to be how do we get the kills, how do we get the points to get ourselves closer to match point. Aurora just needs 6.
OJ Rain overcommits.
Gone down. And now it's just 2. Kazak and 9 Impulse trying to clutch up, but 9 Impulse will fall, and Aurora will not hit match point.
That's one of our teams who are in the top 5, but a team who is in the top 5 and could hit match point is Team Liquid. They get the kills. They find themselves 4 points away from that threshold, but they still have a job to do here from their position. Remember, they committed north as the zone starts to pull southwest.
ExoClan in 9th place overall, 34 points on the board. It's a big, big ask for them, but still very much
Team
doable.
Liquid's
They
got
hit
EXO
match
on
point
their
right
building.
now.
Can we go to that fight,
Team Liquid
please?
taking
Thank
to the
you.
height here of the building, which is just above them.
I appreciate
ExoClan
you.
now will leave that building just as Liquid arrives.
Still not safe though here for Liquid, but remember they only need 4 more points, so they need to think about this one. Is there 4 kills they could get whilst they approach this zone? As Imperial House just gone down in the kill feed as well, so we are going to need to see Falcons be careful here.
Did Falcons go down? Or he go down? Yeah, he went down. Okay.
I was back onto
I was gonna say I didn't see his name tag.
Falcons still need 8 points. Alliance, well, they need a few more than that, but they are moving their way towards zone here and picking up the loot that's left over by their EMEA colleagues in Aurora. Elsewhere,
Team
LG
Liquid's
in
in
a fight
trouble
with Team
here.
Liquid.
Falcon
Liquid
and
just lost
LG
one.
are
It's
over
also
here.
Zero getting involved in Liquid. They are so close, but they are not going to make it onto match point as the crowd erupts, because that means Falcons are the next closest. 55 points for Falcons. They need 5 more.
9 needed for Elevate as well, as they try and line up their approach to this zone. Twisted Minds underneath the
Twisted
bridge.
Minds that are
Elevate
chilling.
trying to make their rotate now. There was a solo which was just behind them as well that they're going to have to be very, very aware of. But Elevate have found a corner that's safe. But how safe really is this position?
I mean, I will say 12 of the 14 teams have made their way into this circle, but DMS and ExoClan are going to disrupt them here. There is definitely going to be fights that happen, but is it going to be the outsiders?
EXO
no,
out.
EXO goes down, so 1 outsider
Nice
falls.
shots from Hackers.
Alliance still fighting tooth and nail to stay alive here, but Hackers goes
Big
down.
damage from Hackers, but are they going to be able to capitalize? Effect, playing down the knockdown shield. Big damage from Alliance will fall as well. Another team not able to convert opportunity into a match point position. DMS have gone as well. Falcons now 4 away.
4 away. They just need
Mizuchi, I think, got some KP, so they're getting relatively close as well.
And they would be our first team to reach match point, and there is kills available.
this grenade.
Look at that
Oh,
damage.
this grenade.
Out
Oh
wants
my
LG,
God.
Out wants Funk, and it looks like he's sending Zero in to do the damage. And they'll
By
get
LG.
that kill. They're now
1 point away from match point for
You just felt
Falcons.
that grenade was going to light up the kill feed as Zero is firing up
The crowd is
here in Riyadh
getting
as well.
crazy.
They only need 1.
I think if you're Falcons, you. I mean, I was almost to say don't win this game because like you would rather use your win next game, but they've won multiple games in every other series. I don't think them winning one here is a big deal. They've gone back to back so much since they put together this trio.
And they will be the first to cross the line.
How aggressive do they go here? Do they look for that kill, or do they just try and outlive some of their opponents here? You could see that Zero was fired up. Maybe he thought job was already done. Little do they know, they still need 1 more to get over the line here. Remember, Falcons yet to find a win today, but they could still be the first team to cross that threshold. Elsewhere, there is kills in the feed. LGD onto DRG. And there's gonna be a lot of
with
info
the
here for Falcons to work
cheese.
with.
Smoke bomb onto the evac. Gonna give a lot of information. It's gonna burn Lufka as well. He has to return back to that generator. The interception pylon will keep him healthy as it looks like Falcons. They've decided it's time to look for kills.
I mean, 2 more placements get them a placement point. They don't even need kills. Dragon's out. There it is.
And now it's about denying
And Guild's down here as well.
else. Clean up this lobby. Get as much kills as you can. And take those points away from your opposition.
Sheesh, Falcons rolling.
7 squads now remain.
Falcons are rolling here in Riyadh. Match point achieved. Another team wiped to their name. As now
They're going to be the only team on match point in game number 7 too.
GG still up on this high ground. Fences down. FaZe Clan.
Where's Twisted Minds at? They lost somebody, but then we...
Go back to back, remember. GG still poking, still
I thought they were playing low ground. Mizuchi out.
Eliminated by Falcons in the meantime.
Wow.
Everyone being eliminated by Falcons at the moment. They know they've done enough.
Falcons
so
are
they
heating
being
up.
aggressive. They are looking to take these fights and take the game to everyone still alive.
That play's about to go nuts if Falcons win this game.
Can they go back to back? If they did, you'd imagine it would be enough to get them onto match point as well. There are still a couple of teams alive here who could cross that threshold as well with a victory.
I don't know if the teams that are still left could. Like, FaZe would still need to get plenty of the XP that's left, or the KP that's left.
To win this game.
I think Falcons are literally the only ones that are going to go in game number
But they're not a team who are particularly close to hitting
7 on match point.
Whereas FaZe certainly are. LGD will go down in the meantime. GG. Do manage to get some damage as Gembird will take down Arctic from FaZe. So it looks like Falcons are determined to stop anyone else matching them.
I mean, all the other teams would need every single kill to
Wow.
get onto match point, and Falcons are taking it off of them, taking that opportunity away from them, and now they're into the top 5.
Zero was fired up a few moments ago, and you can understand why. The final 5
Now they're
minutes or
playing
so
from
of
the
this
low
game
ground.
has quite simply belonged to Falcons.
Oh,
on that
Twisted
high
Minds
ground
on the high ground. Twisted
have to
Minds
fight
staying up.
GG down to Just Blast. He's playing behind that knockdown shield on height. Manages to get the knock on to
I think it's Strafing Flame in a 1v1. Oh, it's easy in a 1v1 versus Blast.
Look at the amount of space that Team Falcons have been able to take here with these fences.
Yeah,
This
Falcons,
win is up
yeah, it's
for
2
grabs.
solos, right?
FaZe eliminated. 3 teams now remain. The smoke and fire about to come out. All the information you could want as Team Falcons look to try and make it a victory.
Ex-Cholos Laser make their move onto Falcons, but through the fire and the flames, they will carry on.
They're just too good, chat.
Imperial Hell will get one.
They're just too fucking good. Hold on.
GG on the high ground. It's a 2v2.
Even still, I don't think GG has enough points to get onto match point, even if they win.
There's the knuckle cluster as well. They have to fall into the grasp
Wow.
of Falcons here.
Big value from the fuse
And if you
here.
know anything about Falcons, it's not just about achieving one goal. It's doing it by winning the lobby. They just need one.
It's bit by bit. You've
Wow.
got to climb. You've got to try and find this bit of damage to work with here.
They're going to have to drop here. Imperial Hell will wait. And when the drop comes in, Falcons will stand
Wow.
tall.
And let me guess, Falcons about to go back to back to win it.
Point hit.
The script writers really do be killing it, man.
Then a victory.
And it was not just any old victory, it was a dominant victory that we just saw from Team Falcons as they send a message to the rest of this lobby. The only team to be on match point going into match 7. The only team who will have the opportunity to win the tournament here in the next game. As soon as they crossed that match point threshold, you saw their game plan change. It was delete the rest of the lobby. It was ruthless aggression, and it paid off.
An incredible performance. And boy, does this crowd love it as well. 28 points on the board as Falcons put 16 kills alongside that first place.
I mean, the crowd are cheering one more game. You're guaranteed at least one, but will that be
And the
that?
crowd goes crazy.
It's the top performers dominated by Team Falcons. Zero and Hal hold the damage, hold the kills. As Falcons on to 80 points.
80
They said,
points.
We see your match
Holy
point threshold of 60, and we will crush it. Because not only now does that put them onto match point, but also you've got to think about the grand scheme of things. Let's say if Falcons didn't win this tournament, they are still putting themselves within that top 2 to make sure it's a hell of a lot of prize money available to them. But right now, they're the only team
Yeah,
who
they
can win
basically
this
guaranteed
tournament in the next
themselves top two. Yo, what up, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Ever since Falcons came together as a team, can anybody stop them? Well, now it's down to the rest of the lobby to step up here in Riyadh and throw down that challenge. Falcons hit match point. We'll see if they can close out here in Riyadh after this break.
I feel like it's over. I think, I mean, how many times have we seen Falcons go back-to-back this tournament? Not this tournament. I mean, even in this tournament, but just since they've gotten together, it would only make sense for them to go back-to-back to win in Riyadh. Damn. That's some passion right there. So we still haven't had a repeat winner. Something to think about. We have not had a team win two winner or we have not had a team win 2 games during the Grands yet. I don't even think we really had anybody come close, right? I mean, unless you were to count like Elevate going 2nd and 3rd. But I feel like I don't think anyone who's like won has gotten close to a 2nd one, right? Chat, how's everyone's weekend going, by the way, while we're in a little bit of a break? Nick, how's your weekend been, fam? Flogi. Appreciate you for, I know you've been popping in and out all week for EWC, so I appreciate you. Well, that's no bueno, Nick. It ebbs and it flows sometimes, eh? Really? Z was convinced I was done? Nah. Oh, is it the one that you sent in the group thing yesterday? Oh. They really tried saying that that our yard didn't need mowing. There ain't no fucking way, babe. That's wild. I just saw yours. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. Oh shit! I just realized I missed this. My bad, champ.
He has to jump. He has to jump. He's gonna jump now. He's gonna jump now. Jump it now. Let's fucking go!
And the crowd going absolutely crazy here. Look at this line of people trying to get into the venue, trying to rally against the team who has hit match point Falcons.
Bro, they're letting women in the arena? That's news to me.
Damn, it's looking hype outside. It's looking hype inside. I think we're about to have another hype game.
I didn't think that was allowed.
And yeah, I mean, it's going to get better, right? We've got a team on match point now. The 60-point match point threshold has been reached. There's one team that can close this out in the next game, and that will be the Falcons. Oh, it could be the Falcons.
It could be. Maybe. Just maybe, because we are swapping maps once again to World's Edge. I mean, what an explosive game for Team Falcons. 16 KP in that one game alone. Look at...
I didn't die, y'all died.
One more game. One more game.
They want at least one more.
I'm right here. I've been here this whole time. What do you mean?
Putting it out there. Look, I mean, you know, Falcons have used their win up. No, you can't even say that about it. I feel like so many other teams, you're like, well, they got one win, won't see another one for a while. But, I mean, doesn't matter if it was, you know, Falcons in 5 at the regional finals recently, or whether it was, you know, Hal bringing out the 3 in a row at Champs last year. There's just so much pedigree on this team in terms of being able to close out a high-pressure situation.
It's just you can't ignore the calls that we're seeing.
Yeah, I'm thinking tomorrow during my day off, I am going to uninstall OBS and then reinstall it and see if that helps things at all.
But the compositional swaps that they have opted to go for on Stormpoint to put Jen, the flexible ditto on this team, onto the Watson to play into those strengths, to change up what we really don't get to see very often from Team Falcons, a team that has no issue being hyper-aggressive, playing for end zone.
I mean, so it's on OBS first where it disconnects.
Scrims, and it's really,
and then it freezes my like browser for a second to where it has like the browser error, to where I just have to refresh it to have like my stream refresh.
Method, right? Like a process elimination. That's what I'm trying to get that. Where
but like that
only
only happens when I'm streaming.
I think even has a chance at being competitively viable, and then they'll cross it off. They'll play a set. They'll be like, okay, yeah, look, didn't work for us. You know, most likely what is meta is what we're going back to, and they're just switching it up here. They've got SkyWest Trials, which we are heading into very soon, and they'll go back most likely to the Sia Bangalore and the Fuse over there, because that's a more aggressive play style and it suits their World's Edge. I guess the one thing that we do have to think about now is obviously it has changed. They're on match point. Do they need to prioritize a composition that gets kills and points, or do they play Watson and maybe, you know, hope for a zone a little bit closer to home where they can get the #1 spot? Because at this point, that's basically all that matters to them.
All right, Raven said he was winning himself another match point day and Bleeds close to being able to be on match point. Where they in third right now? I think, right?
You could only imagine. We have to lock in. And I do want to recap on your point, Genome. Talking about Falcons and their performance thus far on World's Edge. Game number 1, they got 5th place, but no KP. Game number 3, when we went back to World's Edge, we saw what happened when obviously the circle pulled towards their POI. They didn't move from their building, but they got 2nd place, getting 9 kills. I mean, look at this crowd. Look at the banners. Hear those chants. And I love also Zero feeding into the energy. I mean, this is their home stand right now. Zero with a mid-game pop-off in the player cams to let the crowd know that they hear them.
This is probably the most one-sided crowd we have seen in Apex Legends LAN. And yeah, as you say, Zero feeding off that energy, loving the positive reinforcement as they walk away with that win in Game 6.
No scrims, guys. The pause is off. We are getting
let's get it
into the dropship, everyone. Team Falcons,
all right, Falcons go back to back. Yes or no?
Match point. Let's dive
call it now or don't try calling it later. I ain't taking no. Oh, they're going back to back when it's like circle 3.
Team sitting at match point, or will they take it home here?
How many times
we'll run a quick ad on Twitch so y'all don't get hit with one by the end game.
The only team on match point. Yeah, or maybe it was DZ back then. Maybe it was TSM. Either way, they are so very often the first to get there, their consistency, and they are so very often the team to capitalize on it.
All right, so what do we think, chat?
Incredible play.
And if we don't get a Team Falcons win, how many more teams are going to be put up on the match
West,
point. You
usually
figure
that survey
Liquid's
beacon
got to be one of the
console. We
first
have
ones that are
both
going to
out
get there.
here,
They only
like
need
we've
3
seen thus
points.
far. Team Liquid, the team that could have hit match point in that previous game at 57, and Blacklist with the wingman shots, chasing after the Watson. Why are you running? They get the player from LGD, they clean up some KP, but I mean, when you are in dead last, what more can you ask for? You have to play with desperation, knowing that there's already a team at match point.
I feel like they've gotten dropped a little bit in volume again, man.
To finish them off there.
Nah, they're
And
probably
look,
that
Blacklist
right.
International, yeah, I mean, go for some kills, right? Because when you are down the bottom of this lobby, I mean, hey, a couple of kills can actually jump you up a couple of spots, and I mean, you play the long game, maybe they're going to get to match point, but that's many, many, many games away. At the moment, really, it's more of a, hey, let's, secure ourselves some more prize money.
Golfing, Flogi says, huh? Hell yeah.
Is pulling over by Fnatic's POI on the outskirts of Overlook. Could possibly pull towards the bins south of the hill that would lead you into Epi. We've seen that zone plenty of times. Or can it even pull towards No Name from where we see the duo now from LGD?
Y'all got good weather out your way? It's been like kind of on and off rainy our way.
There's quite a few
I know we're kind of a little bit off from you.
options here. May have to wait for zone 3 or 4 to get our answer. Don't have the ring console at Overlook either. You know, we've been seen in recent lobbies where, Guild was in that sort of situation, being able to stick on it. LGD Gaming already with the respawn as got some teams running over into each other at Geyser here. This is Icholos coming down off the back of Blacklist International, and wow, they got that start against LGD, and now they've given up the advantage immediately.
Icholos feasting instead on what is left from Blacklist here. Gaming Gladiators were behind them before. They have now rotated onto Big Mod where Mizuchi land. Seeing all the action, though, happening here over by Geyser. Icholos want to capitalize off of that early fight that we saw go down here in Geyser. One warrior left from Blacklist before Icholos call them out.
At least the South American teams aren't sitting like in last. It's nice to see. Icholos has had a couple of good play pop-off moments.
Goes down. Could go over to Icholo now.
Still would love to see both them and Dragon have like
Gaming Gladiators, Guild, all still locked even
a good
further
game.
Down. It's
just to move them up a little bit.
Always this traffic jam down at Big Maud.
Let them both pick up a W. Fuck it.
Finally,
maybe not both of them, because I kind of want this
get out
against
from under the watchful eye of Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, I love these early replays too. From the wingman shots from the very beginning. Very difficult for LGD, but Blacklist is still the first team to go out. They paid for trying to chase down after LGD originally, and that was Icholos who had taken them out from the lobby.
I should have done that during the break.
Our leading team from Group B, rather from that last chance qualifier, Guild, who really kept those dreams alive. Now being able to see what they could do here, because Blast has lost out on his shields, and we currently see Mizuchi sliding in.
Okay, this fight gets underway in Geyser. Mizuchi gonna go even further up through Geyser. Now, Icholos have moved all the way through up to the top part of the tunnels in front of them. And they're in there first, right? And that's important because once you try and come up through that little elevator shaft, I feel like it just very rarely works out. So it's that, or you're gonna have to go, into the sight lines of people like LG Gaming, looking at the other door. The
second best type of edge.
Oh, no. The Geyser tunnel goes.
I do think, though, that this side of Geyser, the reason why we're seeing so many teams just congested here is because there was that ring beacon over by Geyser.
I like getting taken right to it, you know what I'm saying?
Eventually maybe rotating in that direction. We can maybe even see Alliance looking to see if they have an opportunity to wrap around once they get the information over by Harvester. Playing very split since they know that a lot of these squads like to loot very quickly. But first looking at Icholos with a quick rotate over by the outskirts of the armory.
Yeah, so that's Fnatic on the other side of those smokes. Of course, they are landing over at Overlook. So hoping to get up from, down in the dumps right now.
So ZL, you thinking
and I like what they've
Falcons
done.
win it here then? Is that what you're saying?
From Bloodhound to Lifeline. I think Fnatic are a team that has so much fighting potential that they absolutely can take the Aurora playbook and run with that. Also, don't love Bloodhound in the current meta. I feel like he is not the best recon character you can go for. I would rather see a Seer or a Crypto on that team. So I think, sure, chuck that out the door. You know, maybe go for the survey beacons on your Pathfinder and then take the lifeline for those fight resets.
And if you don't want that information, something that we see just basically shoot in is that Pathfinder, right? For you to be able to cross in that distance if you need so desperately, but also so that way you could be able to get the scan. If you have a Watson, you get the scan on the survey to see where everybody's stationed. And if you have that Watson, you obviously get the scan on the ring. But this is something that I was looking at earlier on when we took a look at the map feed, where Team Falcons, obviously taking their time to rotate from Sky West, have been able to call out the split positioning of Alliance. Alliance still safe here, and Team Falcons will be rotating from Landslide, so all the way from the west side of the map to where this circle is pulling.
Pulling more fragment. Look at this, everybody. Thought it was pulling more Overlook.
At the prediction from these guys, breaking their necks, expecting it to either be a no-name
Get
or
fucking
by the
shit
rocks
on
the north side of Overlook.
Gaming Gladiators. Over here in No Name, quite a few teams seem to be suggesting that this is the final resting location of the ring in match 7. So many Watson fences inside here will make it very hard for GG to try and finish off that kill. Now, while all of this happened, as we mentioned, Team Falcons, of course, we've got to keep our eyes on them a little bit as the match point team. They were over at Landslide, double beacons for them there, got the scan on the ring console and the survey beacon, and they'll probably get even 1 or 2 more on their rotate in. It's a very long rotate, Vicky, but it'll give them A, so much Evo, and B, so much information with which to play this final circle.
And avoiding a lot of this action that we're
Well,
seeing
good news
right
is Timmy's
here on
able to
the
at least
south
make it
side,
into the
right?
door.
'Cause if Falcons are approaching from the north side, they probably want to go in from the high ground that would exit out of Epi, where there is a ring console, playing it much more safer, as they have to, right? Being the only team on match point, you could expect squads to completely change their own pace, whether it be from the different maps that we're going to see and witness the way that they try to approach with different compositions, or from the fact that they want to play for that win.
And this is almost like a playstyle that Falcons have really pioneered in a lot of ways, which is you play hard edge and you hit a lot of beacons on the way in to find the
yeah.
weak spot.
Hit
Most
the edge
spots are
nice
going
and
to be
hard,
taken
baby.
in these zones, but you know, not everyone predicts it right, and usually there's 1 or 2 spots open. Zero will identify those immediately and then just play their best from there, hopefully beating out teams in even better spots with their red arms.
Can't wait to watch all these teams try and figure out how they're going to fucking rotate out of this mess, bro.
Breaking the law at 58 points, looking to see if they can at least sit themselves at match point. Guild and Timmy, the last 2 alive from Mizuchi after losing out on Waltzy. He is able to pop the shield bat, getting some safety and some room to breathe right here. Gaming Gladiators have been stuck from underneath No Name from the very beginning, but again, as we saw on the minimap, the circle pulling over to the north side, I just can't believe that this may have just allowed Team Falcons to just waltz right into the high ground, unless this circle just completely shifts over to the south side, where a lot of these teams will be funneled outside of the buildings over by Fragment East.
This is what's happening down here on the ground. I'm just casting my mind a little bit wider to the Esports World Cup as a whole, Vicky. You got to remember, Falcons on top in terms of the club championship right now as well. And here they are on the cusp of further
Mizuchi is
that
respawning
record to be,
Waltzy,
the
huh?
only team who has multiple championships to their name.
At least the only team to hold, I believe, 3 or 4 at the very least. And let's not forget that is
All right, I need Twisted Minds to pop off with a 15-kill win here.
Championship.
Thoughts?
That is isolating the fact of what these pros could be making if they do take the Apex Legends World Cup Championship title. But with Falcons being exactly on this high ground that we mentioned before, they are currently aiming down their sights at DMS. LG on their other side, having to be careful. Rotating here early could actually be very risky with the amount of teams that still have to rotate from the north side from Climatizer.
Mizuchi racing against the ring to get in here. Machola's laser still.
I think there's still a bunch of teams that haven't realized where it's going
that
next.
Vault tunnel. Being ahead of them for the longest
Kind of want to
time.
watch the arrows
Ring
turn back and
centers
forth as they
on
realize.
Fragment. Interesting pull. Means Team Liquid should have a very easy path to getting their match point eligibility. 60+ points. Dragon sitting well within it. Alliance there too. And Falcons on the north side. That is a dangerous looking team. You know,
I am actually reminded of, I think it was potentially the first scrim game that Falcons ever played together, where they played a similar spot above, you know, the rim of Epicenter.
And you got the side eye from Zero after they won.
It was like 2 Cravens.
It's like, yeah, we know what's about to happen.
And just
it would almost
everybody.
be
It didn't
fitting
even look close
if they won by a
game.
similar
This
zone.
is a harder lobby than that. But can anyone oust them from this position?
Having that positional advantage is going to be scary until they eventually have to drop down, because this circle is shifting more south away from that hilltop advantage. But
This is where in Raleigh people would be going, one more
this
game.
entire north side of the
Maybe
zone,
not yet.
they are going to be a very scary team out here. I know that we have Space Station rotating in. Like you mentioned, Genome, LG from that low ground train tracks. We're going to have to tune in to see how Falcons want to approach this. But on the other side, without ignoring the Cholos, who have finally rotated outside of the Vault Tunnel that exits out of Geyser, Fnatic are also another team that have just not moved from here. And it's cost
They're
them
going to look for...
Haven't recovered the banner
Oh, they
just
haven't recovered yet.
Which is a shame, because there's a mobile respawn beacon there ready to be used, but they can't. The zone pushes them in.
All right, here we go, chat.
And they'll
Teams are
try
going to have to
and get
start
the banner
moving
before
in.
They come in somewhere behind FaZe Clan and Elevate Bleed. Meanwhile,
That
Falcons have
northeast-ish
got
zone
SSG
should get kind of
and
interesting.
Luminosity on their backsides. Now, of course, a big part of match point is being able to read the teams around you to know which teams they actually are, because of course it's hidden on the kill feed, but be able to identify that correctly and potentially even work with other teams to do that.
Let's jump into a listening with Team Falcons as they plan their next move.
Okay.
What's above you? What's above you here?
Where's the first two out? First two out.
Yes, yes, Can't shit.
I can't see.
Alright,
I cracked one,
I'm chilling a bit, I'm chilling.
They're tilted.
I'm on.
Where are
I
you?
can't help you.
On the other side. I'm other side. One shot.
Come on. I can't.
No, they're gonna pick.
I'm dead. I'm just gonna die.
Come back.
No, I
Nope,
can't.
they're fine. They're fine.
Batting.
He's still alive.
Batting here.
They're fighting the duo. They're fighting the duo on the other side.
Nice. They can push around and maybe pick up some more kills. Twisted Minds going down again, dog.
I'm going up. I'm going high. I'm going high. On me.
Shoo!
Kill this fuck now! Above me, I got right on! 100 on me!
Oh, behind on Imperial Hell. Is that Funk?
You're trying to finish me,
Oh, sweet.
Okay, shoot him.
I'm smoking too. It's a duo, You're trying to finish, so.
40. Get around. Amazing. I have gold knock.
Take me. Okay.
Push.
I think Sweet knows who that is. He gets Hal and he gets Jen down too. Zero going. Oh, and Falcons are out.
He was riding me in the corner.
Who better to take out Falcons than Sweet?
Team Falcons get eliminated.
One more game,
The
baby.
crowd is deflated, but we get more Apex. We go to another one and Elevate Bleed, the only team from the north.
All right, once one more team goes out, that should be enough for Team Liquid.
Sitting at third. Liquid, by the way, 1 point away from also hitting match points.
The match was gliding towards them on a silver platter.
Hey!
All of a sudden, it just gets
Strafing
knocked out of
Flame
their
right now.
hands. I mean,
Saving
SSG and LG,
Twisted
two
Minds.
teams that could have easily
Can they get the
combined to
reset,
take them
though?
out, but Falcons somehow pitted them against each other. But then the knock.
No, they're
It
out.
came back at the worst time. It felt like they dealt with both of the teams and they just dropped their guard for a millisecond.
Team Liquid at match point, by the way. 60 points for Team Liquid. Vamos! The dream is here. It's not just Team Falcons. The script has shifted. We have to see who
Twisted
else
Minds out
may
in 10.
potentially hit match points, because EA is in trouble. EA goes
EA's
down.
not gonna make it.
Elevate Bleed cannot achieve match points.
FaZe and Alliance still both have shots. Maybe Aurora at 40 or at
54, and they're
is it
survived
51?
by FaZe also on 54, but they are
Oh,
having
at 48.
struggle
Nope,
right
FaZe
now.
out.
They also drop. Another team that could have made it will not. Alliance still 52. Aurora in a great spot up north, essentially taking over the spot that Falcons probably
Where's
would have
Mizuchi
played,
at?
and they're on 49. I like their chances of getting to 60
Where's
here.
my boys Mizuchi at? Let me see boys win one, man.
That has really popped off. The only team with the lifeline composition, despite even the changes, has really displayed how crazy this is. But Team Liquid involved in a fight here. Yanya out of this fight for now, but he is able to pop the shield back. Nizul gets the knock. It's just Hawaiian who is left. Can the Elster close?
Oh, let's go, boys!
Mizuchi, who have climbed out from Geyser's side, and now
We were just talking about him. I gotta stay up with DRG pushing in.
Done 61 points, match point eligibility achieved. These other teams, though,
Come on, Timmy.
not at all the same situation. They are
Timmy sticking the
struggling
revive
to
on
get
Waltzy?
those last
All right.
points in the bank and start fighting against TL and Falcons.
Alliance at 52 points. The team that has the most points, with Mizuchi being right behind.
Mizuchi got
at
all three
51.
back up.
Aurora with 50. This is so insane. Alliance make the call to go in for the immediate rotate, but let's not forget Aurora have taken the spot that Team Falcons would have rotated from the high ground.
And you're seeing how Pathfinder changes these lobbies a little bit too. We haven't seen him for quite some time, but usually it'd be a
Mizuchi.
slow walk out of the buildings, get stunned by a bang ult, and the team up top would wipe everybody out. But the
Come on, Mizuchi.
reposition
1v1. Come on. Come on, Guild. Yeah, boy.
Means that Aurora don't have a 100% chance of just mowing everyone down below them. Let's see.
Guild with the lovely clutch as
If
well.
Aurora can, or if
Nice hit fire
Mizuchi
shots
can
taking
get second,
care
they're
of
like they don't have to get. They're getting a
Aurora
reset.
dropped
Is
the high
Mizuchi
ground.
gonna get a
Are
full
currently
reset and come
looking
out
at
and be like the
Alliance
third
here.
party?
They are holding
Shut
so
the
much
fuck
space
up.
when one of the members
There's
of
no
Aurora
way.
over by the south side, looking at DMS, looking at Mizuchi, but they cannot give this opportunity to Alliance.
Kazakh peeks his head around with the Devo. Doesn't quite get the knock though, and with Pathfinder grappling
I think Mizuchi
in
third
to
parties isn't
try
wins.
and put pay to this
Depending on
great
if DMS
position.
loses anybody.
Aurora trying to hold out. Alliance
DMS is down to
also
2.
54. It seems to be the unlucky number in this
Oh,
lobby.
Aurora got a reset.
We currently have Mizuchi that also has hit match point. We have a total of 3
Come on,
teams at
Mizuchi.
match point. Can we make it 4 with Aurora sitting at 59?
Come on,
Do they know
Mizuchi.
what point
Bro, that
they're on?
Devo's
They should
Devo's
just
gonna.
send someone and
That
confirm
Devo can
one
shred.
kill. That's all they need. If they get clean wiped
Oh,
by
Aurora got
Mizuchi
the first
here,
knock.
That would be the worst case scenario.
But once he goes down first, Oirain has Pride Rock. Bow check in hand. Is he legless? He
There it
drops
is, it's
down
over.
With the Havoc.
Aurora's gonna be on
Another
game point,
knock
match point as
from
well.
Kazakh. Aurora,
So we got 4
one
teams
kill
on match
away.
point,
They
chat.
Get to match point, and do they get the dub? It is only it's Timmy who is playing so defensively, but 9 Impulse doesn't want to overextend. They do not want to risk it here, and Aurora.
All right,
your
4 teams on
champions.
match point. Going into our next
65
game.
Total points after getting that dub. What an insane Game 7 on World's Edge.
So often in match
World's
point,
Edge to go.
we
What up,
see
Tago?
teams get close and then fail to pick up those crucial last points. Not so here in Game 7. 4 teams now stand with a chance
I don't want to stand back
to
up.
win $600,000 in match 8. That's Falcons, it's Aurora, it's Mizuchi, and it's Team Liquid. Aurora, they really capitalized on that high ground. We talked about it was a fantastic position. A couple of the other teams, they had to scrap to get out of Fragment, and once they did their best, but it wasn't enough to deal with our
All right, 3 teams on match point. Another 4 that can pretty easily get up onto match point over the course of game number 8.
We went from only Falcons sitting at match point to now a total of 4 teams. 3 teams in that game alone. Team Liquid, Mizuchi, Aurora. They meet them at the table. What an insane outcome we have. We are changing maps. Will it end here? Let's find out on the other side of this break.
All right. Dude, Mizuchi up there. I would love, man, Waltzy getting to lift the trophy first chance as an IGL would be kind of lit. How you doing, Oogie? Plus, who wouldn't love seeing it's Timmy being able to call himself a champ as well? Aurora's our first two-time champ for the day, right? Didn't they win a game earlier on? Yeah, they won game 2. Man, but think about for Aurora, man. You've won 2 games, and now you gotta win one since you're finally over that match point threshold. The whole DSG scenario is still so wild to me, man. Because, like, imagine TSM with Designful. Are they still as successful as they would have been as they were with Zap? Because Designful left that to go back to DSG. Yeah, I mean, that's real talk, though. Plus, like, it just seemed like DSG kind of lost the vibes. Like, they were a very vibey team at the end of last year when you think about LCQ and getting in and then their story. I am kind of wondering, though, what does the rest of the split look like? Are they still not Moist? Is Moist Esports done with Charlie taking a break? I mean, I guess Ludwig's still there to help run the Esports division, right?
Все, забираем ХГ и играем, это топ-2. Я лосу. Я забрал ХГ, все. Они слева, не все слева, двое слева. Я Чверика слева пикаю. Хилиш. Они не пушат. Я каверить сейчас буду, аккуратно. На тебя лезет один. Кавер тогда. Смотри меня. Смотрю. Мага. Маганок, все, ресет, останови посмотреть. Я хилить. 70. Смотрите меня. Я пикаю. Блять, куда вы заебали? Я не могу всех смотреть. Давай, пошли. А то пусть, убил. Цел 8. Руками, хуесоса, пошлите. Ко мне.
Yeah, Aurora did win Game 7.
Давай, гасите. Я заложу. Зипку дал, короче. Фатим или что? Давай.
You did call that, Floki.
Welcome back, everyone. Aurora with the only 2 dubs.
I think Floki's from the future, chat.
Lobby as we welcome 4 teams at match point. This could be it. This game
Battery's got the script.
Point could be it. Look at Team Falcons. Look at Zero's face, deflated after they lost relatively early in that previous game.
Is he locked in or is he out of it? I mean, it was the right
Put me
call,
on the desk. Put me in, coach.
There at the top of
I got this.
Epicenter. They just failed to execute
when
the situation
going to pee.
called for it. When the time came and Aurora won from essentially the same spot.
Looked like they were in shambles, but we know that this is a team that just GG's goes next. But the teams that are elevated, that feel like this is finally their opportunity. Mizuchi, we have to talk about the fact that is this Timmy's opportunity? Is this the chance? Falcons, can they take it back? Liquid, vamos Liquid, can they do it? Or Aurora with with that dub as we take a look at the series results.
I mean, Mizuchi's sitting in 3rd right now. The best result that Moist ever picked up was a 4th. To do better, after just adding It's Timmy to the roster, would be vindication and to be validation of that choice and that roster change. That said, we saw Droga. Just he was getting on the mouse with Waltzy there, and I do wonder, you know, what were they talking about? Were they thinking about a comp change? You know, they've stuck to the Fuse Seer Bang the whole way through. Do they think, oh, I don't know, maybe it's time to bring out the Watson, something like that? Look, it's going to be a theme as we try and find an end, find a winner.
All right,
in
match
this
8.
series.
You know
Back to Storm Point.
Seeing that we see all NA teams except for one outlier. Aurora, the only team at
does
match
Aurora
point
put
stands
on
at the
for
top.
EMEA?
The only
Get them their
team
first
from
land
EMEA
victory?
to represent. Is somebody else going to match up right behind them? We know that Alliance very close by.
Exactly. I mean, look, you say that in terms of who's on match point, and you're absolutely correct, Vicky, but this has been one of EMEA's strongest performances we've seen ever. Alliance is up there in 7th spot, FaZe in 5th, and Gaming Gladiators just behind them in 8th. A notable absence of APAC South and APAC North teams.
True.
I can't believe this. Let's get ready to go.
It's all right,
because
we're going to get another game after this, but Legends are about to pop off here, a.k.a. Twisted Minds, and then Twisted Minds are in a win Game 9.
Let's get started, Genome. I cannot wait. With our
Because you know ALGS, or you know competitive Apex is rigged. So that means we're going to get our match point winner while Gaskin and Onset are casting. So we're not getting it this game.
There they are, all 60 of our competitors on the stage, on Storm Point, in the arena, in the hunt.
Match point only finishes with Gaskin and Onset on the mic, so we know we're at least getting one more game.
I specifically want to talk about the stats that we've seen so far on Storm Point. Aurora won the first game that we saw on Storm Point. They won game number 2. The next time we saw Storm Point, game 4, it was a Team Liquid win. When we saw Falcons on game 6, they took the game on Storm Point. Those are 3 teams that have found their success on this map. 3 teams that are currently sitting at match points. And this circle
4
may be
teams.
pulling
She
down
said 3 teams?
south,
4 teams.
close to Barometer, where Team Liquid have their POI advantage. I don't believe I see a ring console, but they do.
Where's it pulling,
have a survey
chat?
beacon.
Another Barometer ending.
Another potentially Barrow zone.
I bet you this one finishes at the small island, chat.
South, a little too far west.
The one that's surrounded by like the tall trees.
Find its way in between the mountains. This one has a chance to go Jurassic, I would say, maybe even the edge of Pylon there. But still a good chance it does pull Barrow once again. Do we see the same teams?
That boy straight from Flames, my dog.
Who succeeded last time. That was where Falcons did so well. That's where Team Liquid can play from immediately. I mean, Mizuchi not that far away. All of the teams on match points. Cenote Caves have Aurora right next door.
You can't make this up.
They can play exactly the way they want to play. They've got priority to the zone. It's probably the fairest circle you could have picked.
That's fair.
If it goes to Jurassic, I'm going to say that's probably the fairest circle you could have picked between the 4 teams.
That are on match point. Yeah, that's a good point.
To decide who wins, if it's here. If
first zone shrinking.
Does pull towards Barrow, it's not like Liquid have that information, right? Like, they're still going to try to play patiently by the south side, maybe even wait to scan that survey beacon, because of course you can only scan it once you do hit it, wait for the other teams to take advantage of their own rotate. It's already happening. XO now involved in the fight here too. Popping the mother load already. Case winning. We talked about EMEA earlier before here. 36 points, sitting at 13th.
This is over near the pylon. FaZe out for blood. Gonna go for the finish as well.
The desperation to get the finisher, though, he's going to slide down and get the Evil Shield
Yes, the
swap. He gets
swap.
Slayers as one, and he's not a body here in this fight. And FaZe with just nags. He doesn't have a shield. He slides down and ExoClan get eliminated.
JHS
Bye,
Professional,
EXO.
though, very close by. They've heard
See
the
you
shot,
later,
and there we
pal.
go. They start coming for the remainders of FaZe
Mizuchi
Clan.
winning this game, you think,
FaZe
Oogie?
was sitting on 57.
Match
They
8.
only needed 3 more points, Vicky.
So we're talking about getting into this game. Can we potentially see another game? I'm always up for more Apex. You already know LGD see a team flying above them. It is DMS and LGD. I actually like this position from them because in the case this circle does pull towards Jurassic, like you mentioned, Genome, they're in a very good spot in terms of their rotation pathway. It's a 50-50, but if it does pull more towards the south, they could still inch forward from the bridge side playing off that low ground.
We'll have to wait for Ring 3.
We've
We've been getting a lot of Ring 3 switch-ups.
Most teams definitely calling this as a Barrow zone, as Synetic does get the respawn. I mean, a couple of teams are hanging around Pylon. I think that's because of a logjam with a couple of teams rotating through there, not necessarily trying to stay there.
And the ring console being right there too, right?
Yes.
It's that information over by the southeast side. Elevate, Zach literally won, having to back away from this fight.
Spin scanned by the Seer, which means can't use the abilities, and will get caught off guard.
Now it's all left and knocked.
Oh, that's a big flatty beam.
Took so
But
much
with only
damage.
50 health to play with. There's no chance
I was
against
say, he's just
Phony
playing in a
and
1v3 though, is the only
And
problem.
that's a big deal here for Elevate Bleed because they were sitting at 54
They were close.
points.
They were at
They
54.
need to desperately have a pop-off game to meet those at the table who were sitting at match point already. Down at 19th place for this game, and Twisted Minds creeping up from the other side here, from the south side of Pylon, where Mizuchi over by their POI down south, where they split that Echo HQ, where there's a survey here. Over down the south side here too, they would probably try to take priority if there was a ring console, but they also will be able to rotate from the south side of Barometer.
With the respawn now, FaZe have another chance to grab those 3 KP. One fight win will do it. Fnatic with that switch over to the lifeline, just looking for some glimpse of hope. I mean, if you're out there hoping for another game of Apex, well, look, Fnatic is one team that you could bank on to try and extend this series. The classic Peacekeeper coming out of
Bro,
Yuka
peacekeepering
there.
from
It's
that
long
far
range
away,
shot
just
clock.
pull out the hemlock.
Unfortunately, though, they lose out on Leica right in the middle of trying to get that res. Of course, you give that up when you commit to the res as lifeline, since obviously there's no knockdown shield here, but they also give up the high ground too. It was almost a trade-off, but with Panic getting the evil shield swap, it's very risky. Satuki was the only one to actually climb up. And no way, DRG take out Fnatic, and they stay alive here.
I didn't quite understand that push from Fnatic. I mean, when
You
play
mean
TDMs
the
on
old
this
LG
map,
that are
you know
Team
that
Liquid
climbing up
that are
those-
match point, or do
those
you mean
windows onto the
LG
roof
as
is
in
just a
sweet?
Death wish. And Dragons, I don't know, maybe they heard them popping a bat, something like that,
And the
thought
grapple.
this is the window. Yeah, the grapple. Not that you've got a lot of accuracy, obviously, when you're pulling up in the air like that. Either way, it's an ill-fated choice for Fnatic, and they will continue their woes. The ring pulls, and it pulls to Barometer. Team Falcons, correct me if I'm wrong, they won the Barometer zone we saw in this series, right?
They did, yep.
It was a much more southern Barometer zone, but still, we highlighted it when we went into World's Edge in that previous game that Zero had made such an amazing call.
And who's to say he hasn't here again? Because they're playing a different position than they were to last time, and lo and behold, the
Isn't
ring
this
just
around
seems
where
to
Team
follow
Liquid
him
were
around.
last time that ended up being where the zone
The
is?
ring goes more north, Falcons go more north. Let's see if it does continue to pull in that direction.
Well, Aurora are fighting for their match point life. They managed to pop the bat. Kazakh does the same thing here too, and they fight their way into this building after a difficult rotation, because everybody is in this next zone, except for Mizuchi's Space Station Alliance and Dragons Esports. Going to be very congested, but I'm more so worried about the teams that don't really have this building space. It was Team Falcons that called out that gondola, a zone that we have seen plenty of times.
Still on blue shields, though. Twisted Minds, fantastic day one. Qualified them for today. Don't know if they yeah, maybe got a little bit cold not playing in day 2 and day 3.
Chat, I still think Twisted Minds have one of the best jerseys. I know Floki's going to say I'm glazing,
really
but I
show
like that
up
color,
just
and I
yet.
like the pinstripe
Chipping
look.
away, 40 points.
I would take it for sure. Phenomenal.
But definitely not the
They're the best
skill ceiling
jerseys
that we saw of them, that we know Strafing Flame is
Maybe not the
capable
best.
of leading his team to.
Could be a
But they are
momentum thing.
clean.
We see that from a lot of these squads that really pick up the pace mid-match series. Mizuchi, though, from the very beginning, with a
You're good. I
crazy
figured that's who
strong
you were
start,
talking
looking to
about,
gatekeep the
Flogi.
squads, exiting
I just
out
wanted
of
to make
Pylon,
sure.
Exiting out of Echo HQ. Space Station had diverted from the air after taking Nevat Tower and actually opted to rotate from Pylon side. Look at this drop down, though, over the teams that have already taken the space.
I mean, that was
over
also
by
the old
Brother, and
LG
this
boys
zone
for a while.
does end up continuously pulling over to the north side by that bridge by LGD, by the gondola of Falcons. We know that Falcons are going to take up so much space there.
Well, don't forget Mizuchi there. Throwing in some curveballs here at FaZe Clan. They desperately just want a 3v3 and to win it. But it's hard when the traces from Mizuchi almost put Nags on the floor. And if Space Station get a whiff of this,
Yep.
they'll take them down so quickly.
And they already do. Koi cleaning up Nags.
They
gets
moved
the
in with
finishing
zero
blow.
hesitation.
Zyden follows up right afterwards. Space Station made it by just a hair yesterday.
All right,
Are
LG
looking to
has
put
Alliance on their
themselves
6.
into the competition. Alliance. a team
Alliance,
that we
speaking
were
of
all
6,
looking
needs
at after
6
an
points to
amazing
move up to
performance,
match
sitting
points
in
for
7th with
themselves.
54 points, looking to see if they can creep up right behind Luminosity that are in the building right in front of them. Nice cracks coming in, and FaZe Clan get eliminated. They finally find that last member from Arctic.
So that's their back cleared for Mizuchi. Alliance, part of that 54 gang. Couldn't quite make it over the top last game. I think FaZe Clan was one of them as well. So too Bleed eliminated in 19th in match 8. A cursed number. Can Alliance get back on top? Having a look at Sweet and LG, we haven't seen a lot of them today, Vicky. I was expecting a little bit more, honestly. I mean, they have been on a tear. I feel like Sweet is potentially
averaging
in the
5
best form
points.
of
They've
his
been
life.
kind of quiet.
Sykes finally fitting in, and the roster felt like it was kind of solved, but this lobby might be their undoing. Such a tough one to play. Zone goes
All right,
south.
so I was wrong on it being at the island, but it's like dead ass at the main middle of portion of barometer, which is one of those zones that can literally hold 12 of the 16 teams left.
Playing a patient approach
Depending
on the
on
other side by Spider K's, but we know on that rotate
how
you
much
are
fighting
so
goes on here.
vulnerable
Falcon's going to
when
have to
you're out
rotate
in the
from where
open
they're
by
at
the
before
water.
ring 4.
From 0 to nothing maybe, and they're trying to look to see if maybe he gets a shot, but also getting information by looking down the site. Knows that there is a team obviously right in front of them with the Watson fences, painting that perimeter. But also the 2 potential cryptos in this zone.
Try giving them a buzz cut.
GHS could be huge here when it comes to this zone once these squads know it's pulling down to the south.
Was Guild Esports just debating one of the shots out of 0. If they hit that, they probably send it. I think now that they've seen the next zone, they're aware it's probably going to continue further south, and they're looking for the opening on the building below them to try and push Guild.
It's an
and
interesting
take it away from them.
rotate
What's
for
risky
LG
in
here.
that case, if they do opt to do that, is that they are out in the open in the line of sight of Alliance that we know that just harassed LG from that building. They have exited out of that building, but they will also be in the line of sight of Guild, Icholos that are actually sitting in the Team Falcons position. The fact that this is still pulling south is crazy. When we see Mizuchi still on blue Evos, they're looking to their backs because Space Station is trying to fly from above. Let's jump into a listening with Mizuchi.
That guy's weak.
They're going to end up rotating like or landing like right on Twisted Minds though potentially. I think Twisted Minds were on that southern bridge, weren't
Take
they?
it into, we just crossed the 30.
Guess not.
Come to me. Stay left, stay left. Well, in here. Like, not exactly that safe. I'm bang ulting left. Kill the team left. Yeah, yeah. I'm nading it, nading it.
So it means that's either SSG who just flew in over them? Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, or Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are playing that south side of the zone. That southeast side of the zone.
Palm bad. I should be safe right here. padding.
Damn.
They're like dying there. We are safe here. We're safe here. Just chill. Do either you have Bobby?
No.
Okay. Hard pull.
So Waltzy and Timmy gonna have to play it out.
We're good.
Getting baited the fuck out right now, bro.
I got stuck. Can you get away?
No.
Fuck it.
Not great here for Mizuchi. They do correctly identify Space Station Gaming on the
Look
left
at all those
side,
nades!
but stray shots from GHS Professionals
Golly.
ruin their chances of getting the reset. I like the insta-res call, but
Bro.
unfortunately the sightlines
Tell me Fuse is meta without telling me Fuse is meta. My goodness.
not in their favor. I mean, GSS, they're still sitting over Bamboo. They're playing Crypto from there. They're going to have to move. I don't know how they're going to get out.
GHS professional, Reapers professional perhaps here on the island. I mean, sandwiching Mizuchi against Space Station, who just sent a
The grief of the century.
Arc Stars and a bunch of
I mean, not really a grief. I feel like that term gets used a lot because it's not like they're really throwing their game to do that to
Gilda holding on to
Hoist.
it. Felt like they knew this was where the zone was going. They're just going to take the top floor. Surprised.
Bunch of bullies, bro. They're like, you know what? We're just going to take this room,
Very
actually.
good gen.
Not even worried about fighting you right now. I just want your
They
room.
play it
Can I have
safe.
your room?
Rather than trying to take the entire building away from Guild, Team Falcons will play on the top. The corner of
SSG
it
out.
will be in.
Uh-oh.
Team Liquid about to go down?
Uh-oh. Team Liquid are about to go down. Nizul's still alive. Running for his life. Team Liquid are out. One of our match point teams.
You can hear the
are
crowd
out.
getting happy. One of the match
This
point
is
teams is
not
gone.
it for Liquid, but Mizuchi as a duo keep the dreams alive. So does Aurora, but that just leaves Falcons here alongside Aurora as the full three-man.
There's 14 squads left alive.
Mizuchi out in 14th.
With Mizuchi going out now 13. And
They're in a third in the backside of this fight.
Falcons are in the best spot of the
Oh,
two.
Aurora not even worried about that fight behind him.
Aurora is that they are the only team running the lifeline. That puts a beacon, that puts a spotlight on this team. That tells everybody in the lobby that this is Aurora, one of your match point teams, and you can expect them to actually be focused.
Yeah, very few teams running that. Falcon on the high ground. So much happening below. That's great for them. They don't have to worry about it too much.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons being up top can kind of just let all the ruckus below them happen. But everyone from over,
match point endings,
they're just not going to have to move a little bit.
it's like they've got a cloak of invisibility.
I think they can
or
play from
something.
this high ground where they're at, though,
Teams
right?
just don't
Like a little
Well,
bit of
they
it's
do
in.
manage to find spots and run away with them. 6 bullets left in the Kraber. Looks for an opening. Oh, he misses it again.
Is this it?
LG
Can you get this
out.
one at the very least, LG get eliminated in your feet.
I think this is it, chat.
Left, and this is where it's mostly hot. The Congestion Alliance. We're looking at Falcons, but Alliance also know that
they just
have
give up their
upgraded.
building?
They've been hearing it the entire time that they've played this north side of the zone when they originally booted LG from the building north of Barometer. Falcons, though, claiming this spot here, are looking for the opportunity to take this bottom floor.
Couple more teams creeping up on
Don't
the
get
match
caught
point
out too
threshold
far,
now.
Zero.
Ooh.
Oh,
No way, not like
bro,
this.
gave him a
We
fucking
cannot
haircut.
miss those. I'm sorry here. But Falcons, you see Zero. A little bit of frustration here. Do they make the call to rotate out? I hear an evac tower in the distance.
I mean,
You don't need to rotate out. You can put your top side
into
of
this
zone
next
here.
Zone.
Oh yeah.
3, 4 teams on the left.
Like,
of
you
them,
own the
4
high
teams
ground.
on the right. They need a bulldozer to make this way through.
Although I said that they were the only lifeline, Echolos are the only other team running the same composition as Aurora, but they still may actually bring attention to themselves, considering that we don't see that lifeline in general. As Falcons now, with the bombardment of nades, make it 2. Kazakh
Aurora?
are about to go down.
Aurora about to go out.
Alive, trying to fight for his life, popping that shield back, but they fully send it. Aurora get taken out.
I don't know. It's feeling like it's Team Falcons game, man.
The only match point team in the lobby alive.
Somehow
They still have, I mean, high ground where they're at. They can kind of pick and prod at teams.
Finds the perfect spot for Fuse. ticking away. This is why he is leading damage on this team.
They do have a bid to rotate here, though. That is something to keep in mind.
The knuckle cluster, the space, LGD on the low ground. Dragons Esports get eliminated.
He's got about 1,000
and they've got 2
more than
teams under him.
anyone else in this lobby to this point. And they don't just want those records on the stats, Vicky. They want
Falcons
the trophy,
versus
the money,
Alliance.
the glory.
The best spot though for the rotate. If Falcons wins this is very possible for them. Alliance get the trade though. They find
Oh.
Hopkins, but if that's found how.
That's a big
Jerry,
risk.
cannot miss them.
We get another game.
But so do Falcons. Are you kidding me? Effect, just save this game.
Chat, this next game is probably gonna have to be my last one.
And Gaming Gladiators are
So I
now
do have people
at
coming over
match
for
the Bang ult just
Xenia's birthday.
saved this game.
So not this one.
Incredible
But probably the one
scenes.
after.
Match 9 coming your way. Alliance 59 points. They don't make it.
Alliance still though clipped the Falcons' wings. We are going to another game. We are seeing more Apex Legends and Guild.
Guild
sliding
pushes
down.
out, trying to pick up some big
Legacy alone, though, He
KP.
still gets the trade.
Because he
Baby
pushes a
goes
little too
down.
heavy.
Just
Oh,
beats
Jessica
him.
goes down
MT.
2.
It's only up to MT from Guild, but Gaming Gladiators are in the best spot to take the win.
This is going to be an easy cleanup for
Wow.
Gaming Gladiators as they get the cherry on top of their match point eligibility.
The emotions from Light.
Going to match 9.
Gaming Gladiators. They sit at the table.
Going back to
on
edging,
match
chat.
point,
I mean, wait,
meeting
what?
With Mizuchi, Falcons, Liquid, and Aurora. It's getting hot. We are going on to a game 9. The dream is still alive. And you can only imagine.
So you have a headache.
The emotions, the pressure that these players are facing.
That's right, only one more team makes their way to 60
he's
plus. Alliance and FaZe Clan fall just short. Elevate, Bleed, don't add to their total. A 0-point game, the first one of the entire series for them, means they'll sit just short.
Oh, shit.
I cannot believe this. We have some more Apex Legends. Don't go anywhere. Can this be it for our Esports World Cup? We'll find out soon on the other side of this break.
It's confirmed. Floby's got the script.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance.
Well, good luck. Will you do an 18 today?
Formula technology.
Hopefully the golf goes good, bud.
Grease gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100%
Appreciate you pulling up, fam.
New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسب
Alright, I'm gonna go pee here real quick, chat.
نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود اعطي اختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات واذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
longer. No, I'm actually good closer to 5 is what Weevil was saying, so. Maybe got us like 2 games.
Drone. Wait, crypto drone is somewhere close. They're close, right? Quick. Coming. They're close, I think. Where? They're like down here. Wait, I can't tell. Where are the teams? Oh, there, everyone there. One team. Yes, take left side. Take left side. He's playing good. Wait, I'll stay. Okay, I'm going left. I'm dodging. I can go here. Watch out. Yeah. Watch out me, boys. We win this. I am. They may eat you. Fighting! Bring me! Get killed!
It's crazy to think because I don't feel like Gaming Gladiators, when people talk about EMEA.
FaZe, Falcons, Aurora, and Gaming Gladiators are your last 4 winners.
True, fair.
And after 8, we still don't have a champion. Match point continues with game number 9 coming up in just a minute. But right now, we've got a little bit of a halftime where we can catch up with some of our analysts and a special guest who will be joining us. I'm Rain Day, of course. Jayhawk here next to me. Zephyr taking a break. Glitter Explosion back in on the action. And this man right here, you know, you can call him the Prince of Denmark or something. He's got something going on. I've seen him in a very nice tuxedo at a fancy event. Nasky, of course, man, thank you for joining us and spending some time. I know you would rather be playing today, but it's obviously great to have you in your insight.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to be on here. Of course, I'm super sad to miss out on this finals, especially with how amazing this event is. And I was feeling really good going into this, so I really thought I'd at least be in the finals.
I mean, they look good during scrims.
I'll take what I can get, and I appreciate you guys having me on board. So thank you for that.
It's awesome, man. You know, it happens. That's competing. We've all been on both sides of it, winning and losing, and different things in life, and this just happens to be that moment. But we move on. We go ahead. A lot of teams as well will be feeling a little bit more dejected because they had a chance to win $600,000 this last one. They didn't get the job done. It was Gaming Gladiators who stopped them all and got to match point, and now are in a position to end it. They're also in a great position in the club championship as well, Jayhawk, which is a huge motivation for teams like that.
Absolutely, and with $7 million on the line, that's a big deal. Gaming Gladiators, if they could win,
I ain't gonna lie though, I'm kind of hungry.
Not only would it be historic for EMEA being their first ever championship, but it would be big for the org in the club championship.
We're so close, Lauren, to that being a big deal. But I kind of want to, just because it is EMEA, and we do have Nasky here, get your thoughts on what it would mean for EMEA to hoist this trophy. Anybody in that region, you all have played so well this tournament.
Oh, I could talk about this topic for a while.
Okay, well, don't, because we've got like 30 seconds. But no, seriously, what do you think?
No, but funny enough, 3 months ago, I talked with my coach, Don, and I told him in 6 months, that's what it takes for EU to be tied with NA.
Oh.
And in a year from that, EU is going to overtake NA.
I don't know about all that.
Back from when EU, obviously, like with the unfortunate war that happened in Ukraine, and Russia and CIS, some of the CIS countries got banned from competing, which is pretty much half of our region. And since then, EU was on a downhill decline because we couldn't find as much competition, we couldn't grow as much. But slowly you see all these Russian competitors come back into it, and we have these amazing teams like Aurora and DMS who are just like...
That's kind of a good point, though.
They're playing insane today. So it basically...
Because EMEA has showed up more at World
EU
Cup than anywhere else
right now
recently.
Isn't that much of a surprise for me. If anything, it's a surprise that's happening earlier rather than later.
Wow, what an amazing showcase as well of all the factors that come into play, Lauren, of getting yourself ready for a tournament like this. And also, we mentioned it with South America, but EMEA's going through the same thing, leveling up the region. The better competition, the more players are doing this on this stage consistently, the better your entire region is going to get.
And we've seen that reflected from the very beginning of the competitive Apex Legends scene to where we're at here today on EWC. I mean, even when we're taking a look at the series rankings, I know we've been focusing on our match point teams. Now we've got GG joining that mix, another team there on match point. But even so, behind them, we still have Alliance by only 1 point. We saw both of our South American teams. They've been playing hyper aggressive. They're going for those kills to even keep themselves in the discussion.
I think we're seeing a lot of parity in this EWC, and it's a fantastic thing to see, a really timely thing to see. We do have another LAN coming up in just a few weeks. So
3 weeks
great
after
for all
this, we
these
got
players who are going
Mannheim,
to be
chat.
competing there. Let's get over into what happened in these games, though.
Will probably be the last event that I'll be able to do like a full watch party
with
of
still
before
only no
Little
teams
Man
on
number 2
match
comes.
point. Well, now we have at least 4 teams on match point again. Let's walk through the past 8, at least the back half of this 8. It started off with a FaZe Clan win here. Nasky, Synetic, Arctic, Nags, that's been a great story. You've teamed with Nags before. You've got experience with him. What do you think about FaZe Clan when that comes to mind, how they're playing?
I think FaZe Clan is one of those teams you don't expect. Because you look at Synetic, their IGL. A year ago, he was in Challenger Circuit, right, trying to make a name for himself. I mean, for the people who know, the people that actually know, there has been some,
I think Nasky would make a
moments
good
with
desk
Synetic,
personality,
people not
honestly.
thinking that he was that good, but now he's really proven himself, and we spoke about this among some of the EU teams. We spoke about Synetic actually becoming the next up IGL in Europe, and and from the start of this pro league, I actually consider him to be the top 3.
Yeah.
So he's showing himself. Arctic, a mouse and key anchor player. No one really also expects much from him, including me. And I was like, I've been proven wrong, and I'm happy. I'm happy for that, because he's of course EU, and I gotta support him. He's been playing out of his mind. And Nags, my previous teammate, amazing player.
Yeah.
We didn't team with him for other reasons. It's not like he was issue or anything like that. When he played with us, he was also an amazing player. And to see him be, I think he had in the group stages, he had 3,000 more damage than both of his other teammates. He was playing amazing in it. I think he even top fragged in the lobby.
Well, I mean, one of
it's a good team.
Yeah, it's a great team. I mean, these guys have been.
Yo,
great
Nasky taking over the mic for his segment. I love it, bro.
Obviously, with the representation of FaZe, but I just want to switch your attention to Falcons. Obviously, super team. We've been talking about them. They're on match point. Had a chance to win it twice now. What goes on in your mind as a pro in the position of having these opportunities slip by, especially with the caliber of a team like Falcons? Just water under the bridge, go again, or does this actually start to weigh on them?
Well, I've been in the same situation before, and I wouldn't say it starts to weigh on you. Once you reach that momentum and you have those points and stuff like that, there is not much that can remove the momentum from them, even when losing a winning opportunity.
Because you're just one more win away. You're one win away.
Again type of vibe, and of course losing this type of stuff feels bad. But when you are that much ahead in points as they are right now, it's not detrimental on your impact and on your performance.
Okay, and with all these teams starting to reach match point,
how
big is the circle pull? Because obviously a lot of the teams that we've seen win, it was a circle pull that was relatively close, but then Reject Winity all the way from staging when Acclimatizer won. So going into this next game, how much should we be paying attention to how close the ring is to the teams that are obviously on match point?
I actually love that question. There's so much nuance to it. And typically you would have, if you have zone 2, you could pick the best spot. And usually that you just go from there. However, there's certain cases, I want to say like Skyhook, like Stacks, where there are so many possible spots to get.
Right.
Even if you were to land in Skyhook and it's a stack zone, you could come in really, really late. And usually there's a building free. Especially with Valk not being in the meta, there's a lot of stuff you can luck out, whatever you want to say. So in zones like that, it doesn't really matter that the zone is on you. But then you have zones like at the top of my head, I want to say Down Beast. Down Beast is you have like certain 7 spots, 8 spots, 9 spots that are accessible, especially due to checkpoint allowing for an evac rotate where you can pick and choose whatever spot you want. But once those spots actually do get filled out, it is extremely hard to win one of those zones coming in late.
And then in that same vein, obviously this is a little bit different than what we're typically used to because we're alternating maps every map. It's not 2 and 2. So when you have teams on match point, what does that map change do to your play style once you're at that spot, knowing that you could be winning the next game?
Oh, changing the maps one by one is super underrated, amazing thing.
I love it. Facts, though. Speak your shit, Nasky. Tell them to do it some more.
Seeing it in play now is amazing because it can refresh your stuff, right?
Yep.
If you die off drop or die early or just have a stinker, then you can refresh everything. Like it feels like you were just starting the tournament when you get that map change, especially when it happens that often. It's actually so good. And I think we won't see anyone reach a slump. I hope not. I mean, 8 games have passed already, but I would assume this would mean no one reaches a slump because they can always reset mentally.
Great point.
Yeah.
Game 8 here, obviously, you know, when you look at Gaming Gladiators, they're a team that's been so good across all of EWC. Esports World Cup is a major thing. You know, NIP, I think, are eligible in it, but I'm not sure how much they've gotten so far on the leaderboard.
Wow, so Aurora went 1-2, they won 7. Gaming Gladiators won 3, they won 8. Does that mean Team Liquid won 4 and won Game 9? I mean...
If you have any thoughts on that, that's fine, but I'd actually rather spend some time seeing if you like fortune telling. You like fortune telling? Like those little cookies, you know, at the end of...
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're going to be our fortune teller here. We're going to bring this map up, and I want Nasky to tell us what's going to happen in this upcoming game. In fact, they're letting you off a little easy. They're not going to bring the map up. They say, okay, just give us a general thought. What is the expectation here? Are we ending next game, and what do you think is going to happen?
One more game, or does it end here, Nasky?
Let me try to, you know... get the foundation
hey,
right,
listen,
and
man, you know,
take it from there.
Yeah, you might want to give a generic enough answer to be right.
Okay, wait. We have a World's Edge.
Okay, yep.
We have seen a lot of southern pools near Siphon and Tree.
Okay.
And those zones are really, really good for Siphon.
Okay.
What else?
Okay, he's cooking.
We have, I want to say those are the majority of the zones. We haven't seen any, there's no climatizer zones, there's been a few survey epi zones. But I kind of want to say
Make it a
Gaming
mod.
Gladiators might have a good game.
Okay.
But when you do have those zones that end near POI Tree and Siphon Zone, and they do obviously land Siphon in this
Let us get a mod stacked zone for the boys from Mizuchi.
One thing that Siphon is not good at is that when you have those zones near you, which normally everyone would assume is a good thing, if you don't have the beacon, you can't rotate for other beacons because everyone is coming into you.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that beacon and you have that zone near you, it's actually the worst case possible.
Wow.
Okay. So 66% beacon spawn rate. Let's see if GG can roll the dice and get lucky with it.
Well, you heard it there from our resident fortune teller, Nasky, who's joining us on the desk. Glitter Explosion, Jayhawk, myself, Rainy. We're going to take a break because the action continues at the Esports World Cup. Game 9.
Doing another break.
A champion.
Well, in Apex Legends, there's not too much you can guarantee, but there's one thing that always seems to happen when we expect it least, and that is that we have one more game, at least, of Apex before we crown our champions. What a insane and crazy to leave us in a position where one more game is what we need to decide if it's going to end here.
All right, let's go, chat.
Or if we're going to keep this thing going.
And that's why it's the best format in the world, ladies
Let's
and
get
gents,
it.
because we do have at least one more game, if not 2. Make it 3, who knows?
Make it 4.
At this point, with how this lobby has been, 5 teams on match point, 5 teams with a chance to become the champions here at Apex Legends at Esports World Cup. But there is still
see if we have a contest. We don't have a contest. I'm going to pee real quick.
1 point away, FaZe 3 points away, Elevate Bleed.
Chat, by the way, if y'all are watching
away.
over on YouTube, man, do me a favor, make sure y'all are hitting the like button.
3 more teams could be joining match point.
And one team, of course, who did join match point with a chance to win it is the EMEA team, who have come into this event and into this season and surprised so many with the consistency.
What is going on?
Lava Siphon drop for them is going to be a good one because we are heading down to Tree.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is coming all the way down to the bottom of the map.
Okay. Okay. Or just use a different browser then. How about that? Get wrecked. Oh. Yeah. We'll just use a different browser. Oh, I'm not logged in on this. That hurts my soul. That really hurts my soul. Hold on, chat. We seem to be back up and running here. What is going on?
And you've also got to remember, Team Liquid down at launch site have the chance to move very quickly to this zone if they have a ring console.
All right, now I got to
see a survey beacon near, but remember it was down at Dome last time. It doesn't look like there's a ring console available for Liquid here.
Yeah, we'll have to double check that. They did actually have a ring console down at Dome, so that information would have been collected, or should have been collected, but by the looks of things, they might not have hit it. So we'll have to wait and see what the play actually is coming in from Team Liquid. A very interesting one,
You need to get blue first, right? Aguirres has to get blue on fuse before you can even hit that. So there's not a chance for them to hit the ring console, but they are moving in the right direction regardless. And this is still where initial zone knowledge can come into play here. Some of these IGLs know exactly where this zone is pulling, sometimes just with a little bit of information.
Well, it looks like they know where the zone is going, and it looks like Team Liquid have a great spot to play. Now, pros and cons of this. Great rotation. This is where the end zone is going to be pulling, but they do have those white armors, which makes this very difficult to hold down for the long game. So they're going to have to output some damage. There's no Evo harvesters around them, and they're certainly not going to be able to leave and go and get some due to the fact that there's so many teams already taking residence in and around Tree. ExoClan you saw on your screens right now, but moving away from where that zone is going to be ending and heading over to Geyser, because there's an interesting build-up of teams here. We've got Icholos, Laser, and LGD Gaming having a little bit of an engagement here, a little bit of a poke at each other.
Yeah, and there's also potential as well for GHS to get involved and Elevate Bleed, because they're all going to be rotating on that eastern side. And once you hear that damage, there is potential for kills as well. And, you know, kills means points, and points is what a lot of these squads need if they want to be getting up to
let's get
point.
chat.
One
Sorry.
thing I will say for some of the teams that are rotating late and on edge that are already on match point, you are going to have a major
For some reason, that
advantage
Internet
going
Explorer
into
thing
this
all
late
sorts
circle.
of fuckered
Because
me.
you've seen so many teams move early here, there's going to be a lot of grays, a lot of blues you're going up against.
I just want to quickly reiterate, if you're just joining us right now and you're wondering where we are in the tournament, the teams that are on match point, which would mean if they win this game, they will be crowned your tournament champions. We are looking at Team Liquid, Mizuchi, Aurora, Gaming Gladiators, and Team Falcons as the teams who have crossed the 60-point threshold, and if they win this next game, will be crowned your champion.
It sounds easy, right? But that's the thing with the match point format. All it takes is one of those teams outside of the top 5 to just finally find their form, finally find that victory, and then we end up going into
like a Twisted Minds. Let's get it. Woo!
We do tend to end around the 7 to 9 mark. It's rare we get further than that. But if you go historically further back into Apex Legends, it does get a little bit dicey with how far you can go in these games.
Well, you got to remember as well, this team's chasing down match point as
how
well.
Far
GHS,
can
one of
you
those
go?
Quite off the pace at the moment and already lost one player. It was Elevate Bleed who did get that kill and managed to convert it as well. So that's going to be a point to them, and they are closing in on 60 points themselves. Elsewhere, the team who could close it out right here, right now, where they win is going to be Aurora. It was fascinating to watch them in that last game, as they were one of the teams that just seemed to fall after another patch point team went down, and then another. But this has been a great return to form for them here in Riyadh.
I think that both Aurora and Falcons have a real chance here with their rotations and with their pathing to be able to gain a big shield advantage and have a real stab at some of these teams that are going to be holding some of the priority positions. You've just got to be brave, and I think that when you're on match point, sometimes you don't take that risk. Sometimes you're not going to be trying to take a position off of someone because you're scared of giving up the spot that maybe you've had gained earlier because of that match point situation.
Well, it looks like an evac play is about to be called in here, although maybe it's just a little bit of a change of...
Did I not set this? Is this still on auto?
I'll put that thing away. And it's going to be a foot race essentially through the choke towards Thermal Station, where they will continue on their path back to where we believe this game is going to be ending, over by Tree. You can see the team starting to stack up already. LG in that top building. You've got Alliance who are playing the choke and playing the train station actually the other side of the building. You've got DMS inside a zone as well. We saw Team Liquid earlier, what they were doing, and Alliance. I mean, you've got to feel for them a little bit here. Being so close yet so far away has been the story
of them in competitive Apex.
Other teams get to
real though.
And by the time that they hit it, the tournament ends. Is it going to be the same situation again for Alliance? Is there going to be another tournament that's just a disappointment?
Well, if Alliance want to
look at all these teams that are already compounded down in here, man.
At least that's how they'll feel, to deny one of those 5 teams
Wild.
that are on match point. By the way, outside of maybe Team Falcons, who are about to cross into the zone, there are only 3 or 4 other teams that are not within this next circle. And that's how compacted it is, really, down at Tree. And the zone is going to continue to pull down towards Tree. There's not going to be any sort of crazy shift north, so everyone who committed down to that south side will be rewarded for committing early. But then it's about the zone 4 shift for me. That's when you're going to see the biggest difference as we see our first team eliminated, and it's going to be Blacklist International taken down by FaZe Clan, who will find themselves now on 60 points. They will cross that match point threshold, but remember, if they win here,
it doesn't
they will
matter.
not win the tournament. They have to go into
You
the
had to
next
start
match
the game on
to get
match
it done.
point.
However, Team Liquid will win the tournament if they win here. So congratulations to FaZe. They have essentially done their job of getting themselves into a position now where, obviously, if they can stop the other teams who are on match point winning, they can have a shot at winning this tournament.
You figure Alliance still probably going to get there. Elevate might.
Money, of course,
And anybody else from there would need a pretty decent game in order to do so.
Takes home first place. First in points at the moment, but essentially tied for opportunity is the team on our screen right now, traveling all the way from Trials and Sky West towards where they find themselves right now. Well, of course, talking about Team Falcons, everybody alive at the moment, and they're about to potentially engage here with EXL.
As soon as one fight breaks out within this zone, there's going to be a lot of teams adding to that damage as well, looking to try and maybe capture some of those points that are available that wouldn't typically be without those fights already happening. For Mizuchi, they're on the southeast side, and they do have to walk into this zone. They're not
Yeah, but they
safe
can
in this
slide down
building.
to even just those couple boxes and be in.
Wondering
It's
if they're
not a
even gonna
great
stay
spot.
further into that terrain ahead of them as well. There's not
But they'll
much
also
cover.
know
They
that they're
might have to
clear
look to try
behind
and
them.
Take the RV. But for now, they can wait and see where this zone goes a little bit and see if anyone plays for anything aggressively around them.
It's a really interesting zone, actually. Just looking at our map overhead here, and there is so many teams already inside a tree who have taken up all the real estate, all the buildings. Playable spaces at a premium at the moment, and if you are the likes of Aurora, Falcons, who are arriving late, who are on match point at the moment, getting into this zone is going to be so tough, let alone going on to win this game. So keep that in mind. If they manage to pull off something miraculous here, it would be a win that certainly was earned.
Well, what Falcons have done has been able to manipulate the map in a way where they've been able to dodge about 3 or 4 teams who were on the north and actually take a place on the northeast.
Hell
side of the
yeah,
zone. As we get a
baby.
pause
T1
just to sort out
Esport.
any potential technical difficulty for any of these players.
Let's get
that
it.
does mean that, you know, everyone gets a little breather here. Remember, only one team has been eliminated so far. That's Blacklist International. Aside from that, a full lobby, full squads, 57 players, 19 teams, and the majority of them are already in tree.
Yeah, make sure that we don't give away too many positions and what teams are where at the moment, just in case, like you said. I like how you phrased it earlier. One of the headphones has just slipped off an ear inside the arena. Oops. Happens.
Look, Jumbo's fiddling.
Yeah. Not going to happen, Jen. Falcons fans out in force today.
Falcon top one.
Supporting their boys. But it's, I always find it funny. Like, match point is, it's such a wonderful format because of the unpredictability of it, right? You have to work so hard to win a tournament, but most importantly, you have to win a game of Apex Legends, which is what the game is built upon. But we came out of the booth early and we were like, we thought we were done. You know, it was jackets off. We sat down. We were like, listening to Vicky and Genome, and we expected the games to be done and dusted, but I think it shows the quality of the lobby. Even when we have multiple teams sat up on match point, getting that win is so tough, and it almost feels like you're going to look back on moments where, was it the Kraber shot that didn't connect that cost Falcons?
Honestly, though, that Kraber shot was kind of a throw by Zero.
They have a walk in, they still have that Kraber.
Like, for the memes, for the, like, respect for going for the...
They don't win you tournaments.
For the
it's
clip,
about
but like...
the job done, and those opportunities don't come along too often.
This should be over.
Certainly when you look through the group stage results, Falcons were incredible at finding wins, but it's a very different lobby in the group stage. There's a few teams that may be looking a little bit lackluster. Here in the finals, every fight you have to work extremely hard for. Nothing is given to you in this lobby.
All right, here we go, chat. Back into it.
Underway here. The pause is going to be unpaused. And I just want to give a quick mention to Lufka, by the way. He was part of course, the team who were on the receiving end of the famous howl coming down from the heavens as they crept up to try and win a land themselves, and they find themselves on match point. So this is a chance maybe for redemption for Lufka.
I'm sure all three of those players who were on the receiving end of it have been thinking about it. Maybe some sleepless nights, even now.
I can only apologize.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting pool here.
For the wrong reason, sadly. Now, Aurora continuing to just try and find a space to play right now. There's a lot of rock
I don't think this goes all the way down a tree, does it?
For now, it's about
I think it almost pulls more lava siphon-ish.
Get some more zone information that will give us a big
like where GHS, yeah.
And he's going to pull slightly away from tree, back up to the north side, which is good news for a lot of the late movers like Aurora, because when you do arrive, at least there is less teams to try and break through to get into that zone.
Well, here's a stat for you, right? To give you an overlay right now, we saw a few moments ago so many teams who were on match point. Some were inside the zone, some were outside of the zone. Right now, as it stands, there are 0 of our match point teams inside of where that zone is going to be pulling. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of time left for them to make that rotate and fight their way through it, but I think it just shows that everybody's going to have to work extremely hard as Aurora now make their play. This is a little bit of a Hail Mary because they don't have too much info on where the playable spaces are going to be.
Where do you go here?
They're going to try and hope that they can get in this truck. And they can.
But now this is where the nades
can you
and
survive?
This is where lack of a Watson can hurt, because you can get peppered if you're not careful. But it looks like they've been able to stabilize. No one is going to overcommit to grenades right now, and Aurora have been allowed.
All right, so SSG is right up above them,
into the zone
but they are still able to sit here for a bit.
Aurora with good armors to work with as well. So you mentioned quite rightly, no Watson in the composition is going to make it difficult to hold down the RV, but having a huge amount of Evo on those armors is going to mean they can soak up just a little bit more damage. Mizuchi now making their approach to tree from launch site. The team in front of them that's holding them out, another match point team. It's going to be Team Liquid.
Chance to hit some shots for Yanya and Team Liquid, who have looked incredible today. Remember, if you go down at this point,
Bangle's going to buy him space to push forward to the rock at least.
Surely someone else is going to get the job done. You cannot afford to fall early here. And that's why Liquid just backing off slightly. They don't want to overcommit to this. Unless you get any real damage, you're very reluctant to commit to a fight.
Liquid are currently holding the entirety of that building structure, by the way, so I think the Mizuchi want to try and force them away. There's a big damage, flesh damage as well, and Waltzy almost gets the pick with that Hemlock. Sweet in the kill feed as well, he's taking down Hackis. And I have not seen Alliance manage to convert 1 point to get onto match point yet. Now they do get it
now
one
they
of those
do.
Things. Alliance, thanks to
Alliance
the kill
going to be adding out themselves, so that's what,
and we'll be up to match point,
6
even
teams?
though
7
they have
teams
just
for next round.
been eliminated.
Alliance just scrape over the threshold. Dragons Esports just been eliminated as well. So now 19 squads down to 17 as things start to pick up here. The action's starting to get
LG out, phase out.
Also eliminated, but remember, they hit match point as well. They just need to hope they will get a chance to play for it in match 10.
E8 needs one more point.
Will fall down 5 squads now in this lobby. Gaming Gladiators playing up on this high ground. Will have to, of course, drop down at some point to get a little bit closer to that zone. But speaking of which, it's Aurora who are making a play from the RV up onto the tracks thanks to the zipline from the Pathfinder, and they're getting knocks, they're getting kills, they want to take a command in space.
Finally, we get the conclusion of this fight as well. It's Liquid with the damage, and it's going to be Mizuchi on the receiving end of it, and Liquid should and will take down Mizuchi. That's one of our match point teams falling, but at the hands of another.
Team Liquid with a huge win on the southern
Liquid still
side
have a
of
bit
this
of a
zone,
rotate from where they're at now.
fellow
Aurora and SSG have literally just swapped spots.
Aurora then. And as you can see, they're not going to be safe where they are when that zone closes. However, they have such a good vantage point to clear out one of the sides of the zones. All red Evos as well. Aurora are looking dangerous here.
Can Aurora be the first EMEA team to lift a trophy at LAN in Apex Legends? Certainly looking to do a lot of damage to SSG, who are in the RV they previously occupied here.
Well, the damage wasn't big enough for them to play off of. You can see Twisted Minds just lost a player thanks to a knock in the kill feed as well. Falcons and Aurora all of a sudden a little bit closer together than we thought they would be a few moments ago. And look at the space now that Team Falcons have. Everybody who was in tree is now in front of Team Falcons. If they can clear a couple of teams just
Twisted
around
Minds
them,
down to
then
just
they
player
might
K,
have
I
an
think.
opportunity here to have the rest of the lobby in front of them.
Well, Aurora, it's gone from bad to worse because they've lost 2, and it
Oh,
could be the
bro.
third here. Another match point team potentially going down.
Kazak's got a clutch here.
Kazak, the new pickup, barely any HP to work with. The Doc drone goes out.
Hey, he got the drone.
Fnatic doing a little bit of damage here as well.
Staying alive.
But he is going to be the solo player here for Aurora, and it looks like we might have another match point team falling.
Yep.
Aurora will be eliminated. Twisted Minds eliminated now. It's
Falcons
GG,
in trouble?
Team Liquid, and Falcons who could get it done now.
Falcons are under duress, though. There's a lot of pushing coming out of the opposition team here, but great damage from Jenberg.
Jen's down.
He is replicated here as Hal tries to follow up.
Hal's hot, following up though, and Hal will get the final kill. SSG.
Who else is down here with them?
In the meantime, as Hal steps forward. Each hours later will go down, and Falcons.
The crowd is going to pop off if Falcons win, bro.
Are not pushing them, so they will still hold the northeast side there. Elsewhere, Elevate Bleed also go down here as GG have lost 2. It's another match point team who are looking like their backs are against the wall.
Well, Light's inside his zone here, but he has no friends to help him along the way. It would have to be a monster solo performance for GG to call themselves champions here. Elsewhere, inside his zone.
1/3 chance this is going to be our last game.
Team Liquid down to 2.
It's one of our chances.
As they've lost Jaguares on the rotate here. Niazo and Yanya, it's up to you.
Worth noting, the only healthy team are Team Falcons right now. They're on match point. They have the chance to win. Let's jump into a listen-in with Falcons.
It's not in zone.
I have ult.
Moving forward by myself.
You want to come? I'm coming.
I'm pushing with you. Fuse on 15.
Team Liquid out.
Put it back, no more bats. Chill. I didn't say come. Okay, I'm dropping your red top. I'm no more bats. Can you drop me bats? Yeah, here. Finishing. Yeah, crypto up to dark. One smoke. Okay. Are you gonna fight right side at all? No.
They're like chilling on the rock right now.
So GG, our other match point team, currently a solo.
Liquid were eliminated as well. So now it's GG as a solo and Falcons. Who can win this thing?
Match 10 could be on the horizon if Falcons cannot convert.
I told y'all it ends with Onset and Gaskin.
Pull off an absolute madness as a solo here for GG. In the kill feed, EXO have just lost one as well. 8 squads now remain. Make it 7 because GHS will fall, as do EXO Clan. So it's 6 teams left. Falcon, they cross 100 points as they close in on a real opportunity to take this tournament.
They're going to have a far rotate after this fight. They got to wrap this thing up quick, fast, and in a hurry.
One number, and that is first place. That is becoming a championship winning team once again. 0 with the damage. Fnatic eliminated in the meantime. We're down to 5 and 0 has to pop that back.
Who's going to be the savior for the rest of the lobby here? Who wants to step up and challenge, dare challenge a Team Falcons who look ruthless with their pushes at the moment? There is good damage coming out of DMS and LGD onto Falcons.
That drone's
right now.
giving a lot of
Falcons
information.
do have to go through both of them to get to this final zone.
Come on, hit him with an EMP just for shits and grins.
Taking Gatekeep into an all-new level. This is through the gates of hell for Falcons, but can they make it through? And if they do, then maybe, just maybe, this could be the game
nice
for them.
play up to the high ground here.
The play, trying to take the high ground. Finds a team across from them, but the damage isn't
going to make their rotate even harder.
Following up here, the zone will close and Falcons will be forced to move.
This team was
all right,
built
let's
for
see
a
it.
reason, and for reasons just like this, for a moment just like this. Can they actually convert this one, though? Because there is a lot of teams looking at them right now. Do the other squads have any idea of this being Falcons? That would be my question. And don't forget, there is still an individual left from Gaming Gladiators.
Imagine Light with the rap play of his life
to make your move,
somehow pulling it out here.
To try and force these teams away.
Oh.
They were burning thanks to the ultimate coming in from the fuse. Now there's a
what a fuse ult.
Chunk as well. Zero's doing damage himself. GG are gone.
Hold on.
GG are gone. Falcons are the last remaining match point team.
It's Falcons versus 3, but Gen falls. Hal and Zero, hand in hand. What can you do together?
This DMS doing the damage. 4 squads remaining.
One more game, chat.
Gen Burn holding
one more game.
Down shield. Trying to do what he can to keep his
He's
team
gonna stick
alive.
the revive. Shut up.
He goes down. Surely not.
He gets the revive.
Yes, they do.
No way.
It's a second
the other two are to fight.
The cherry here for Falcons, and they're back to
yeah, but they've got nowhere to go.
Closing here. Someone needs to shoot them, but no one is. Gen falls again.
Gen will fall. Zero will fall as well. And it's up to the CEO.
No way.
A man
no
who
way.
So many
no way.
To tell you what, There might be another one here. How? Barely any armor to work with. Gonna get the shield swap, but here comes the challenge, and we will go again.
All right, we're going another. Guild now up on the match point as well. DMS with the dub.
Going. It's a match 10. It's another team onto match point. And this tournament will not end here and now.
Woo, boy!
DMS will claim victory. And make Apex fans around the globe wait a little bit longer to crown our champion at the Esports World Cup. That
So how many match point teams are we going to have going into this?
That end game, absolutely nuts.
It was my worry when I saw where that zone was shifting and the rock formations that allowed the two teams just to watch over Falcons and force them to make a wide rotation. It was going to be so tough. But DMS and Guild and LGD, they all held strong to keep Falcons out.
Wow.
Tried as they might to get into that zone, but boy, were they not allowed. And now it means that DMS joined them. I'm fairly certain Elevate Bleed joined them on match point as well. This is going to be insane going into match 10.
So many moments in that end game where you're looking at Team Falcons and knowing what's happened with HAL in the past, with TSM, where these things just happen. Things just start going their way, and they turn it into a championship victory. Well, the craziest thing about
Falcons
that was
have
they felt like
surely
there were
secured
those moments.
themselves top
Jim
2,
Burton gets back on his
sitting
feet.
28 points ahead of Gaming Gladiators.
Managed to climb up and crouch
But we have
behind an entire
10
team. You're like,
teams
wait,
on match point,
surely
chat.
not. But it was not to be, as we now see 10 teams, half of the lobby is now on match point.
Well, if you want to see more Apex Legends after match 10, then you're looking at 11th through 20th and saying who can find a win over any of those teams in the top 10.
Well, if you're crazy enough to think about leaving, it's only going to be for a few moments. We are going for a break, but we keep things going here in Riyadh.
All right, chat. 10 teams on match point. How many do we have on match point in that APAC North one that went 12? 13? 13. I think it was 16. I think the last game they went into, they had like 14 teams on match point or some shit. I guess I could look up on Wikipedia. What was I looking up again? Split 2 playoffs, Apex North. Yeah, they had 15 teams on match point going into the last game. So we're 2/3 of the way to that. I got bad news for y'all, though. If this goes to 13 games, I ain't going to be able to wrap it up with y'all. As much as I would love to. We got a little man's birthday to celebrate here in a little bit, so. So let's hope we can get ourselves a winner in this next game or two. Preferably this next game. Especially, I have a feeling if we get done with this next one, they're going to do like a long break after game 10.
Найс, медленно. Из дома сейчас пойдут. Катушка, есть адув? Нет. Из дома сейчас пойдут еще. Фокус зон, не? Да, погоди. На мне стоит, Окей, жду. Вот тут. На мне, прямо на мне, Лева. Понимаю, я хилюсь, похуй. Том, Игорь. 3 склада, ребят. Борем дом. Осторожно, хилюсь. Кракнул, нокнул. Скачали, блядь! Нормально, я хилюсь. Я липку дал вот так. Да, окей. Они въебались! Сир 100! Топ-2, падайте, парни! Сир на мне лаз, отдай! Лучше! Хорошо!
Bro, EMEA showing up today.
That is what it is all about here at the Esports World Cup. Apex Legends, I mentioned earlier how it has captured the imagination and the hearts of so many here in Riyadh. Well, you can say that again, essentially, right? It has been an incredible match point finals where we now have half of the lobby crossing the 60-point threshold to give themselves the chance at lifting that thing up, calling himself a champ.
My question is, who will put that key in the trophy? Whose key will be crushed? Because 19 of those bad boys are getting smashed up after this one. Only one can be placed within the trophy. There are 10 teams on match point.
All right, game 10, we getting it ended here, chat?
If you just love Apex Legends
and if we are, who win it?
Then you're looking at someone in the bottom.
We still thinking
10.
it's a good chance
now,
of
there are a couple
Falcons
of
walking away with it at the top. Or
if you look at the history of Apex, the history of this tournament, Twisted Minds, LG, ExoClan, Fnatic, SSG, there's still big teams there,
Yeah, just you pick anyone. Basically, at this point, it's like anyone in this lobby feels like they have the ability to win a game. But Falcons, when you're looking at the points overall, they've been the most consistent when it comes to putting those numbers up.
Imagine
now,
if
DMS,
Guild does, though.
On World's Edge. Now we're going to see a change of scenery.
MT takes a break, comes back with Guild, and wins the Esports World Cup. Imagine.
GG with 2 as well. EMEA standing up as DMS also doing it for the EMEA region. And FaZe Clan as well. I mean, it's been an amazing performance from EMEA, the strongest in quite some time.
But I bet a lot of those teams are saying, well, I wish that win had come after we'd got match point, right? It's all well good having 2 wins, getting 2 match point, but can you get the job done now that the pressure is on? We go back to Storm Point. Liquid had the chance with the barometer zone at Storm Point before, but surely we won't see a 3rd barometer zone in a row on Storm
Surely,
Point,
right?
To let everybody know, you can't see us on camera right now, but Dan looked me straight in the eyes when he said that and lifted one eyebrow, a little bit like The Rock does. So maybe if it's a barometer zone, well, send your
complaints.
I'm not going to say complaints or positivity, wherever it is, words, to Dan Gaskin on social medias. Anyway, set our attention back, right, Storm Point. We've seen tournaments, of course, be finished here on Storm Point. We've seen some of the most famous moments in Apex history on Storm Point. As it looks like we are ready to
all right,
see
let's go, chat.
Beautiful scenery once more. Everybody,
game 10, half the lobby on match point.
This thing won't end.
Well, we said in the previous days it was 10 matches. And we said, well, it's not going to be 10 matches this time. We go to match point format. We'll probably finish in 7, maybe 8. But no, we have reached 10.
We have hit the
here
10
at Esports World
points.
Cup.
And just to put it
The
in perspective,
double
what's on the line
digits,
for these players?
baby.
Imagine it's a 3v3 to win this tournament. 2 match point teams facing off against each other. It's a $225,000 difference between coming first and second. That is the pressure these players are under right now. It is insane. $600,000 for winning a game. If you're on match point right now, $600,000 is on the line.
I mean, just the difference between 3rd and 5th is $100,000, by the way. And if you're sitting in 3rd place right now, you're thinking, well, I've got the opportunity to win this entire thing. But at the same time, if we were to see Falcons get a victory or Liquid get a victory, we're still in a good position for a lot of money. But for the teams that are a little bit further down, there's still an insane amount of prize money to be gained by just a few positions here.
I mean, just get into this lobby, you guarantee yourself $12,000. So, $12,000. So getting through to the finals is one thing, and it just steps up and up and up, of course, until you hit that $600,000 prize for claiming that championship. It's doesn't get bigger than this, Dan. Really doesn't.
Some of the best teams in the world here, but some of them are still not on match point. And I think everyone now who is on match point knows that more than likely it's going to finish here at 10. The odds are not on your side if you're thinking we are going to go further than that.
Well, if you see one of the following teams win this next game, then it is done. They will be the champions here at Esports World Cup. Team Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Aurora, DMS, Guild Esports, who I feel like we haven't even mentioned.
For real, though.
Mizuchi, Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, Alliance, and Elevate got onto match point as well.
And we have to give credit to Guild Esports. Remember, they started this day with no advantage points. They came from the last chance qualifier and had to claw their way back into this lobby, and clawed they have.
Well, there's some of the broken keys for the teams who unfortunately haven't made it to this stage of the tournament. There might be a few more to add if we do wrap up our tournament in this next game, but that space inside, that's what the one you want to place your key in. That's what the one you want to lift above your head, and that's the one that you will have to lift above your head if you call yourself a champ.
And of course, there's still the club championship to be thinking about on top of all of this. At the moment, Team Falcons lead the club championship with victories across the board and also the most points right now. They could put themselves in an insane gap ahead the rest of the organizations, the rest of the clubs, if Falcons were to win here in Apex Legends.
For the bottom half of the teams at the moment who haven't managed to cross the match point threshold, it's all about getting there and giving yourself a chance. But with 10 teams, that's right, you heard me right, 10 teams over half of the lobby now finding themselves on match point, it almost feels like somewhat of a distant dream, but with some of the things we've already seen in this tournament, in this grand finals, Dan, wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me if we're going to match
All right, we get in the game?
Well, we are
hey, let's
go! Into the dropship, and we are out of
T1
the
Esport, by the way.
10. Apex Legends at Esports
Let's
World
get
Cup. It is the chance to cement yourself in esports history with a win here, but it still could go further. 10 teams are still yet to reach match point.
Guild Esports on your screen right now. They managed to cross.
Imagine they land and it's a slow-mo lobby. Ugh.
Bracket, I'm going to call it, group of teams, whatever you want to call it, where if they win this next game, they will be your champs. And I think what a story it is, right? The return of MT.
The return of the king.
Back into the competitive landscape. He picks up 2 players who he said he felt were inexperienced. And from that, takes
Elevator, I pick up a knock?
the LCQ into one of the 2 qualification spots that was available. And now with a shot at winning the whole thing. We did see a knock coming in here on SSG, by the way, and Elevate Bleed, they managed to convert.
Yeah, Elevate Bleed just having a little look towards SSG and saying, well, if you're going to drop this close to us, there is a chance for us to get some kills. And they do put one potentially on the board here. But now I'm looking at where the zone's going to be going, because that's going to tell us a big story at who has
where's this thing going
for this next circle and for this next game. And at the moment, it does look like we're going kind of back towards Barometer, but I will say maybe more Jurassic here, right? There's not as much Barometer in this one.
It's a Barometer zone, everybody, is what Dan is trying to say. It does look like...
Now, this is going to be the one.
I get what you're
Chat.
saying, but I don't want to...
That ends right here.
Pull the wool over anyone's eyes. It
Telling y'all right now.
Like another Barometer
Calling
zone
it.
here on Storm Point. Team Liquid on match point. It's their POI, and it's not the first time they've had this opportunity. Team Falcons as well, we know they love these Barometer zones. And it isn't the first time that they have been here. They did win one earlier, but this is the one that matters most.
Well, Liquid did have a ring console, so they will have confirmation that it is going to be pulling towards them again. This is the third time now. The first time it pulled towards them, they hadn't got onto match point yet. It was just about getting to match point. But now this will be the second time since they've crossed that threshold. And if they pass up this opportunity, they may leave this tournament kicking themselves after this one.
Well, it's crazy now. You've got to think about the mental gymnastics that's going through the heads of Team Liquid, right? We've seen them here, and they managed to get onto match point, and then they like play a different spot, which they think is going to be a priority. The zone pulls back away from where they find themselves, and now they're probably thinking, okay, zone's on us, but where do we want to play? Do we want to play the top tower of Barometer?
So Mizuchi's going to slide up underneath Team Liquid.
We want to try and play for the building that we thought might be God's spot of just a few games ago. It is so fascinating to watch the decisions being made, and you can see the one that Liquid have made right up on the top of that tower. It's the safest place to play. They can guarantee themselves some kills.
Liquid have moved fast, Guild has moved fast, FaZe have moved fast, and Team Falcons have moved fast, by the way. Falcons already in Barometer, joining 5 other squads at this point. DMS also taking this northern choke as they continue to use the zipline to get further, deeper into Barometer and ahead of some of the teams rotating after them. We're going to have 5 of our match point teams already in Barometer here.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken as well, DMS were a team who came through
They came through qualifiers.
In the Pro League, and I'm sure there'll be some people out there who'll correct me if I'm wrong, but what a story it would be for them to return and
yeah, they came from the last chance qualifiers.
Just looking across the map at the moment, you can see that Barometer is starting to fill up, and Falcons are filling up one of those spaces. They're playing that bunker once more as we jump over towards Command. Now, GG hitting the big evac, the big boy, to get all the way across Storm Point from high to low. And I think this is probably going to be their best chance just to gather their thoughts, just to catch their breath before they touch down.
And just as it's been quite a few times this tournament, it's another 100% pick rate on Bangalore. There are a few off-picked legends. You can see a Horizon coming to the equation there as well. We know the Lifeline's also going to be a big part of it.
2 Lifelines, 1 crypto, 3 cryptos.
Luminosity Gaming, maybe to try and give them an extra oomph as they plan for their
A catalyst too, huh?
We jump in with GG, who at the moment are in Jurassic. Now, it is looking like it's going to continue to pull down to Barometer, but there's always that what if, right?
Yeah.
What if it does shift away? I don't think it's going to, but I've seen crazier things happen.
I love how you're planting the seed, by the way. Because if it does go to Jurassic, you're a genius. It's not, though. It's going to Barometer.
It's definitely going to Barometer, and wild to see it 3 times in a row, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Of course, it's not the exact same zone. It is going to be a little bit further into the northeastern side of Barometer than we had seen previously. But Guild are going to be able to...
This is the one that goes to that island. I'm telling you, chat, watch.
And with a lot of coverage from these windows, you can potentially pick
Where
up
it's
some
going
kills.
in.
Falcons have left quickly. You can see in the kill feed that MT has gone down. Taskmaster manages to get that pick elsewhere. You can see EXO having a little bit of fight themselves. Guild, you have to wonder if they're going to be able to get the res and hold off this push, and maybe it's the white armor check that's allowed DMS to think, hey, this might be a fight we can take. This is a position we can take away.
How brave are you feeling if you're just DMS? You're going to be riding a high after that victory. But are you going to push in? Speaking of pushing in, though, Elevate Bleed will be pushing in here and will be initiating some damage.
Mater's going to go down first, though, and now the flank is less affected because there isn't damage. Lou has to escape. Zach has to watch from his knockdown.
Elevate's about to be down.
He's going to fall. And Elevate Bleed, having got to match point, will not be able to close this out now. They will fall thanks to FaZe Clan getting those kills, and FaZe, remember, they are on match point.
Twisted Minds will also fall at the same time. That's 1 match point team, though, eliminated in Elevate Bleed. So that takes us down to 9 as the number gets even slightly smaller. But still plenty of teams that can cement themselves in history. Now, Zone 3 will be shown to us shortly. And that's going to make a big difference.
That's going to be the one that lets us know for sure where, like, not for sure where it's at, but
if the zone does start to shift away from
if we get one of those weird shifts where it does, I think it's going to.
You may not even be able to plan for it right now because you're not going to get the same information that we will on our broadcast here. It's not going to change that much for now for a lot of these squads. As you can see, it will continue.
It's a barometer zone.
I'm telling you, I think it ends
Please
here.
Don't barrage my social media.
You said it was
my
barometer.
I did.
Fair. I'm backing you up here.
But I did also say it's probably, like, surely we wouldn't see a 3rd one in a row, right?
We have.
Here we are.
We're back at barometer, everybody.
It's not my fault.
Mizuchi down on that low ground. A reminder, Mizuchi are a match point as well. It was almost as if they were forgotten about, right, in that last game, because they took on Team Liquid early, one of the first teams to fall out of the lobby. And now it just feels like everyone who's looking at each other is a
Imagine
team
all of a
at that
sudden
point, right?
Destroyer
They're all next to
2009
each
shows
other,
up.
It feels
Hilarious.
like almost takes the pressure off maybe some of the teams who were there and being focused, and now it's everybody just playing the game as it was designed to be played.
Well, there's only 3 teams that are outside this next zone, and they're all in the same area at the moment, may I add. Fnatic, Dragons, and Space Station are all closing into the same position, whilst everyone else is within the zone, and there could be a big fight happening on the eastern side, and here it is. This is the big fight I was talking about.
I mean, there's explosions, there's Exhibit, and there's SSG trying to...
Bro, Zainu stepping through the window with 5 HP is wild.
But no, he will go down. Fnatic will fall first, though, as Koiful will get that kill. But where is the rest of Dragons Esports? Do they know where Koiful is? And Koiful got Zainu up. He's managed to get the shield swap, but it's a 2v3. And surely Dragon should be able to clean this up.
You'd think so, but there was a small moment for a reset, but it maybe won't happen. You can still see there's someone on the floor here. Gaming Gladiators were taking a peek towards this one temporarily, but they've moved back. So this is an isolated fight, and DRG definitely have the chance to shut down SSG.
Zilash is getting the information. The spray is coming in, and Space Station Gaming will be
Hey, yo, DRG, big game here.
To their name. Elsewhere, though,
All of a sudden, South American team could win on a game or match point format.
Aurora can have to try and do this as a 2 by the looks of it, if they can even get back on their feet. Zone begins to
I don't think
close,
that went where Kira was trying to put it.
Teams here, because everyone's pretty much in there except Dragon Esports. But Aurora losing 1. Do they have a mobile respawn beacon? That's my biggest question here.
Jaguar is looking for some shots to line up. The respawn beacon would be nice. Does Nine Impulse have one? They're looting his body. It's an evac tower. And a ping on a Kraber. But it doesn't look like, especially from the point of view of Orain here, that they're going to have that Moby. GHS Professional will be eliminated in the meantime. 15 squads now remain.
That's another non-match point team eliminated. There is a respawn beacon right next to Aurora, by the way, but it's not exactly the easiest to access, especially one that you can sit on and not be shot. That's the biggest detriment to them here. And you'd imagine if they did have a mobile res, they would have already used it by this point. So it's about now trying to play this one out as a 2 for the time being, unless you can get to that res a little bit later.
Well, Pulverex did something pretty crazy as a 2 from that position quite some time ago in Apex Legends competitive history. Of course, that's a little bit of a different situation towards the end game, but still shows from the spot they find themselves in that all hope is not lost. GG now in a fight, White with a little bit of damage. Maybe not the damage he was looking for, but the Bangalore ult is going to force the other team to retreat. And Light's found a Kraber here. GG making their way.
And remember earlier I said GG were kind of taking a peek at that fight between Dragon Esports and SSG. They knew there was a squad that was going to be arriving over towards Jurassic, and they did try and get aggressive on them, but Dragon Esports will retreat and say, we don't fancy taking that engagement. Maybe they heard the Kraber through the wind, as we are going to get Zone 4 information very shortly. Now, this is the one where it could change things for have you committed to the south or have
okay, so I was wrong.
to the north, and it is going to be pulling south.
It's pulling out, and that is an interesting one for Team Falcon.
So is this one that goes more towards Bridge?
They now have, it is treacherous and it is ugly. FaZe Clan being pushed inside of this building themselves. Nax, bit of a swing from him and good damage output as well. Should be able to buy enough time, especially with the fence going down, to get that battery popped. Arctic now looking for the stick with the Arcstar. Not going to happen. Jen goes down as well, just to give them a little bit more stability here. This is down on the south side of the zone. Blacklist International with the team trying to push them. Maybe a 3-man swing here.
Well, Blacklist have got nothing to lose at this point. You think FaZe everything to lose.
You would think they'd just full swing that shit, not gonna lie.
Great fences at the moment from Arctic just to keep them back. If
or at least poke around enough and just full send on the pylon, and then like fall back to reset and then do again.
And the stun that is on that one.
That way at least the pylon's gone. Then you can start nading out.
Such a touchy moment here between these two teams. Nax trying to get the information, of course. The hands go up from the seer just to see where that movement is coming in. They
the magic hands. He got magic hands.
They know that they have the armor advantage. They would have got those armor checks, but the Watson is making it almost impossible.
And you saw there in the hills, over the hills, it's Gaming Gladiators are arriving soon. So if this fight is elongated anymore, there's a chance for a third party here that neither of these teams will be expecting necessarily. But if you win this fight, if you can hold this southeast side, you are kind of alone there. and maybe can walk into zone. There's now Arctic tries to get some damage.
It's another 3-man swing attempted. Arctic swings out and gets that damage down. Another fence will go down, but that one's a little bit short.
Not as good.
A couple of inches, maybe the wrong side of what it needed to be. FaZe Clan are now going to leave, though. The smokes will go down, but they're being shot in the back.
Now they're getting shot from everywhere.
Point on their back as well, Nax. Alongside Cinetic trying to survive, but here comes the push.
It was a massive
now they're just getting naded.
to try and burst out. Can they fight tooth and nail as a 2? It's just
FaZe
Cinetic,
out.
but no. Another match
8 teams still alive that can win it.
FaZe Clan now will be out. 14 squads remain.
They had to force their way in. GG are doing exactly the same thing now, but they are taking the aerial route from the top rope. Now, that bunker above them, that was where Falcons found themselves a little bit earlier, so the low ground is going to have to be played. A light... Well, you've got to hit some shots here, my son. You've got to hit some big ones and can't connect.
GG, by the way, in second place at the moment. If it was
Almost
to
gets
end
caught
now,
overextending.
$75,000, but they have their eyes on the prize. They want that big $600,000 for first place, but they're all on blues. They have been able to get into zone, but the awareness of the rest of the lobby is certainly there. They were shooting them through the skies, and they know someone is below them here.
Keep your eyes on Team Liquid. Keep your eyes on Team Liquid. The edge of the top platform.
Dragon
will
Esports
be
out.
in. And speaking of being in the game, Aurora, 3 players back on the map. They've got 9 impulse
8
brackets.
teams
Aurora
in that can
back
win,
as a 4-3,
5
but the zone
that can
continues
extend.
to shift away from pretty much everyone in the lobby, may I add. Arguably the best team in the best position right now is ExoClan, who are not on match point. Now, a team that is Alliance, they have to move all the way from this north side. This was the most difficult shift. Anyone on the north has to now
They're wasting a
progress
lot of
over
time
these
on a fight
bridges,
that's going to keep
which
them so
arguably
far
worked
out of the
very
zone,
heavily
man.
by the southern teams.
It's going to be a lot of reliance on that.
But you
zip
can
line a
understand
little
them
later, I
not wanting to
think, for
leave and get
Alliance
shot
as
in their
well.
ass.
But instead, they're going to look for a couple of kills. Effect, trying to fire through, trying to destroy the gen to make the fuse a little bit more of a problem for the team who is trapped inside. But he's got to be careful with those shields. He's got to take his time just to pop a battery here. Falcons still inside of this zone as GG
All right,
will get
Demon
blast
Gladiators gets blast back
into the
in.
game. So Respawn's been a huge influence on how this game could go. We've seen Aurora bring a player back in, and now we've seen GG do it as well.
So
Two
all
match point
13 teams are
getting
full
all 3 back
squads.
in.
Everyone is finding a way to get back up to the healthiest position you could possibly be. You know what's crazy about match point? In this position, some teams would say, let's play for kills, let's play for second. In match point, you can only play for the win if you are on match point. You want to be getting first. You don't want to give that opportunity to anyone else, as Unlucky takes a lot of damage as they begin to move.
Alliance moving through the hot dog. Well, are they about
We're
to be
reminded
fast through
why
for the rest of the lobby?
Match
Shots
point
coming in
format's
from Effect.
literally the best spectator esport, man.
Forces that team away, and now they have to plan their move. They have to make their rotate, and there is that zip line. They are going to play for that wall. They are going to play for the side and try and hold everyone else elsewhere. On the other side of the main barometer structure, you have Aurora still alive and still somehow surviving Falcons zone.
Falcons are a
It's up to
duo.
Howard Japan. I mentioned how this is a rough rotate for them. Well, you're seeing it now.
Well, they do have a respawn beacon, but will you get the opportunity to actually get that respawn? We've already seen 2 so far. LGD full. Kill feed starting to explode as everyone's moving in. House taken damage. So's Jen Burton. Falcons have fallen, and Falcons will be out.
Are out. There's still 7 other teams that can win this thing, though. 6 other things because Guild's out. 5 other teams because Alliance is out.
Have gone as well, and that's another match point team falling. Liquid have the height. Liquid might just have this game in their hands, but look at Aurora. It's been a game of respawns for them, but they're still in this.
Aurora sneaking into the zone and finding a little nook or cranny to play with, but it's Liquid who hold the supreme height right now. As they shut down a
Game
member
of
from
Gladiators
GG.
down to a
It has
duo.
been a difficult
Shut up.
time for Game
Oh
of
my
Gladiators.
God.
It looks like it might
He's
go
just
for
picking
back
at
to
him
us.
from above. Yanya,
Let's
stop.
look on to GG. GG, of course, another match point team, now down to just 2. Speaking of which, Aurora, they might be about to have their run end here as well. Kazak, the last alive, but there's the res potentially coming in from the lifeline. Oirain can't get back up quite yet. EXL want to swing this. They know they have to swing this. There is that lifeline res. Kazak with the bot down, gets damage down, but it's going to be the end of
Aurora's out.
EXL take them down, and Mizuchi now, they're on the bottom, and they are still alive. They are on match point. And they're into the top 8.
8 squads remain, 4 on match point, 4 are not.
Come on,
a
Mizuchi.
50% chance of a match 11 here. Liquid hold the high ground, but Exo Clan hold
Come
the building.
on,
And
Mizuchi.
Luminosity Gaming hold the north side of this zone, by the way, as Team Liquid continue to rain down hell from above.
Blacklist International been eliminated. In the meantime, we now have 7 squads remaining. And for Team Liquid, this kind of zone is perfect for them. They can rain down fire, they can damage and force teams into each other. But at some point, there is going to be that moment where they know they will have to drop. And the question is, will they land safely, or will they land and have
Man,
their hearts broken?
Mizuchi's rocking triple blues, though.
The last 3 teams alive that are not on match point. GG down to 2. DMS are watching over this from the left-hand side, by the way. They're still in a pretty good position. But the zone is going to close, and everyone kind of has a place to play here. And they should be able to keep away from one another. It's going to be the next zone that forces everyone into this final
All right,
fight.
chat.
It's the final zone. It's 7 teams that remain, but that might turn into 6 shortly as EXL desperately try and dive in here.
Well, Team Liquid are going to be forced to do something in a minute. It's going to be a leap of faith for Team Liquid. 7 squads in
They don't
front.
know about Mizuchi still inside.
Below them, Timmy and Co are trying to leave, but they've got some fences in front of them to work through. On the other side of Zone.
We lost our casters. Not like this.
That's now
There we are.
shredding GG as GG might fall here. And desperately, they've tried to get back on board with reses, with repositioning, but EXL just gone down as well.
out.
Only 2 teams left now, not on match point.
Gaming Gladiators out.
We're into our top 5. And maybe, just maybe, we're coming to the end of the road here. Team Liquid, here is the leap of faith. They land, they're safe. Team Liquid have got
Oh,
down.
it's a big
From that high ground, but
EMP.
they're taking damage. The EMP is doing damage, but Nia's always going to exchange it. He gets the knock
Oh,
onto
no.
Monty.
They're safe for now, but
Those
how
are the
safe is
2
my
match
question?
point
Yawan
teams.
is the last to go down. Liquid fall.
DMS?
Mizuchi fall. DMS still alive, but they're falling as well. It's EXO, it's LG, it's 2 teams who are not on match point.
There's no way that this is going to keep going here in Riyadh. We thought Game 10 was going to get it done, but LG have got something to say about it.
No way.
DMS as a 2.
We're getting another game.
Between Luminosity Gaming and Exo Clan. Taskmaster's got a Kraber. Taskmaster just killed Sweet and Fuck. What is going on?
Can you get a revive?
Taskmaster against the world. It's a 1
No
versus
way.
X here for Taskmaster.
No Kraber ammo to work with, Doran, even though he's just done something nuts.
And EXO is on match point after being a last-second fill-in and forces a game 11.
If you thought 10 matches was insane, how about 11?
Wow.
As more teams join match point, and still no one can get it done. It's another barometer zone. Liquid can't get the job done from their POI.
Is this the biggest? Is it like a big throw from Liquid to get 3 zones down your way on Storm Point, and you can't capitalize on any of them?
Have made it to match point. The team who was a last-minute replacement not only get to the grand final, but might be in a position to win the whole thing.
So what? Now we're gonna have 12
What
teams?
is the crowd erupting here?
13
well, of course,
teams.
For Falcons fans, they watched on, watching Falcons eliminated, thinking maybe this is going to be done, but EXO keep it going. And
So I'm
keep
pretty sure
Team
LG
Falcons'
with
chances
second
of
also
winning this
moved up
alive.
past.
EXO Clan,
So I think LG and
24
EXO now
points,
also
12
up on a
kills
match point.
alongside it. DMS with the
Imagine
last point.
Sweet
For
gets
this
his
to be done
first.
in match 10, by the way.
By the way, I need to go back and watch what happened.
And Sykes has that
Because all I saw in the kill feed, as we switched to his POV, is Funk
Extra
down,
bonus
Sweet
going
down,
into
Kraber. He might
ALGS
just collapse
playoff
both.
2.
Well, it is only
Oh no,
11
LG
teams
was
on
1
match
point
point.
shy.
Only because only 1 team joined the 10 we had previously. And that does mean LG did not
Wow.
quite get there. 59 points. There are still some heavy hitters in that bottom 9 that could still keep this thing rolling.
An incredible day just keeps on getting better here in Riyadh. Game 10 wasn't enough. We've got a game 11 coming up in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere.
Wow. So game 11, 12 teams on match point. One more game. One more game. But now we talk all the time about a team winning to get on to match point, like EXO did here. Does it now make it harder to go back to back in order to be able to call yourself champ now? EMEA has won the last 4 games, by the way. And they've won what, 7? Yeah, they've won 7. That's wild.
Ready, set, go.
All right, so does that mean that Vicky and Genome get to cast their first championship ending, or do we get 3 more games? Twisted Minds is going back to back. One to extend the series, and then again to win the whole thing. All right, they need to just get us in here and get into this next game.
We play the heady. We yeah. I go see a scan. I go see a scan. I'm here. We fine. They might peek on the left. Shoot left. Yeah. Behind it. No nades. You come in one. Shoot right. Shoot right. Buddy. I don't know who the team is on the right. He knocked one. Is that a duo on the left or what? It's a duo on the right. Do we go the right? I'm swinging. Cracked. One hit. Nice. Last team. Like one go. I'm swinging this. Cracked. One hit. Let's go.
All right. The winning moment for E6, or sorry, EXO Clan.
EXO, EXO, EXO. The crowd goes wild, and we get another game of Apex Legends. It is
Yo,
my
Vicky's
honor,
pumped that she might get an
ladies and
ending call.
gentlemen,
I love
to
it.
be joining you into an insane match point finals that we haven't seen before.
Once again, Swinny makes it into the finals and has an impact. Incredible last game. I mean, we got down to, I think it was like 12, 15 teams, something like that. And it seemed like there were barely any non-match point teams left alive, but they just kept going. And all of a sudden,
All right, 11 match
there were
point
two of them
teams.
versus DMS.
We're showing you the series ranking, by the way, because we weren't expecting it to go this far, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't have this prepared for us. We were not expecting to go on.
Poor
to
Blacklist
a next game. We were
International,
not
still sitting at
expecting
15.
to get
They've been
such
watching about as
quality
much as
Apex.
we
Look at this, 11 teams at match point going in to game 11. Are you kidding me? LG 1 point away. More than 50% of this lobby at match point.
So we see the Barrow zones rinse and repeat on Storm Point, but now, Vicky, we go back to World's Edge. There's been a bit more variety there. Maybe we get something fresh to give a new team an opportunity to take out a win.
The crowd, the energy, the players locked in, looking at that first place $600,000 prize. They're trying to cheer, let's go Falcons. Is the morale still there is the question as we transition on to World's Edge. Tuck those barometer zones away. Moving forward, the pressure. After such close calls, I mean, we can't ignore, Gino, the last time we were on the mic right now, the last time we were able to see this game go the distance, we only had, what, 4 teams at match point? We have 11. Let's get started, everyone. Is this it? Or are we gonna get more Apex? Find out now as we get started from the dropship.
All right, here we go, chat. Is it ending here or not? I don't know how much more my heart can take.
The last time we saw 11 rounds of match point on LAN was in Poland, Vicky. That's how far back you need to cast your memory to find a series this epic.
All right.
I love Apex Esports. I love seeing the competition that we have witnessed. I cannot believe it. Since Poland, 11 games. And this, are you serious right now? This
Hey, give me a mod stack or a stack sending?
Similar where it's pulled over to the south side. And we have to talk about the teams that are going to have this information. Liquid, who split over by Dome, Mizuchi by Stacks, Gaming Gladiators
This
by
probably
Lava
pull. This
Siphon.
got to pull more
And
Siphon
we can
side though,
expect
right?
these teams to go in for the quick rotate. Can they keep their cool with so many other squads to meet them here at match point in this lobby?
Guild are close by and they do get the ring console. Maybe this is finally something that can go their way. Mizuchi, as you mentioned, also with the ring console. Last time we saw a southeastern zone, they actually opted to stay in stacks for a very long time. I'd like to see them move out a little faster this time, but sometimes that is at
Let's
the
go,
mercy of a
Mizuchi.
Cholo
Would
laser.
love to see the boy Waldsy. First big land.
Lava Siphon there.
IGLing.
It does seem to gravitate towards the bridge between Siphon and the North Siphon.
Do you know what would almost be like super fitting for real? Would be if Mizuchi takes down Guild and it's MT and Waldsy in a 1v1 to end it.
In that crack in the middle.
A lot of areas to coexist, like you mentioned. Imagine the northern building that overlooks Lava Siphon.
Yeah, look, shout out to the observers giving us a quick, what could be a sneak peek of the final zone here and the area around it. Of course, Gaming Gladiators, they start in Lava Siphon. They also start in second place if the series were to end now, Vicky, they'd be pretty happy.
To get that dub, that's 600K, but the difference between first and second, what, is a $225,000 money match? Woo-hoo. Something to keep note of as we keep going through a game where so many of these squads are vying to take the dub. You can expect
LGD gonna push EXO here quick.
EXO, the winners of our previous game, to keep this series going, sitting in 8th with 66 points. That last game really elevating them and pushing the momentum in their favor. But feeling the pressure from the outskirts too. One of the few teams rocking the crypto in a lobby riddled with Watson. One of the 3 teams with the crypto, of course. Team Gladiators have already moved away from the north building of Lava Siphon to find their own building space.
Yes, since game 9, they switched over, took away the fuse and replaced it with crypto. So for the last 3 games, they have been rocking the Bangalore crypto and the Watson. An interesting composition. Very defensive. And if you find yourself in zone, as EXO do, be a very good spot for them to play. And of course, after that last victory that they pulled out to get us onto match 11,
I like want to sit down, but also know that I probably shouldn't sit down.
One of the best stories we've ever seen here in Apex Esports history. And the history books have not closed just yet. This is not the final chapter. Team Liquid, a team who's always come so close, but has never achieved that trophy yet.
Bro, there are so many teams currently on match point that I really wouldn't mind seeing win.
For Echolos are not at match points. 48, as they are sitting.
But I just don't, man, I feel like such a hater when I say it. I just anybody that Falcons, bro.
Here, noting how it's a bit
Give us a new storylines. I love the Falcons boys. I love the org. Man,
of course, that means there's a lot of
give
teams
us a new
right now
champ
who are closer than they've ever been to winning at a LAN. We've had people like Falcons, like Reject Winity, closing it out before they have a chance to even think about joining the pantheon of Apex Legends LAN champions.
I mean, you'd think, right? In that last game with 50% of the lobby, you would think. The faith is still alive as also Slayers picks up some KP onto LGD. In trouble, still alive here, while FaZe Clan have completely taken over this top hill on this choke point. But so many other teams are going to be whittled away coming out of that north choke. I'm talking about the teams that are going to forcibly rotate from the Geyser side, since there is a ring console in that direction from the zone.
We've still got
I want to see third ring info, because I really want to see which way by Siphon it pulls. Because I almost feel like it pulls more like
KP at this point. They're looking for the win. Now,
mod direction-ish, but not quite to mod.
Above it, available even potentially over towards Big Mord or the guys out there. Are a lot of spots for teams to play within the next zone here. So this could be a bit of a slower game, a nice little ramp up towards the end, and zone 4 is where this
so
is more
spread out, man.
To get a bit hectic.
The zone pulled, and I want everybody to fix their attention.
So it is going to be more towards the choke point, towards mod, but not quite into mod itself.
We see the side-by-side from Space Station, who have been struggling to find.
But it does mean where Mizuchi's at currently.
The naysayer's wrong, but he gets taken down.
They'll be able to control that southwest or east side of the zone after this next ring close.
He gets one knock, but the third party, the insurance policy, may have helped them out from Blacklist. Chaco is able to get that follow-up. The third party moves in, and Space Station are eliminated.
Fnatic go down at the same time as well. Now, why is it those teams that are not on match point falling so early? Exactly what we said just before about them not being on match point. Here are the Falcons, still leading. Let's listen in with them.
Probably not. Like south is better. There's only 2 teams outside.
Yeah, there's like one.
They might have
So what, have all 3 teams that have fallen out been teams that aren't on match point? Is that right?
I think it's Dot, Think we can hit map from 3? Yeah. Go to your 5.
Tree? Okay. I can put an evac.
So there are 6 teams currently not on match point. It probably ends here.
Let's see someone shoot.
I feel like someone's there.
I think I heard someone shoot, like tree.
I heard a siphon, I'm pretty sure, but...
Yeah, there's one tree. There's one like...
Yeah, I'm taking it. Go south, south. Okay. I don't see anybody in the building, the big building. There's a catalyst team here.
Head that way, fellas.
Building.
They're flying high. Fly wherever you want. Fly inside the house. Fine. Okay, catch me there.
I'm walking in.
I need the booster right now. Yeah, play the building. I need to go up here right now. Jump off the booster.
Oh, fuck one over here.
I guess Gondi, I guess.
Not a particularly strident call there by Zero. Unusual, but if you consider their position in this match, so many.
I mean, they have possession of this building, and they just want to chill out here.
Will end. The fact that it's pulled a bit more towards Maud, towards where Alliance is sitting down in the small building outside Lava Siphon, means that if Falcons do recognize this early enough, they might be able to find some cover among the coral and down on the low ground potentially. Maybe even play from that the front office in launch site.
Yeah, in the middle of their rotate and those listed-ins too, we also saw in the kill feed phase getting engaged in a fight, bringing them down to a duo for now. Looks like they're in a lot of trouble though from afar. Another fight happening on top of this platform as Falcons see that they're getting pushed
Cal
out.
just got rolled up on.
First. This is so crazy, so detrimental, forcing Zero to back away. We saw on their faces.
FaZe clan out too.
They look, and now they've lost out on how FaZe get eliminated in your feed. Our first team to go out at match point in this lobby.
Gets the Finn onto Hal. Did they not notice that there was the team above them? Getting eliminated almost immediately. I think he tried to go up the zip as I looked back, but either way, DRG are not going to let them get away after this.
Put some respect on the South
I don't
American
know, man.
teams coming in. Have to look out here on the other side as Dragons try to take this fight.
Hold
but Zero
on.
gets the knock on
Falcons
the
turning this around.
Zero is insane.
Falcons turning this around. Shut up.
One more left to go. Can he clutch it? No, he cannot. Team Falcons. The crowd completely deflated here as Dragons keep South America's dreams alive.
Team Liquid with 2. They sit on the bridge here. And the zone has pulled towards them. They don't know it yet, but they are about to give up their spot, I dare say.
Oh, he's still live.
Oh,
He's
DMS
still
out.
alive. There's a reason why we were talking about these two teams.
Mizuchi gonna roll up on this? Mizuchi
is sandwiching Team Liquid. Let's see if they can reset here. But I mean, with the Knuckle Plus, it's gonna be so difficult. Just hanging by a thread in the corner.
Timmy just trying to get the damage in there.
It ain't over yet.
It is with the Arc Star, and now he's surely just going to keep throwing Knuckle Clusters until these knockdown shields fall.
Talking about the microplay that Mizuchi's doing right now is absolutely huge. It's the space that they're taking. They're denying the rotation opportunity from Blacklist that wants to go through Geyser, because one member of Mizuchi is at that choke. Another over by Big Mod looking at Luminosity while Timmy is holding a forward play. Looking at Falcons here too. We get to see the replay that cost Team Falcons life in this game 11. Zero could not clutch it. Dragons stayed alive.
Team
and they were
Liquid
also,
able to
way,
get back up to a 2-0.
Dragons has been able to reset on the south side of the zone that we would have otherwise seen Team Falcons.
5 of the 13 squads alive are not on match point. Still plenty of chance it could go either way here. In terms of the positions that we like, as the zone pulls further north, it has gone where we initially predicted, above Lava Siphon. Maybe just a little bit of...
So who's got Prio up there?
Concern for some of the teams who might have got that Ring 3 scan. It was a weird...
Like who's up there currently in that area?
Because
But I think that means this building needs to
However, the
rotate
team
off
is
that, yeah?
betting on the north
Not this
building.
ring, but the following?
Okay, and then it's just yo-yo back and forth, this one. So as it pulls toward the cabin, the chasm, it then comes
this
back
next
down
zone is about to be crazy. Mizuchi needs to hold his armies, make sure they don't get caught from behind with Luminosity.
Arch below the highway. Team Liquid
Luminosity's
now
about to find whoever separated from Mizuchi.
I think they're getting caught off guard here. It looks like Luminosity Gaming have pulled up from stats.
Yep.
Can they turn this around?
Playing so split up and not rejoining in that timing.
I hate that I called that.
Has now forced Mizuchi to play this out as a duo. It is Luminosity bringing their way into that next zone from the north side.
That gives LG the points to move up
specifically
to
is
match
about to get
point
sandwiched by
next game.
Blacklist.
Although they would have already done so. No.
Blacklist.
Yeah, they would have already done so before that.
In this fight.
With placement.
Luminosity Gaming there, using their bang ult to try and force them away. This allows the reset.
This has to be pinpointed as well, that one KP has now elevated Luminosity Gaming into match point. They are at 61 points now. If we go to another game, they join the match point crew.
Dragon Esports getting close to match point as well.
The way that this zone is ping-ponged around, it is a little hard to tell what God spot is going to be, because there's a big bluff just close to where that fight was happening with Luminosity Gaming and Blacklist International. If that's in, it's kind of game over whoever wins that spot. If it's not, it's a lot more likely to go to a team like Elevate Bleed, who are on the Siphon side.
Raven tapping his fingers together, scheming behind Elevate Bleed. As Mizuchi desperately, they land on top of the duo. It's a 2v2 here. And Liquid in trouble. He still gets a shield swap. Can he clutch it behind the knockdowns? He does!
Whoa!
But right before the third party.
Two different match point teams go out. Mizuchi and Liquid.
Take the high ground from the archway of the bridge.
It seemed like it was only a matter of time before TL went down. Alliance don't want to meet the same fate, but it seems like they will. Dragons Esports again. Coming at these teams like a ton of bricks, and now they're up to 56. Unfortunately, one's boxed, one's knocked. Could be the end of their spoiling actions for this game.
Sleep trying to figure out if he's safe to move out or not.
Drag these bodies around throughout the lobby when it mattered. But still, just a shy of a few points away from also hitting match point unless they keep the dreams alive, with the Watson being the solo in this lobby.
Right now, it's almost all EMEA teams left as far as our match point teams.
Want to talk about their high ground position. They're not in that next zone here, but you have to look at the way they approach.
Okay, so the bluff's not in, because Luminosity Gaming
E8
is playing
and Guild,
up there
the only
right now. We can see
non-EMEA
that
match
right
point
on the
team still in.
edge of zone, so sure, it's a good spot, but it's only a good spot for the next 20 to 50 seconds.
Sorry, E8
LG
and
will have to push
Bleed.
down under there, potentially getting underneath GHS Professional. I don't mind LG's spot. And if they can get there, maybe they're the team to make this go to match 12. Is that even possible, Vicky?
Breaking records.
Twisted Mind's still alive.
That's what we're looking at right now. This has been
They're one of the teams
some
that can
of
still
the
extend the
best
series.
Apex Legends we have been
Them,
able to
LG, and
witness
GHS are the
in
last
this
three
match
hopes.
series. GHS have circle advantage, they have height, and they're out of the congestion zone. Exiting out of Llama Siphon, looking at Gaming Gladiators, Twisted Minds, Exo Clan, Guild Esports playing on the edge before Aurora may send it onto Elevate.
Oh, and Exo gonna be in trouble here.
As they can, their abilities not able to be used from that good focus of attention coming out.
Twisted Minds, huge bang ult from Strafing Flame right now, waking up finally. Elevate
come on,
still
boys.
with a crumb inside the circle, hiding in that building. Aurora, there is 3 seer exhibits on the map. Alliance finally get called out. They finally get eliminated, and Sykes is going crazy in the feed. No way.
Guild
No
rolling
way.
up on
Aurora? Jesco, huge arc start. Guild now sliding in here. MT finishes off player K.
Damn.
And Aurora may have been able to just get this res. Twisted Minds eliminated.
Damn. This GH's last hope.
Haven't had to worry about anyone for a while. Guild
LG can
into here.
LG's the last
LG
hope.
do finish them off. And now we see Guild getting turned around on the
LG's the only one not over
They
here,
set
though.
Up removed just as quickly as they were erected.
Aurora, bleed, elevate. Guild only down to a solo unless he can get the res. And Luminosity. Luminosity is the only team that can keep this going. The only team that
Where's LG at?
But the stick from Aurora, from Elevate, and Aurora get the res, have the goal knockdown, and could fully reset here uncontested.
They play their own style with the lifeline.
I think LG needed to push that. I think that was a throw. I think Aurora wins this.
We're the best. Not only that, we're like
He's that
anybody
stick?
else.
Juggling through art stores like it's a circus out here. Dancing around, LG looking at them. Legacy still on the low ground, but Aurora dropped down? Aurora dropped down? They give up the high ground? Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute, did they just throw? No way.
We are going to another game of Apex.
LG extends this?
LG get to walk in for free. And we get to see another
We're
game of Apex
no way.
Legends. Being made before our eyes.
Scripted? Yeah.
Luminosity.
Watch. Sweet just extended this series, and now Falcons win this next game. Thoughts?
I'd love to know what was going through Aurora's mind there. Did they get pushed off by the zone? Is that why they dropped? Or did they perhaps think that there were more people down the bottom? It just seemed like a strange way to play for second there. I mean, once they dropped, it was over. You called it immediately.
To be in Aurora's minds right now, I just truly would love to understand the thought process of giving up that high ground. Looking at LG, maybe feeling the pressure. Oi Rain with the 5 KP, taking the headshot headhunter, dealing the good amount of damage out here on board. But this is what we all want to look at right now, with LG getting 80 points now in total throughout the entire match series, meeting up with the rest of the match point teams. 12 total teams at match point, more than 50% of the lobby.
Wow.
DNS in second with 19
12
points.
teams.
That is one
on
of
match
the
point
darkest horse performances I have
going
ever
into game
seen.
12.
Actually insane here. We are going to another game of Apex Legends, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 12. I am not making this up. We don't even have the graphic for the map rotations because this is not what we were expecting. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Apex Legends coming to you guys soon on the other side of this break.
Oh, Chad. I'm about to say, where'd our sound go? All right, stand by 1 second, chat. We vibe, chat. We vibe. Oh, all right.
Make sure no one's left. Scan left. They're all on top of each other. Just get ready to fucking slam them.
There's no one left.
I'm holding.
We just have an insane head here.
I'm getting ready to throw an 8.
Get down, Sykes. Get catches down.
They're on the side of the crates. Side of the crates. Stuck one. Stuck one. Stuck one. Pop out of the open.
Bang it open.
Kill this guy. Can we walk up? Bang Fred. I bang on 3. Bang on 3.
Wait for Bingo.
Wait for Bingo. Hold the heady.
It was 4 of 11. It was 4 of 11.
Hold the heady.
They jumped.
They're fighting for second. Peek up. I'm with you guys. Pull it a crack. Nice. Jump.
What to do? I come play fine. Left up, it's on. Last one. Banks one. Climb and knock.
I just still don't understand why they dropped here. I said it when they dropped. It was a throw. It makes no sense.
While Aurora is allergic to the high ground, Sweet is the true
I just don't understand the play there.
Trophies. He did it to Optic at Champs earlier today. He did it to Falcons on the bridge on World's Edge, and now they did it against Aurora, DMS, and Mizuchi. Sweet does not want this tournament to end. I cannot believe Aurora's decision-making at the end there. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Giving up the high grounds.
Yeah. I feel like the high, like,
clearly came out from
did they
Legacy
think
down
that
the
maybe
bottom.
that was
Just,
the
beating his
third
chest,
of
saying,
the
"Come at me," and
team
for some reason,
that, like, fell back to
took
heal?
the bait.
Or something?
They pay for it. It's a
I don't
pretty
know.
penny. Still,
It's crazy how far
with
Team Liquid have
88.
fallen. Although they can still technically move up to first,
How much
obviously, with the
money
dub.
are
But
between every spot in that top 5, it's a very close race right now. And a headshot or not here or there will make a big difference to who walks away with the biggest share of that prize pool. Falcons still on top with 108.
Excuse me, I just need to know, like, where are the scriptwriters? What is going on? What is going on? We have 12 teams at match point. Are we just gonna have the rest of the lobby? Like, are we waiting? Are we just patiently waiting for everyone to join the feast? Look at this. Look at these results. Do you understand why we don't have any other map winner on this graphic beyond Match 10? Well, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you. Now that we finally have the update on the graphic, we are moving on to Storm Point, but we are moving on to Match.
is that what time it is
We were not
locally?
expecting this, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that what they're saying?
We
Is it's
were not
midnight there?
expecting to break records here in Riyadh, and we are going on to another game.
Aurora with 2, Gaming Gladiators with 2, but not at the right time. That's so many different winners so far. And we still could have more. As you said, I mean, 12 teams are on match
Oh,
point.
chat.
There's 8 that aren't. I mean, Twisted Minds. Okay, at this point in the series, right? It doesn't matter how badly you've been doing, because I feel like you've kind of just, you can have a mental reset by this point. There was probably 3 or 4 games where you've given up, and then you're like, oh wait, maybe there's a chance. And you look over at your score, you say, hey, we're actually pretty close to 60 points. Maybe this will happen now. And I knew, look, Onset and Gaskin kept saying it. There's just so much quality at the bottom.
I mean, we did say Onset and Gaskin is usually when it ends.
A big part of the reason why we're
I don't think
still
they're casting
going.
this next game, chat.
Am I cursed? Am I cursed? This has happened time and time again. And by this, I don't mean the 12 games. No, I mean whenever you and I are up on the mic, Genome, it never ends. It never ends. Onset and Gaskin are the fairy godmother to concluding these type of events. Surely, with 12 teams, right? Surely, we'll see
Surely,
somebody
right?
not throw from having a positional advantageous position. I cannot believe this. We are going on to another game now.
Storm Point.
We have to also
Bro, if we get another barometer
what does that mean
end game
for some
or
of
end
these
zone,
players?
I'm a
Can you
puke.
imagine the tax on so many of these other players' mentals, playing for what, 6+ grueling hours?
I mean, you think about some of the teams that are at the top, like Falcons. I mean, they've looked a bit drained, right? Because they've probably played the most minutes out of anyone on this stage. There are some teams here who have been going out a little bit earlier, as you say, and you know, they won't have worried so much about that, but it's fatiguing. And that plays a factor here. I mean, there's quite a few teams here who, you know, this is where that extra preparation comes in. You know, like, are you fit? You've been doing you've been hitting the gym, like, because you need that energy in your body right now to keep it going.
True though, they are on 12 games here now.
It forces a lot of these professionals to also.
Now, even at this point, this is like the limit for like even your APAC team to do the back-to-back series during ALGS, right? Like,
we're just going to be able to make sure everybody gets loaded into this lobby. Let's look at the highlights from that last match because there's a lot to break down. I mean, especially from the beginning all the way to the end, from Mizuchi's positioning, from Team Liquid, that were just funneled into a corner here. Yeah, they fought for this cart, but we saw the end result from Nuzul being the last one alive. We saw what happened to Team Falcons from South America, keeping themselves alive until they fell mid-game.
Yeah, it was one uncharacteristic error from them. Popping their heads into the Dragon's lair, as it were. LG played it well, though. You know, they stuck on the more stacked side for a very long time, and it was only much later in the game
LG,
where they, you know, chopped Mizuchi apart and then started working their way.
All right, so now we have 12 teams in. Off to
you know that after that
the
last
storm
game,
of points.
Aurora are second guessing themselves. I mean, we've seen it happen with Team Falcons. We've seen the morale go down just a bit in the player cams. You have to call it out.
Looks like they had a lobby crash. Looks like everyone's starting to load back in now.
But this could possibly be that last ride. And then on the other half, highlighting LG, who have now found that second win, that momentum now going into Storm Point.
And it's interesting to go through these teams and see which ones have stuck to the plan and which ones have been just going with the flow.
Yeah, I really don't think I can handle a game 13.
You know, we see 3 characters across on the side of Funk, and what is that, 4 on the side of Sykes? They've been really trying some different stuff out, whereas when you go up to DMS, those guys have been playing stock standard. Bangalore, Pathfinder.
All right, can we still go back to look at that 3v3?
Honestly, until this tournament, Vicky, Taskmaster was by far
with Alliance and Falcons, where Zero went for the clip with the Kraber instead of just winning the fight.
So far in our series, and close to 12,000 damage. He is lifting that team up.
Hit the gym, lift a bit here, carrying the whole team to his best ability. I want to emphasize $2 million of a prize pool spread across the board for every team in this event. While we do
that was almost 2 hours ago, by the way.
I want to send it over to Peeps to hear more of his thoughts over by the floor.
What up, everybody? We are here at the STC Arena in the crowd. Crowd, how you feeling? So we got Mazen right here. Mazen, who you rooting for?
For Falcons. For Falcons.
For Falcons, all right.
You gonna introduce Mazen? Say who Mazen is?
Maybe GG. GG.
All right, another good squad. We got a Falcons fan in here. But here's the thing.
We are gonna introduce Mazen and say who he is, how cool it is to have an RLCS player at the ALGS portion. No? All right, cool.
Dancers,
fuck me, I guess.
I believe what we're seeing. We feel the exact same way as the crowd. History being made. Taking a huge chug of that water. I'm on board with everybody else there in the arena. For all of our players as we get set up on Storm Point. Can this be it? I feel like I've been repeating that for like the last 3 to 4 games that we've seen, Gino.
The last 3 to 4 hours, frankly. I mean, it's past midnight here in Riyadh, Vicky. It's still 34 degrees, by the way, but it's even hotter in this
Just
arena.
34 degrees?
Because there are so many teams that are so close to victory, that have been so close to victory so many times.
For anybody here watching from home that could look back at their own ranked games, you know how grueling those long ranked sessions can be.
I feel like that would have been such a good point to be like, hey, we've got an RLCS pro
players are feeling
for
right
Twisted
now.
Minds, Mawson, hanging out watching the ALGS match point format. How does this compare to the format at a Rocket League event? Who are you cheering for today?
As we get started.
But no, we just go, hey, this is Mawson. Hope you guys from ALGS know who the fuck this guy is.
One last time, Vicky. What do you reckon?
Am I cursed? I asked that question over and over again, but I want to see more Apex, so I actually, honestly, maybe gifted. We get gifted these amazing games, 12 teams, match points.
I'm talking about gifted. Team Liquid and some of those teams in the southern region have been gifted with multiple barometer zones in a row on Storm Point. We're not getting that. We've got to change up. And as the dropship exits the map, for what could be one of the last times we ever see it on land, by the way.
True. Now with the POI drafts and all that.
Zone 2 is revealed, and it's around checkpoint. Luminosity
right on LG, shut the
just done
front
the hard
door,
work
bro.
To keep this series alive. Get a present.
All those teams up there, though,
travails.
in that corner, all on match point.
Patience paying off. Luminosity after the dub in the last game. They have POI
Or no, I guess Fnatic's
advantage.
not, are they?
Let's immediately jump into a
Scratch
listening
that.
with LG as they see the circle.
I need to chip in 3 Havoc. The Havoc. These spiders. Part of me wants to go look for this.
Evo Harvester spotted near
Go
me.
hit player scan quick. Sykes, I would like start posting up here.
I have to grab that Havoc.
Okay.
I have fucking ult there.
I'm leaving close to one for you.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come with the spider, XP. Yeah,
Is there ammo there on it?
Sykes, are you close enough? Sykes, are you close enough?
I'm gonna grab the Havoc and I'm running backwards.
Sykes is here. Hit it, kill it, kill it. There's an energy mag down here too. There's an energy mag down here.
Game 12, chat.
I'm going to the spot. Fuck that.
Yeah, we need to hold that first. We seen a control check.
Looks like Twitch is going to hit y'all with an ad here in about a minute. I'm just going to go ahead and let that run anyways, since we're not having any contests. That way y'all don't get hit with any ads during the important part of the game, since it's going to be a slower first half.
From what we could see
with
on the
12
minimap
teams
there,
on match
it doesn't
point.
look like they have the ring console. They've got a survey beacon. It's hard to choose at what point to ping that when you want to stick around your own POI, but they might not even have that information yet. It's probably going to take some people flying in on evacs and coming towards them for that to twig.
Somebody who did have ring console information was Team Falcons, as they do
Brody
swap
T-Mart
over
got
to
a
their
good point in
small point
DMs
composition
talking
that we
about
have
that. If it
seen
weren't for the rat
from the
play
very
in
beginning of
game, I
this
guess what was
match
that,
series.
10?
Putting Jen on that Watson showcases
LG would have
the
already
play
been on
style
match point
that
before last
Falcons want
game.
to lean into, getting into best spot
Didn't
as
even
soon
think about
as
that.
possible. That's why you saw him wrap around with the Trident. In the distance, a charge rifle. As Fnatic are also wrapping on the south side of Falcons currently right now, playing by the edge.
Of course, if they're already on match point, they might
18
play that
points
game a little
ahead
bit
of the
different as
rest
well,
of the
but
pack.
still kind of crazy to
Falcons
think about.
are still, in many eyes, the best team in this lobby and have shown it over the course of 12 games. They said that they'd never be happy with anything outside of top 2. As it stands, even if they don't win match point here, they will achieve that goal.
It's very grueling, though.
I mean,
when
top 2
certain
is like
shots,
saying, hey, you know what, we would have won if
in
it would have
that
ended
Kraber,
before match
honestly.
point.
Could have potentially cost him a $225,000 Kraber shot at stake if they don't take the dub, and they've had so many opportunities, and that is just going to escape them going forward.
Still more
You know what,
crazy to
if
think
I
about
had
that
to
Kraber shot, though,
describe
for
it
sure.
in emojis, with Team Falcons. It's like, first is smiley face. Second is like, you know, the flat mouth. And then
Because now there's so many teams that can take it
like,
here.
Probably not even sad face. It's probably like, you know, the red mad face.
Mizuchi and
just the cloud face.
Zolo's laser in a fight down here at Barometer.
How can we ignore that? Look what it's led to. Best Apex. Look what it's
What's
led to.
Zolo's laser doing down
Another
here, though, is a real
game,
question.
Match 12 finals. Mizuchi playing on the top of Barometer. Looking at Icholos, who have now moved in front of them. So many other teams, though, coming in from the southeast side, while the rest of the lobby will be playing by the north side of the zone. There is a survey beacon over by North Pad. It's going to be very difficult, though, to be able to get that scan easily without feeling the pressure with the likes
Remember,
of
man, these things
Falcons,
about these
Fnatic,
checkpoint end
Dragons,
zones, bro, is you
in
can
the
have
vicinity.
so... It's kind of similar like Barometer. There's so many different buildings. You have the different
not a lot of
levels.
people pulling up into checkpoint, however. We've got quite a few
We can
on
have
the north side. DMS with an early
10,
loss
11
from
teams
Taskmaster.
trying to squeeze their way into that last
Should be
circle.
able to get to this beacon by the looks of it. That is unless Team Liquid can hunt them down. They're thinking about it. Oh no, they've spotted it. They've spotted the res coming out.
So they know that they got the main advantage with the res coming in and are trying to push as quick as possible. Pathfinder just grappling away.
Rack up that momentum in the distance. You
Left
hear
poor little
the
Brody
res.
over here by himself.
Yanya getting into aggressive spot, but still in the line of sight. He gets the final knock onto 7 Oz's. Having to restabilize here while Team Liquid force their way into this building. They're looking at the zipline just in case. But they do not want to overextend here. Holding this building will be a huge deal, but they don't have a Booker down legend right here. They don't have the Watson like you see with so many other teams in the lobby.
See the box come out as they get the Finn, but it's the only player in the lobby removed so far. As we mentioned last game, things are slowing down. Teams are not taking risks. Why would they? You can be on 65 points as FaZe and still take out that first prize.
Not so much apples and bananas here, honestly, for the rest of these teams. Very difficult.
Mizuchi and Elevate Bleed are still fighting so far outside the zone. Aurora's going to rotate backwards to try and get... Are they a duo? I guess they're probably doing that to get their teammate back up. Twisted Minds and Blacklist International also fighting so far away from everything. Two teams that...
South of the map, and as we saw on the map...
can extend the series fighting each other.
A tantalizing circle. North Pad.
But it's hard when you're also second-guessing yourself, making sure that you're aware of the other teams within the area. Falcons were trying to look at the team hiding out in that building right in front of them, but they can't give up too much space with Fnatic being right behind them. Alliance were on the other side that maybe Falcons were trying to look at. Huge crack. Night Nades coming in here as Alliance
would rather get it out of the way now. You almost
lingering right between them to give them some nice cover. Falcons gonna try again and come up from behind them, but can they do it? Alliance don't have a seer, right? They don't have information if a team may be popping up right behind them.
That is a good point as they shuffle the gold helm. Min-maxing their utility. Gaming Gladiators really showed what they're made of today. DMS only eclipsing them in the last few games, and it's only by 1 point now. And considering they're down to 1, it feels like GG might be on the way up.
Looking at Mizuchi over by Cedo.
Is this E8 still rotating behind them?
We're the team that's outside the zone, looking at them before. They had a survey beacon over to the south side. You actually see them getting scanned here, looking at Mizuchi. See where they got scanned originally here. Does Icholos want to wrap over, though, to the west side of the zone, where so many other teams, like we saw before, are able to rotate here as DMS get the res?
Oh no, Gil caught in the crossfire. Ooh, this is a game-winning position, but it's about 4 zones too early.
Very bad to rotate here early for exactly that reason, especially when you have so many fuses that you have to worry about too. Guild
and I don't want to be overcritical here because I feel like it's a good zone read for Guild.
And
But I feel like sometimes
the
it's something
first
that happens with
That's
MT.
it.
They've worked their way up to 7th. They were.
Because they're into a
quite
spot
bit
too
lower
early that
down, so the
everyone's going to
longer
want to fight
series
for
has
when they're not
benefited
prepped for
them.
it.
They're getting better.
Although I
as the
think they
day
just kind of
goes
got caught
on, and
rotating towards there, but
Lord knows they did very well yesterday in the 10 games there. Impressive to see them move up into the top 10. SSG, their counterparts that made it through the gauntlet with them, still lagging behind in 19th.
And DMS in second place with 90 points now, forced to play this out as a duo. Couldn't get that other banner. Gaming Gladiators Blast, having to be careful, dropping down. It was Twisted Minds that they were looking at originally, and they were able to finish off Easy Flash.
Well, there's one.
you know what I was just thinking about?
For going to a game.
How did they
going by
get
the
there to
west
be
side.
events
Still
on
quite a few
Sunday
teams left in.
evenings in Riyadh?
Fnatic, LGD, I mean Space Station that we just talked about. Haven't turned up today, but there's still time. Mizuchi with a very late rotate in. They were playing from Cedo
Isn't
Station.
it like very much cultural that like Sunday's day of rest?
The circle pool, I know everybody.
Man, the amount of times we've seen crazy ass circle pools like this is wild. I love it.
Checkpoints.
I love it.
Where Falcons have called this out. They have been so good at calling out these final zone pools. Zero has been on another level, but so has Alliance neighboring them and Fnatic to their south.
You just don't see this. I mean, they're not calling zone 3s and
zone 1.
I mean, like, they are finding themselves in, like, the zone 5 position, the zone 5 god spot, and they are calling it immediately. The accuracy of the reads, or at least their knowledge of the power positions, has been second to none today.
Now hear me out, with Fnatic being right to their south. 13 games? A little unlucky number, but 13 games? Maybe? We're gonna have to see. That'd be crazy. It's gonna be difficult to rotate though from this position. That's why I call it out like this, unless we make some miracles happen for the team.
It's gonna be hard to get to 13 though. There aren't very many teams alive left that
quite a few teams were banking on that.
Can extend this. Mizuchi's down to a solo.
They're gonna be sadly
2 knocked.
disappointed. Perhaps not as much as GG, who missed their next chance for match point.
And they were able to tie their points with DMS at 90 points. Let's not forget that second place gets $375,000. Third place with $200,000. 175K difference between the two spots. That's why we're calling it out. DMS still alive. Gaming Gladiators alive as a solo. It's just the Seer. Team Liquid
Yeah, but that's
now.
saying that
They wanna
Falcons
force
don't
their
win,
rotate
right?
to
Because
that
if
south
Falcons
choke.
win, Falcons get second.
Some sketchy fights happening down in the south here. HLO Laser.
I think it'd be
just
almost
ahead of
more fair to talk
Mizuchi.
about the difference between
A lot of these teams
third
potentially
and
hoping
fourth.
to hold out the other 3 or 4 teams in the area and then maybe make a quick zone wrap up behind Fnatic.
Because second's going to be Falcons, more than likely.
Aurora
If they don't
dancing
win,
away.
right? Like, I don't see anyone catching them.
Impulse gonna be able to pop this shield back for now, but they have to deal with 4 other teams. Team Liquid looking to take this fight now versus Aurora. But Oi Rain has other plans. Gets the double crack, grappling to get aggressive.
Team
Takes
Liquid out.
Team Liquid shutting down their dreams for match 12. Aurora's still alive, but they have the same issue. that
Team
we were
Falcons
talking
and
about
Alliance
earlier
right next
with
to each
Team
other.
Liquid. The Cholos are looking at them, and Mizuchi still alive here by that choke.
The map pip shows us what we were talking about. Falcons in an
Ooh.
incredible position.
Chat.
Potentially only beaten out by Alliance, but Alliance's spot is a little more open.
Uh-oh. May say bye to some other match point squads out here. They may get sent back to the lobby, but Oi Rain still alive. Having to be careful out in the distance. But I want
It's like such wishful thinking to pick up your teammate's banner at this point.
Northeast side of the zone to be safe, to prevent themselves from getting pinched. We tune into Alliance, Blacklist get taken out, so does Space Station, and they really only have to worry about the likes of Twisted Minds in that direction without giving up too much space.
And that's 2 of the teams not on match point.
Yep.
Twisted Minds trying to get a reset. I think they actually will manage it on the northeastern
1, 2, 3,
side.
4.
Mizuchi
Is that all we got left?
taking a lot of fire from
5.
LG up on high.
So again, 8 teams on, 5 teams off.
Zone closing
8
in now,
can
though.
end,
Round
5
4.
can extend.
The countdown has started. Mizuchi with only kills alive. Those hipfire shots
Mizuchi
do not
out.
do it, and this circle is gonna make you cry.
7 in, 4
I mean,
can
I think it was
extend.
too late anyway, right?
Oh, yeah.
If they were going to zone rat, they had to do it earlier than that. They were just
FaZe
stuck
Clan out.
in that corner with no options.
LGD
now, the
out.
Exodus from checkpoint
6
starts. Everyone
can end,
coming
3
out,
can
flying
extend.
through, running down the hill.
Desperately, though, EXO are about to rotate on top of Alliance. Emil and Amia crying right now with Alliance trying to keep the
Twisted
region
Minds
on
and
top.
Fnatic, are they the only ones
has
left?
extended us to match 12 here. Alliance
Did I miss another teammate went out?
This entire side of the zone is clear. Well, now LG from the skies are about to land in the direction of Team Falcons.
Well, it's looking like we're ending here because Twisted Minds is going down here as well. Yeah, GHS goes out there.
Of their zone, so you can see they're still very far from purples. That makes it extremely hard for LG. They have to play smart. They cannot take too much damage. Well,
Oh, looks like Aurora's about to take out Twisted Minds in the kill feed.
Can bully them close to red. Effect only one Havoc mag away.
And DMS landed right on top of Alliance, but Alliance aren't giving up this spot. Nice tracking.
Yeah,
coming
probably
in
ends
from
here,
Hawk. He
chat.
doesn't need no turbo out here. He's got the 3-time scope on that Havoc. Oh, Falcons aren't going to move anywhere.
Imagine if Alliance remove the moniker. The group stage team, is it gone? This is their best chance to lift a land
Fnatic might be able to extend
and
this.
never have to worry about that name, about that criticism.
No,
ever
Fnatic's gonna have to
again.
move here, aren't they?
With Aurora being
Fnatic
eliminated,
actually has to move quite a
it is
bit.
so
Never mind.
possible now.
I was thinking it was pulling towards
Alliance
Fnatic's donut.
beating the allegations here. Not just a group stage team, possibly. They are the only squad over by the north side, unless Team Falcons, by the way,
just
are
become
at a
best friends?
single disadvantage in comparison to Alliance, who have been taking these fights, have full purple Evo.
DMS hiding in the corner. A single member of Twisted Minds still alive. I don't think they can get the 3rd reset. Though,
Yeah, the
Strafing Flame does take down Slayers, the other.
All right, EXO
the
Clan
other
out.
rat, and, well, he takes that for himself. But really, it's up to Fnatic if we want to go to a game 13.
Fnatic, the only non-match point team alive as a trio, unless, of course, Twisted Minds as a solo.
I mean, it is Strafing Flame. Leave it up to my boy.
Playing through the trenches, looking at Fnatic, who have that slight hype, but the circle closing in behind their backs.
Okay, so
Fnatic's about to go out.
Their amazing zone call has got them this far, but it's only got them onto blue Evo shield.
Oh, if Fnatic goes down here, it means it ends here for sure.
Their bunker. They have to try and fight.
Yeah, it's
Fnatic.
ending here. I don't think
Very
Twisted Minds or
helpfully,
Fnatic got it.
Effect
Yeah.
will remove one of them as they go forward. Perfect timing. Does Alliance know they've just helped out one of their fiercest rivals?
It has to surely end here. It has to.
Has
the
to.
Only person alive
Only one alive is Strafing Flame.
Twisted Minds as a solo. Our last 4 squads here at match points, surviving here. Team Falcons now.
Does EMEA win their first? Does Falcons prove to be the super team that we all thought that they were? Does Sweet win his first international land?
I don't think Falcons were fully ready for it. All of a sudden hiding, cowering behind this knockdown shield. Sweet. Once again.
Oh!
Be the spoiler, or can they turn it around?
Twisted Minds is respawning!
Hold on. 1v1. This can matter.
Twisted Minds is
everything
respawning. Twisted Minds is respawning. Let's go! Twisted Minds, come on, boys!
Minds, the only non-match point team, has responded as Jen tries to clutch this.
This 1v1 goes on for so long!
He didn't get it. He didn't get it. Oh
Team
my.
Falcons out.
Team Falcons get eliminated in the lobby.
LG's a solo.
They get eliminated at 4th. Alliance and Luminosity are the only 2 match point teams alive. And Luminosity has a
Come
duo.
on, Twisted Minds.
But they took so long in that fight. As you say, they lose a member, and now Twisted Minds push in.
Twisted Minds, come on, baby. Come on, baby.
No way. No way. Twisted
Come on, Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds.
Come on, Twisted Minds. LG!
LG.
They're a duo.
Twisted Minds with the clutchest res in Apex Legends history.
A 2v3 with full red armors. I don't see how Twisted Minds can lose this.
This has been
Hold them off. Get those red shields pop.
we have ever seen. Twisted Minds with the EVA 8, with the fresh res.
Come on.
We may be going on to a game 3. I believe in LG on this
Oh.
fucking clutch.
Sweet falls down by himself.
Come on, Twisted Minds.
With a sliver of high ground, we'll try.
Let's go, baby!
Twisted Minds! With the most insane, that was the second respawn, I believe.
I told y'all they're gonna go back to back and win that shit. That puts them on match point.
Twisted Mind players were eliminated something like 7 times that game.
Oh,
5,
shit.
so I don't know. Too many.
The players collapse at their seats. Twisted Minds with the most MVP play I have ever witnessed in Apex Legends history.
We're going to 13
It's
maps
like they're playing Zelda and collecting hearts. Elliot, how
for an
many hearts
international
do they have?
land.
I don't get it.
And my boys Twisted Minds are on match point now.
Before
That
game,
dog in
3
them.
points.
Last minute revive.
Before that game, Genome, Twisted Minds was sitting in 14.
My
at
boy
53
Strafing
points.
Flame built
They
different.
had not hit match point yet. Now they sit at match point and they take another game. We are seeing more teams at match points. We are seeing, what, 75% of this lobby at match point? Are you kidding me, Strafing Flame? Look at this. Look at this. 3K damage.
That's my boy.
Strafing Flame on
That's my
another
boy
level.
right there.
The GOAT of Apex South right now.
Yeah, talk that shit.
There have been other games. Not a single player in the lobby has got over 1K damage. And Strafing Flame gets 3,000 damage. What a hero performance to send us into the longest LAN match point series of all time.
13 teams
Wow.
at match point. You know what to do, everybody. Onset and Gaskin potentially closing it out. I mean, they have to. Stay tuned for some of the best Apex Legends that you could ever see on the other side of this break.
That's wild, man. No, it's on. I'm just done dealing with you, big dog. Your need for attention is wild to me, WT. Nah. The world's biggest fanboy has arrived once again, Oogie. Yep. Yep. Boy just keeps following. No, you didn't. You just followed me on an account I banned on you over there, bro. What are you talking about? Oh, I left Twitch. You're funny. Sorry, YouTube's super clutch though, because I can just dead ass hide them. I don't know, man. It's a fascination that I'll never get. what you know who I haven't seen in a while? You go check on this guy that bans me from his chat because I can never behave. Facts though, Oogie. So it's match point format, Sachin. So whoever wins once they've passed that 60 point threshold, that's who ends up the winner. So more than likely, everyone else is still chasing second, or everyone else is either trying to get past them for first with a win, or essentially everyone else is competing for third and beyond that. Because of how far they've kind of still separated themselves from the rest of the pack. Especially because as this thing goes longer, we're not going to have, or it's less likely we're going to have more games, right? Right, and now once you have that threshold, so in this, it's usually 50. For EWC, it's 60 points. What is this music in the background? I like it. Kind of a vibe.
I'm netting.
Let's go! Bro, Strafing Flame able to clutch it out, bring people back in.
Have you ever seen anything like this? It is unbelievable. We're making jokes about us going to be here till, you know, our families are grown and start taking our places here on stage.
It's literally past midnight local
time. We have
time.
reached something that is so unusual, even in match point, which is usually exciting, guys. But going past 12, I mean, that is outrageous. Zephyr Cast, Glitter Explosion, and Lace in the studio with us as we take a little bit of a break. My name is Rain Day.
Lace in the studio since it's now past midnight, and we're not going to be interviewing anybody outside.
Some of the players specifically you interviewed were Twisted Minds. Talk about just that moment that happened with them.
Literally, my heart
Delusional is how genius works. Man's right. He's on to something here, chat.
Exactly how these guys can play, and I'm not going to lie to you. Player K has had a little bit of a struggling start to these games, and it's just absolutely crazy that it has taken them.
Remember, I said they were going to go back to back. They're going to win to get on to match point, and they're going to win to win it. We're halfway there, baby.
And get themselves in there and place that position to be able to take that win is just unimaginable.
It's unbelievable to see what they did, and you mentioned it right there. Zeph,
3 a.m. there.
It was chaos, right? Fnatic were in a great position. We thought maybe the team not on match point could do it, but
I would say the biggest troll has to be the fight where it was Alliance actually against Falcons with where Zero had the Kraber. If he puts the Kraber away and just beams, they get the spot that they need to win that game. And this is over like 2.5 hours ago.
That had happened within this game. They struggled to find their way originally into the northern section map.
Or we can talk about the 3 barometer zones that Team Liquid have thrown away.
Again, and even more monumental feat than just that ending.
Lauren, I think it was 2019. It was Poland.
Yep.
I think I had an interview role, maybe. I was not a part of this. I was watching from the stands. You were on the desk. I think we went 12 games.
11.
It was 11.
11 games.
So this is going 13. I mean, this is by far the most extravagant match points we've ever seen.
Yeah, even matching some of the match points that we've seen online as well.
At APAC North, yeah.
Hands down,
literally tied for the longest
we've now ever had. Hands down, matching the record period.
Wow.
I
That's
don't
true,
even know
though.
what to
Liquid
make
does
of
throw a
this.
lot.
How is this lobby so dead even?
I mean, looking at this right now, the crazy part is while we have currently 13
teams on match point, chat.
Who aren't. There are still 7 teams, including Fnatic, who traditionally lays top 5s out of APAC North in our championships. SSG, one of the best North American teams, though they have started a bit slow, I will say that. And of course, Dragons and Icholos who are fighting, if not to win, to just get up that leaderboard, because going from 15th to something like 9th, it's a difference of about $40,000.
I mean, I made a joke on X, Rain Day, that
I mean, they had a win earlier.
Point, but I didn't mean that, guys. But look, I still think I don't want to put it out there, but I think SSG.
But yeah, they haven't like jumped off the screen or nothing.
She did it.
Wow.
She did it.
You know,
We're gonna
after
be here forever.
seeing the last chance qualifiers, I do feel like they've got it in them. I'm sorry, everyone. I know we want to go to bed.
See, look at that. Falcons are back. They're talking to the script writers right now.
Falcons, maybe the biggest story here, Lauren.
Can you believe it?
Of all.
They're
The team
showing
that
it on
was
screen.
And
Crazy.
has been in first place, considered the favorite. They haven't gotten a chance. Well, they've gotten a chance.
Sure.
They haven't been able to close it out. What's going wrong?
And this is something we were all talking about watching this, because they were the first team to hit match point. They did that in match 6, okay? We've now doubled that and more heading into the next match of the day. I think that this is not what they were planning for. They are used to success.
I mean, SSG was one of the teams that started at 0, right?
Match point first and so early, and now everyone's
They got in yesterday.
Well, this is what needed to happen for the region.
But it's still
right?
so
Then a
crazy
super
to think
team,
that a
as we take
team
look
that
back at
had
matches
so much
9
hype around
through
it
12,
going into Split 2
getting
ALGS
to 13, which
just
is coming up in
hasn't
just a moment
performed.
after our players take that break.
Just hasn't been able to live up
this is
to
what
it.
we knew they would do. They jump out to a lead. We knew they would be strong in group stages. In day number 1, they got 140 points in just 10 games. Well, now we've got 12 games. I don't think they have that many points. It just shows how tight this lobby is and how much these players have adjusted being here for just a few days.
It's a combination.
I just don't think that they're a team that is patient enough
going through the
in the best of best lobbies.
Are now 9th through 12th games here.
They're a team that in undisciplined lobbies can stand out very heavily, or even at least get enough points from their fighting to at least be around. That way when they have a pop-off game, they're good. You know what I mean?
Don't you think people wouldn't have been saying this is the most balanced lobby, that there was a clear favorite out here?
Well, yeah, if you're referring to the super team, I would dare say, we thought they were going to be out in front, but God, I love a juicy story where everybody sort of catches their tail.
Me
but
too.
yeah, I'm just super impressed by, a lot of the teams. I know we've been talking about, a lot of the Apex South teams, obviously I have, but yeah, I'm super impressed that they're sort of coming to fruition and
no, I mean, that's for sure
as well. But yeah, when will it end, guys?
Lake, since you are kind of on the floor with us, we haven't had you on the studio as much. We've seen you with your player interviews, and most of the time, Designful said he'd never miss an interview with you again after he saw what you're wearing today. That's, I mean, maybe he realizes it wasn't important to keep the headphones on. I don't know, but I think one of the things I'm curious about is coming in. What did you feel? Because tension is a reason why some of these games, maybe that last little moment isn't
I don't know. I
going
remember that
the way
collat.
these
That was
teams,
nasty.
Online, it probably would have gone.
I mean, a lot of the times we don't talk about fatigue and stuff like that. So obviously,
I feel like that was one of the complaints they had on Dark Zero, which is why they let him go. It was just inconsistencies.
Everyone that was sort of stepping into the Esports World Cup
can
had
pop
such,
off
like,
when he
great
pops off,
vibes
but
about them. Obviously, chatting to them, I wanted to make it a little bit more fun and inviting, because sometimes it can be a bit daunting. Asking how are you feeling today? But all players actually came in with exceptional, I guess, passion and vibes coming into Esports World Cup. So just seeing these games go on and on and on, I can definitely feel like the heat is rising.
Lauren, the mental part, we talk about it. It's certainly now starting to become a physical part, though, with how long these games are going.
100%. And we knew that was going to be a possibility to a certain extent. We even expected that because we've been putting them through 10-match series, which is longer than what they're typically used to. But now that we've doubled it, and typically when we do that, they get an hour break between the 6. This is an unparalleled experience for anyone, and anyone who did experience it previously. It's been so long between that you can't possibly have prepared for this yet again. You can start to see the tension on their faces. You can start to see the exhaustion when we get a chance to take a look at some of those player cams. And this is the test of a champion at the end of the day. Who can make it through that
What was
slog?
Glitter on before Apex? Because I know she was like one of the OG like Apex casters, and all of them were like from other games.
Ago, but it also means that with this new precedent, there's a new opportunity for a team that hasn't done it. And I think that's where my mind has started to go.
Bro, he's so good, and he's such a humble
I
dude.
think the chances of seeing maybe an underdog, maybe a new favorite, a new team create the start of their story, to me that seems more possible than ever heading into Game 13.
I mean, we can take a look at that top 5 at any time, guys. There's a certain region that does lead heavily behind or alongside our super teams there, and Walt breaks my heart in that last one to see Alliance falter. What could have been their moment? Like you said, new underdog stories.
Gaming Gladiators are there. DMS, a remarkable day from them. Taskmaster 7 Ossus and Prestis right on the edge there. Even if they don't win, it's a phenomenal performance from them and so many others.
It's really true. DMS, so I got to give a big shout out to them as well. Also, Nasky, who joined us before, did call that South Zone. Exactly. He was the prophet in that moment, so I got to give a shout out to Nasky.
I mean, I think with the fact that you've had a couple of guys be able to be so dominant shows that it's not all luck and RNG.
Easy flash holding him after he psyched Hal out.
No, Rhonda, this is not a
You guys saw
rewatch.
the handshake that went around the world, and here it is.
We're going into game 12.
A little digital codification.
Or game 13,
of which
sorry.
teams have won today. You see Aurora as repeat winners in 2 and 7. We started off with Mizuchi, who have gone quiet. Waldsey, Gildersons, it's Timmy. Very talented. Will we see them jump back out in game 13? Gaming Gladiators took 3. Then we went to Team Liquid, who have been phenomenal. They had that game on barometer. They could have dropped down, maybe sealed the deal. It wasn't enough, though. Then FaZe Clan got in on the action. Finally, the crowd went crazy with Falcons, the home team, getting their first win. But it would be short-lived.
All right,
again,
I told y'all.
Going to match 8 after
Back-to-back for
Gaming
Twisted
Gladiators
Minds.
would double
Still
down,
living it.
and
Still
would look like
believe in it.
over. But DMS
Holding
would
on to
save
hope.
the day. Exo Clan would then come in, and LG would start to become the main character.
My boy
and
Strafing Flame
I
built
don't believe
different.
It. Twisted Minds would have one player left, respawn their team, and as 3, go ahead and get the win. I need quick but important predictions.
Oh, no.
How long are we going, and who is winning?
I think this is it. This is the end for us all, and I'm going to throw it out there. I need Alliance to figure it out. You had your chance, but this time around, deliver it. Bring
Yeah,
it
I
home.
feel like it has potential to still be so much better, but the
percentage of teams that are on match point, and
economy of like the regular game itself is tough.
Lace?
I mean, I joke
There's
about
no
Space
real
Station,
tier 2 or tier
oh,
3
yeah.
scene either when we talk about the esports side of
I still have to back
things.
up my prediction early on. It's got to be Team Falcons.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the idea that Falcons could do it, but I'm going to go with another story I'm interested in, which is LG Sweet finally getting his first LAN trophy. They've been playing really well. I think that would be exciting. When we see you next, I believe we will have a champion.
I don't know. I've always kind of said it's like your professional poker players, right? Like, yeah, you still got to get the cards dealt, but it's still also about how you play the bad cards. And I think that's why I don't know if I could ever say it's 100% RNG.
And one way to start this next
Again,
game is
obviously you need to get winning cards dealt to you every once in a while.
We're going straight into what is in to kick off this next match.
But I think when you look at the Howls, the Zeros, even players like a Sweet who has been consistently at the top, even though maybe not at the pinnacle when we talk about international play.
No, not again. The truck. Yeah, we'll go truck.
All right, let's get it for Twisted Minds.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what we reach. We'll fucking bank it. Go all in.
On you.
So the winners of our previous game, Twisted Minds, locked back in for this. And talking about history, talking about historic, as we see this game get underway, I just want to say, wherever you're watching right now, around the world, if you've been watching Apex Legends for a long time, if you're a new viewer who is tuned into the
Record-breaking
hype
event here, chat.
completely flooding social media at the moment, welcome along, welcome to the community, and let me tell you, this is something special you are experiencing. Match 13, back on World's Edge, and back towards the tree.
13 matches, 13 teams on match point. 7 teams who have still yet to cross that threshold, but that is still 7 teams that could.
Yeah, but if we're talking pure statistics, right? If we're going to say that it's 100% RNG, like the chances that you'd have 2 guys like Hal and Zero who were at before Falcons on different teams,
of course, the further we get in, the more teams that get onto match
be
point,
literally the only 2 IGLs to be able to win international lands. Like there's definitely a skill to it.
Is set in stone.
Right?
It has been an incredible grand finals. One of the
Otherwise,
most
statistics will
incredible
tell me
grand
at least
finals
someone
in
else would have won
esports,
before
let
Reject
alone
Winity.
Apex Legends history, and we still have to get to a resolution. Who is going to be our champion here? GG on match point. And to be honest with you, I'm getting to the point now where it's easier for me to say teams that aren't on match point in comparison to those who are. But talking about that zone, talking about where we're going to be going, I mentioned we're going towards the tree, and there's already the likes of Team Liquid who have rotated there from launch side. We have Exo Clan, of course, who are in the zone as well. Guild Esports, their GG, are going to be joining them. And elsewhere, teams who are dropping over at the north side, well, they're going to have quite the travel to make.
Alliance, Dragons Esports, LGD, EXL, they all had Ring Console and are moving very fast down towards Tree, as have Team Liquid, as you see on your screens here.
Bro,
Team
Riley
Liquid
was pulling for him,
several
bro.
chances now to find a victory here, as have a lot of teams here today, it has to be said. But when that POI, when that zone comes towards you, you just feel like this is going to be your moment. This is the best opportunity. But as those opportunities pass you by, it leaves you wondering, are we going to be able to get there? And if it does end here, where are we going to be in the leaderboards? How much money is on the line? You've heard it said from the analysts, you've heard it said from us on the casting desk. There is such a gulf in difference from the likes of top 3 to top 8.
Was it Twisted Minds that I was clowning for getting the banners? I don't think it was them. But I do think that's a valid point.
Well, GG, a team who have tasted disappointment, I would say, when it comes to competitive Apex Legends. Second place, a heartbreaking second place. Back in London, quite some time ago now, it feels. Where it was a straight 3v3 to become a champion or just fall short. This is a chance at redemption for Lufka to set the history record straight and call himself a champion. Elsewhere in the kill feed, Fnatic and SSG having a little bit of a scrap, and this is over towards Epicenter, and it was Fnatic who got that first knock. Now, elsewhere, at the blue bins just to the south of Fragment is going to be GHS.
This is like one of those times where I wish I could literally just fast forward to like zone 3.
You can cut the tension with a knife at the moment, not just here in the caster booth between me and you, in the green room, all of us talking about what's happening. I'm sure everyone at home feels the same as well. The players are going to be feeling it. Everyone in the crowd here in the arena is going to be feeling it as well. It is a special kind of emotion that these kind of games and these kind of lobbies bring.
Well, it is no secret that the crowd is a Team Falcon heavy crowd, right? And they have seen Falcons bow out.
Wait, are the 3 triangles in the front of the displays only lit when the players are alive? Am I only just now noticing this after watching the stage all weekend?
And it does beg the question of how far truly can you go here in a match point format? Now that records have been broken, could this be the record?
I'm so stupid.
Right? Will we ever see anything like this ever again?
All right, well.
And speaking of things being broken, we did see there.
I saw them. They looked cute before. They looked cool. Whatever. I didn't put together that they were actually for like when someone was alive. I hate myself.
By Sweet Dreams and Co. As he kept this going, which feels like a number of games ago now. Falcons still in first place in the overall standings thanks to the points they've managed to accumulate. But still, ever since they've been there, which feels like a lifetime ago now, no win to call themselves champs.
You saw the disappointment on the face of Zero and the rest of the squad, to be honest, every time they were eliminated. The frustration that
Would this be the longest streak that Falcons have gone on in competitive Apex without a win? Like most games straight?
But now there are
exchange, but these are just passive shots at the moment. I think Aurora just want to let them know that we are here and we are watching.
Yeah, both of these teams just wanting to hit the ring console and then get on with their rotation, get on with their day, as Falcon's going to be doing the same thing on that west side. Zone-wise, though, it is looking pretty similar. We are going to continue to go towards Tree, but it is drifting a little bit closer towards launch site.
Yeah, that truck is going to be a very important one. The RV a little bit later on. Maybe in and around those silos if you can survive. But approaching from the south through launch site is going to be a pretty good place to play if you can manage to squeak through late. If you go too early, there's going to be a lot of eyes and a lot of reticles that are going to be on you. And that's the choke that Team Liquid are looking at right now. Remember, Liquid were in this position previously when we saw them a little bit earlier on, and they were on match point. And it was a fight that they took that they won. However, they weren't able to make the move towards the zone when it did pull a little bit further to the north. This zone, just from initial kind of feeling and indication and history, you get the idea it's going to stay a little bit more towards the tree side.
Team I am curious about is Mizuchi as well, because they hold the entirety of launch site at the moment, and the majority of that eastern side, there might be one team that tries to join them, but if they can dominate that eastern side, they'll have so much freedom to get into the late game and really have the time to think about how they want to approach it, assess what's going to be happening in that zone, how they want to move. Do you want to try and go for a risky play? Can you be patient? Can you wait that extra step longer before you engage in a fight and take position? And of course, wait for that zone information as well.
Speaking of info, it's going to be Falcons who continue to grab it here over at Harvester. Jen Burton's going to be hitting the survey beacon, which is going to let them know that everyone's at tree, like I mentioned.
Except Aurora, who are very close to them in Harvester.
And they have to be careful, like you say, of Aurora, who are a little bit closer than maybe they were expecting. And it looks like Aurora have spotted out some members of Falcons. Now, can they isolate one? That's the question here. If Aurora can find an opportunity to 3-2-1 someone on Falcons, and Falcons aren't aware.
Oh, now Aurora's getting poked from across the way, though.
Short. However, it looks like both teams were more than aware of the play. Everyone had their heads on the appropriate swivels and will survive for now. Now we move down to the point of the map that you were talking about, launch site. This hold, so important for Mizuchi. It's Blacklist International who are moving up behind them, but dominating this side for the rotate later on is a huge moment that could butterfly to a successful endgame.
And Blacklist International, who are not a match point team, and they've struggled so far today, but with how things have been going, don't count anyone out of this lobby. But certainly Blacklist International looking to take the south side of launch site right now, and Mizuchi just making sure they're not allowing them to surpass them. They don't want to allow them to get to that choke point ahead of them, so that's why Mizuchi just kind of moving with them at the moment to ensure they can keep ahead.
Evac's going to go up, and you have to wonder
if
that's going to be defensive.
Big nades on Waltzy.
Those grenades were certainly offensive. The Sky nades are going to rip away at the shields of not just Timmy, but Waltzy as well, and that's going to force Mizuchi now to back up. But Hiyaka from downtown with a Peacekeeper. Blacklist International, they want this.
Blacklist International full send with the damage, and now it's Timmy in a 1 versus 3. Timmy has done some incredible things in esports, in gaming in general, but he really needs to dig deep here, and he might just have to retreat, run away, count your blessings and say, at least we're still alive, and maybe you can go back for those banners later on.
And we were talking about how that hold was essentially what the game relied on for Mizuchi. Now they have to change that plan. Blacklist International force the fight, win the fight. And even though they don't completely exterminate Mizuchi,
but now Blacklist International is going to be one of the last teams
south side of this zone.
To the zone. Holy, we're getting a like tree zone.
Wow. Saying, right?
Oh wow!
Even though it shows a little bit of that tunnel towards launch site, there is going to be a lot of it now in tree. Teams like Team Liquid and ExoClan, and even a little bit of Alliance with the position they find themselves in, those three are in very commanding positions that they will try and lock down here to ensure no one else can take it away from them.
It's crazy how a zone pull can completely change the approach that teams need to make. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at what Mizuchi did, right? They were thinking, hey, we hold this out, we walk in late, and then not only the fights take place, Blacklist International were thinking exactly the same thing as we do check in with Timmy, thinking, hey, we just win this fight, we push them away, then our rotate is clear. But now it's a completely different game for them.
The scary thing is, for a lot of teams in this lobby that are on match point, there is still 7 who have the, it doesn't matter what we do at this point, right? We've got nothing to lose. Maybe we will full send on a team who have one of the priority positions. Blacklist International could do that. Now,
Aurora's in trouble.
Have lost one here. Oirain's gone down, and it is just the
Who's
2
shooting
members
at them?
remaining, but we've been here before. They have got a
SSG and GHS and Izolo's laser are all in the fight, it looks like.
Back on his feet, but it's closing the
or
gap
at least like in
close enough to even
somewhat closer vicinity.
Bangalore Ultimate coming down around them, which is just going to stun them for a few more seconds as we check in with Team Falcons, who have taken the high ground above the tunnel.
Yeah, they've taken the northwest, but there is a team behind them, and I am curious about what they're going to
say.
say.
All right, one of our extender teams out.
Below us.
I don't think anyone's fighting launch shot, Joe.
Okay.
There's still get back, yeah.
How much of this high ground is in? Are they able to stay up here, right, on this next zone?
Place.
Okay, place it. Was it reach?
Wait a little bit. I think.
We're going? Silos.
Yeah, maybe. Just follow me.
I'm picking up. I'm cracked. Fucking shooting me.
Land,
just ping it.
Yeah, land silos. Try live. We have to be Caraman eventually.
You have to smoke me.
Yeah, I'll smoke straight away. Look. Bang on nade us, try to nade us.
I'm out.
Can you heal?
No, I cannot. No, I'm just dead.
Good look at building.
Fnatic's out as well, so that's 2 teams that could have extended the series already out.
We're fine here. I take them.
Yeah, I'm okay.
When you have smoke.
You're shooting me. I'm dead. I'm dead.
And Falcon's gonna have to play this as a duo.
Follow me, now, right now. Okay. Guy on you. Two guys. I'm betting.
Fnatic gone, FaZe Clan eliminated, Space Station Gaming eliminated.
It's about to be a crazy
Falcons, who follow next.
kill feed
Zero
here.
on his own, Zero no HP. Falcons will not win it here.
It's Falcons again. They're in first place on points, but cannot get over the finish line here. But will anyone find that victory? Out of the teams that are on match point, Mizuchi will not as Timmy falls.
LGD also
will
out.
Be on top, will be able to survive this one. And remember, there are other squads in this area. Aurora, they were struggling earlier. DMS also here, as well as Guild. It is getting packed here at Tree.
And it has to get backed.
So we have 3 teams left that extend. It can extend, and if it extends, I'm gonna have to send y'all at least on Twitch over someone else.
Have cover, you have to cross that open ground, the rocky terrain, and look skywards for a little bit of help. Aurora have been eliminated.
I gotta get down with our guests.
12 squads remain.
Only 3 teams not on match point are still alive here to get us to a match 14. Otherwise, we are going to see someone take the lion's share of $2 million in this game right here, right now. Team Liquid, Alliance, and ExoClan all in very advantageous
What was
positions
Falcons
as
at, like
this
110?
is about to close. LG, by the
Or
way,
is it more than that?
up into second place on points.
This is going to be a blind evac tower, though, from LG. They have no idea what is going on around them. They're sending it on both. They're trying to split their resources, so if one balloon goes down, at least some members will survive. And there maybe is a third-party opportunity, but it looks like Sweet's made the call to play in these rocks just under the center of Tree.
Not just them, though. Elevate Bleed arrive at exactly the same time. All these teams being forced in by the zone.
Oh, there's the
making
exhibit.
Desperate attempts to try and survive, try and find somewhere to play, try and get their chance to win this tournament.
Well, the catwall is
The cat wall that they switched to the cat, and they've been doing really good.
Has gone down, but it looks like
It's gonna break sightlines enough to be able to allow for the revive.
For them to get that res in the kill feed, though.
GHS about to go out. Dragon's out.
Dragons Esports will be eliminated.
This is gonna be last game, it looks like, chat. ExoClan out.
Looking to clean up a little bit more damage. ExoClan have been eliminated. 12 squads goes down to 10. As GHS Professional will fall as well.
9 squads left, only 1 not on match point. It's all down to Blacklist International if you want to see this tournament carry on. And at the moment, they are on the southeast, closing in on Team Liquid. But here we are with Guild, taking this fight. There has been a lot of damage done by DMS, but they can't quite push up these stairs because of these fences.
Watson really has been one of those impactful legends that we've seen kind of reintroduce herself to the meta in the last month or so, and boy oh boy, is she having an impact here. The amount of fights we've seen stalled out by fences, grenades that have been eaten, ults that have been eaten.
So Blacklist International is the only team that can extend.
So much value as DMS will play the bottom floor of that building. Now, Elevate.
Here.
Damage coming in, and speaking of interception pylons, the team on the low ground, well, they're not going to have theirs to play with anymore. That gets destroyed by the L-Star from Zach.
At the start of this tournament,
Twisted Mind's about to go down here.
$600,000 fight will Elevate in the moment in 12th position on points. Imagine if they were to go on to win this thing, and the
wow, what a grenade!
But they still have a lot to do because they're on the north side. The zone is still shifting south. Zach's gone
Hold
down.
on though, that might give them the space to be able to get the reset.
They're doing the damage elsewhere in the kill feed. It's also the bow check of Hackett, and when have we seen that before?
Because that was a strafing flame nade. They get back.
Alliance
They're staying alive.
in these moments. LG are sticking the respawn themselves onto Sweet Dreams as we jump over to DMS, who are doing likewise.
Oh, Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds have taken a lot of damage here, but Strafing Flame has done crazy things before. Can you get back up? Guild also a 2. All these northern teams, by the way, are losing players. This opens things up for Alliance, opens things up for Liquid, opens things up for LG on the south.
Guild trying to survive here.
Effect takes down, easy flash.
Alliance are going wild in the kill feed at the moment, by the way. They are killing everything that's in front of them. DMS will survive and will be able to get the armor spots, but no, they won't, because it's Hackett again. From
oh my goodness. Guild's out. DMS out.
7, DMS fall 2.
Alliance are reigning supreme from the southwest at the moment. Look at the amount of
Damn,
space they're commanding.
Twisted Minds out in 7.
Twisted Minds fall. 5 squads left. 4 of them are on match point, and Blacklist International are sending it over onto Gaming Gladiators, and they get the first knock.
Wow.
Blacklist International will take down GG, and a reminder that if Blacklist win this game, we will go to a game 14. Alliance, though, this is their chance. This is their opportunity as they sweep in. They wrap in behind. The spray
Can Alliance break the curse? They're looking good.
That's 2 members of Blacklist as Alliance look to close this thing out against them and get these 3 kills and ensure we have a winner here in match 13. All the meanwhile, by the way, LG and Liquid are just sitting, watching, waiting.
Yeah, that should pretty well guarantee that we have that it's over here. Because Blacklist is only a solo.
The north side of this zone. Everybody else is either
we're gonna get a first-time land winner.
Or just outside of
is it LG? Is it Alliance? Team Liquid?
Just one player alive. Yep.
Or to somehow Blacklist International force us into a game 14.
As the zone will push them together. Alliance, you don't get a bigger chance than this. You've got a chance to do it for Amir.
Yanya, El Presidente, you gotta stay safe.
Tasted at this point, but Liquid still fighting as best as they can to get out of this building. But they are struggling. LG are holding them. And remember, a solo rat still below them here.
I think Alliance just win this.
Solo.
Right?
And it's one thing that we haven't had today is a solo rat winning. And that would keep this tournament going. But for Alliance, it's about cleaning up here.
Alliance win this for free.
It's the golden opportunity. It's the dream opportunity.
All right, we for sure get a winner here. Alliance, the only full 3. Alliance gonna get this for free.
As group stage players, the boys that could never get it done.
And can now get the monkey off their back before ALGS playoff split 2.
And it's now their chance.
LG are down.
Wow. And Alliance are your World Cup champs. Wow. Everyone said when they picked up Unlucky that this might be the next team, the chance for EMEA to be able to voice the trophy on an international land. And here it is.
From finalist to
wow.
champions.
All right, chat, I got to jet out quick, man. I've had company over here for a while. I didn't want to miss out on the historical moment. I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out with your boy. Y'all are fucking amazing. I'm taking the day off tomorrow. Then we'll be back on Tuesday, Wednesday for Shift Summer League playoffs. I think they wrap up this week, actually. I think it's just the 2 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern time for EU, 7 p.m. Eastern time for NA. I think that's all we got this week. Make sure you guys are keeping an eye out for videos over on the YouTube, man. If it's the first time through on the YouTube, because I see we got some new timers over here. We've had quite a few people hanging out. Yeah, I haven't already done so. Hit the subscribe button, chase down that first 500. If you're watching over on Twitch, make sure y'all are checking out the YouTube. Like I said, I'm out of here. Love you guys. Till we catch y'all back for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love harder. It's your boy Q. Signing out.